British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, Retaining McCarthy. Pamela Mountbatten certainly couldn't hear this kind of psychological activity. She and her legal husband embraced each other and got on the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, leaving the church quietly. The rest of the time was their private time. At least the guests wished the two of them happiness. On the way to send the princess back, Alan Wilson asked in a teasing tone, "I don't know how many malicious eyes I have endured today. It's not true to say that everyone is wishing. Who doesn't want to be your husband? That's an unimaginable fortune, and it's expanding every year. They just think about it, and it's not illegal to think about it." Pamela Mountbatten, who was holding the steering wheel, said frivolously, "No one can separate us now." The two of them acted as if no one was around and didn't care that there was a royal princess in the car. After sending the princess safely, Pamela Mountbatten rushed to Alan Wilson's house. From today on, she is the hostess there, Mrs. Wilson. Although she has lived there for a long time, the change in identity seems to have made Pamela Mountbatten discover something new about this house. Now she is the wife of the ambitious foreign commissioner who is heading for the goal of being powerful. And this man is the husband of this woman who is rich enough to rival a country. Everything is so suitable. The two of them share the same ideals, even more suitable than when the Mountbattens got married 29 years ago. The two complement each other's strengths. There is nothing to deny that. Just like her parents' marriage 29 years ago, Mountbatten has a high taste in life, but he has no other income except the salary of an officer, and Edwina's huge wealth can not only enable Mountbatten to live the kind of life he wants, but also, if not indispensable, it will be very helpful for him to realize his dream of being a naval marshal. Edwina will also be aware of Mountbatten's extraordinary kinship with the royal family, which also makes her firmly believe in Mountbatten's future. At this moment, just like at that moment, Pamela Mountbatten can feel her mother's mood at that time. In the large bathtub, the two bodies are close together. After removing their tiredness, the two people talk about love and mention who among today's guests is more suitable for developing connections in the next stage. Pamela Mountbatten said that she would take good care of the Badiya princess, who was very powerful in Iraq. No matter how cautious we treat her, it will help maintain the relationship between the two countries in the long run. Alan Wilson hugged the body in his arms and whispered, "We also need to use public opinion to create some opinions in Iraq. That oil is precious and will be exhausted in a few decades. This will help prevent Iraq from lying on oil and not making progress in public opinion. But in fact, as long as we create a sense of crisis for the Iraqi royal family, we should not squeeze them so hard to maintain a luxurious life. Of course, humanistic support is also necessary. I hope that the Kingdom of Iraq will become a multi-ethnic regime with the royal family as a core, and the royal family should play the role of arbitrator. Today's Kingdom of Iraq is indeed a multi-ethnic country, with Kurds, Assyrians, Christians, and Arabs themselves are divided into Sunnis and Shiites, and the Shiite population is even larger. In fact, in the Middle East, the two major sects of the Church of Peace are 50-50 in terms of population. The tenfold population advantage of the Sunnis in later generations is in places like Pakistan, India, and Indonesia. Apart from being able to show support when something happens, there is nothing that can be done. On the contrary, after Saddam was overthrown, Iran, Iraq, and Syria, countries ruled by Shiites, are traditional military powers in the Middle East. Compared with these countries, Saudi Arabia's supporters are almost all fake. Egypt, which has nothing but sand, is not a fake. It is almost turning from an Arab leader into a Saudi thug. It is not appropriate to always talk about national affairs in this environment. As the water temperature of the bathtub gradually cooled down, Pamela Mountbatten swayed in the arms of the man, saying that she wanted to be treated as a wife. "Ravage me, don't be polite to your wife." "I will never be polite." After kissing the woman on the cheek, Alan Wilson stood up with his wife in his arms, bringing up a splash of water, and wanted to do something that should be done on the wedding night. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is just for the British Empire that Alan Wilson is carrying the burden forward. I don't know how many aristocratic young talents shed tears secretly that night, but who cares about him? This richest woman in the UK was carefully cultivated by him. Can't she enjoy herself today? That night, many aspiring young men from the aristocratic class were envious and jealous, and Princess Margaret also slept uneasily. He always had a dream that he replaced Pamela Mountbatten and became a woman blessed by everyone. I will give you a son. Pamela Mountbatten, in the midst of love, embraced the man's body affectionately, opened the door to convenience, and encouraged the man who was carrying a heavy burden. Physical fatigue and mental pleasure are combined in one body. Although Alan Wilson seems to have found the trick of climbing the ladder within a day, he is still quite active in going out for social events. In order to become a model couple in the eyes of others, it is inevitable to support each other in their careers and the future. For friends, Alan Wilson can be said to be heartfelt, and of course recording is also indispensable. No matter whether it is useful or not, maybe it will be useful in the future. The means used on McCarthy are all child's play. As an agent of Mi-6, he sacrificed everything for the British Empire, including but not limited to the body when necessary. For the sake of national interests, he can accept it, and even risk the actress getting pregnant. This is all for the national interest. It's nothing, not to mention that McCarthy just likes to drink. Alan Wilson is absolutely sincere to his friends, and of course he is sincere to serve the British Empire. This is not contradictory. Sometimes, using the power of others can also benefit both parties. In fact, with McCarthy's previous reputation as a drunkard, it is very difficult to completely get rid of negative news and compete for the throne of the President of the United States in the future. And even if he becomes the President of the United States, it will not affect the national interest because of personal relationships. But not being able to be president does not mean that you can't be a big boss, but it is best not to continue to attack Marshall, a general who is respected in the US military. In front of McCarthy, drinking and chatting is a suitable way. Alan Wilson also gave some explanations for some of McCarthy's doubts. For example, the nationalization of the Labour Party, the difference between the policies implemented by Attlee and the Soviet Union, etc. Alan Wilson can't say that the great Prime Minister's nationalization is deeply supported by Whitehall, and the civil service group is eager for the country to nationalize all industries, so a large number of civil servants are needed to manage them. It can only be explained by the fact that Britain is deep in the front line against the Soviet Union. If compromises are not made in some aspects, the situation will evolve out of control. Joining the enemy to disintegrate the enemy from within is a necessary measure for Britain to take. In the face of the common position of Soviet pressure on Europe, Britain and the United States are in the same position. Joseph, since the independence of British India, Britain has lost its huge mobilization power. Britain, France, and Italy are populous countries in Europe, but they are different countries after all. Although the three countries together have the manpower reserves to confront the Soviet Union, if we add the German land we control, the manpower reserves are still a little more than the Soviet Union. But the Soviet Union is a country, and we need to run in with each other. Alan Wilson said that the integration of Europe is a long way to go. Moreover, because the United States is deeply involved in the Far East, Europe may be under pressure from the Soviet Union because of the establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany. The situation is by no means as calm as it seems. The Soviet Union dares? Moscow wants to confront the free world. It's crazy. McCarthy shouted drunkenly. Joseph, I have some specific intelligence. Of course, this intelligence, which seems insignificant on the surface, has also been received by the American occupation forces. That is, the Soviet side has begun to examine the Allied staff entering Berlin. Alan Wilson took out a document. First of all, this is a public fact, and the confidentiality is not high. The US troops stationed in Germany also know about this matter, and there is no problem in handing it over to McCarthy. Moreover, both Britain and the United States currently think that this matter is not important. But they don't know that this is a precursor to the Soviet Union's blockade of Berlin in history. Alan Wilson, who has always been very kind to his friends, aims to stay in Europe for a while in the name of consolidating the special relationship between Britain and the United States. If McCarthy has nothing to do in China, if the Soviet Union really makes any move, then McCarthy's performance time will come. Anyway, McCarthy's personality in the American political arena is an extreme conservative. He established a tough guy image through the Berlin crisis, so that he has a guarantee in his future career. Although I know that I'm a minority, this threat exists. Alan Wilson secretly said that the Soviet Union might blockade Berlin. McCarthy's eyes suddenly widened, and Alan Wilson immediately took out the essence of the non-stick pan, saying that this was just a speculation, and even in London, it was a speculation recognized by very few people. Let McCarthy keep it secret. Joseph, calm down. Maybe nothing really happened. Alan Wilson signaled McCarthy to be calm and changed the subject. But if the worst result happens, if you stay in Europe, it may just play a huge role. Oh, Alan, you know, I don't have many friends. McCarthy sobered up a little and said meaningfully, you are my only friend in the United States. Alan Wilson said solemnly with an unquestionable tone. From the current US military being caught in the Korean War, the manpower is stretched to the limit. Can Europe provide enough support? The United States is involved in the peninsula, France is involved in Vietnam, and the United Kingdom is also involved in Malaya in Alan Wilson's report. If this really happens, whether the three countries can cope with it is a big problem. When many empty bottles appeared on the table, McCarthy was successfully persuaded by Alan Wilson to stay and see if there is any threat from his best friend. Chapter 627, Soviet Union annexes Hokkaido. For many years, Alan Wilson's biggest goal was to create some room for Britain to maneuver, but when the time came, he realized that the current work was not enough, such as the Cold War, which was a major event that almost solidified the control over the world. Even if he joined forces with the French, it would still be very difficult to gain enough strategic space. Sometimes he wondered, if Charles de Gaulle had come to power earlier, would they be able to generate more energy if they joined forces? But when he thought that Charles de Gaulle might directly give up overseas colonies to stop the bleeding, he gave up the idea. After drinking, Alan Wilson realized that McCarthy himself came with the instructions of Republican leader Taft to consolidate the special relationship between Britain and the United States, so he agreed to arrange some itineraries for McCarthy to get to know people in British politics. The term establishment can have multiple interpretations. It can be a group of civil servants who are numerous and do not want to change the status quo. It can also be a giant enterprise that is too big to fail. It can also be various interest groups. But no matter which group of people it refers to, Alan Wilson is now somewhat related to it. It can be said that he is now part of the establishment. Of course, the United States also has it. The American establishment grew up after decades of the Cold War. If there is a common proposition, it is anti-Russia. No matter what Russia becomes, as long as Russia survives, it will be anti-Russian. This is no wonder. After all, even if the Soviet Union is smaller than the Russian Empire and the Russian Federation is smaller than the Soviet Union, Russia's remaining territory is still too large. It is still an existence that crushes other countries except for a few major powers. If the suppression is relaxed, it is hard to guarantee that Russia will stand up. This threat is real. McCarthy is not a member of the American establishment now. The leader of the establishment of the Republican Party in the United States is Dewey. The big boss of the conservatives is Taft. From this point of view, McCarthy is a member of the conservatives. Then the itinerary for McCarthy must allow him to meet some conservative British politicians. However, Alan Wilson cannot arrange a meeting with Churchill. If McCarthy is willing, he can find a way himself. Joseph, I'm a civil servant. I cannot arrange the affairs of the Conservative Party in front of the Labour Party cabinet. Alan Wilson said helplessly, so please understand. Why not? The President of the United States is also a civil servant. McCarthy asked with a puzzled look on his face. What's the matter? What did you say? Alan Wilson looked at McCarthy in front of him, as if he was joking with me. Only people in Congress and the Supreme Court in the United States are not civil servants. McCarthy shook his head and explained, the head of the civil servants is the president. There is a definition of civil servants that covers all staff in the entire administrative system, including elected and politically appointed political officials. The United States belongs to this type. The United States is a typical country that implements the separation of powers. Among them, civil servants in the executive department are collectively referred to as government employees, including ministers, deputy ministers, assistant ministers, heads of independent agencies and other politically appointed officials and other civil servants in the executive department, while senators and representatives of the legislative department, staff employed by Congress and judges in the judicial department, are not civil servants. I see. Alan Wilson nodded, which means that anyone in the United States who is related to administrative work is a civil servant. Laws and parliament do not count, because the President of the United States is also responsible for administrative work, and the President-elect is naturally the leader of the civil service. In other words, the President of the United States is naturally the leader of the establishment. But the definition of civil servants in the United Kingdom does not include the Prime Minister, so Alan Wilson still cannot help. For a US Senator, he still thinks that McCarthy has a way to meet Churchill by himself. He cannot help McCarthy arrange it. Alan, different times have different ideas, and you will understand this later. McCarthy sighed, not talking about this British friend, but about himself. When he first ran for the Senate, he was completely different from the impression he left on the public now. He supported isolationism at the time, and believed that Americans ignored their own country itself. Attacking the Soviet Union can win votes, but it will only destroy the United States. He also emphasized his hard background and military experience, intending to contrast with his opponents who came from political families. But now McCarthy has become the opposite of what he was before. No one is more enthusiastic than him in attacking the Soviet Union and China. In the final analysis, it is for life. Alan Wilson expressed his understanding. Although he did not help arrange a meeting with Churchill, he still helped in other aspects. He originally returned to London under the pretext of getting married. If nothing happened in Europe, he would return to Malaya to complete Prime Minister Attlee's grand blueprint for the great British socialist community. Malaya itself has a steel industry, but the current annual output is 2 million tons. This is already the colony with the largest steel production capacity besides Britain, and Japanese prisoners of war have contributed to this. Together with the major colonies in the steel production in Britain, Britain's steel production is about 20 million. Shamelessly speaking, it is still one of the three giants with the United States and the Soviet Union. But in fact, the United States and the Soviet Union are at the same level, and Britain is just a little stronger than other countries. The goal set by Alan Wilson for Malaya is that it should not be less than the mainland at least, and even competing with the mainland for this is not a problem, not to mention that there is a real estate policy in British Africa to back it up. Anyway, after the London smog incident, London will also start to rectify highly polluting industries, which is all good news. Speaking of this, with the change of seasons, London will enter a period of high smog. Alan Wilson has prepared to seek refuge abroad, and is not prepared to enjoy the treatment of imperialism in his homeland. Dear, how was the talk with Princess Badia? Alan Wilson, who had just returned home, saw his wife's tired face and took the initiative to greet her. Fortunately, I had a deep talk with her as you said. Now the main mission of the royal family of each country is the issue of survival, not how much power they have in their hands. Even if they are the real monarchs, it is best not to be seen by others, and they must go through necessary concealment. Pamela Mountbatten replied softly. She agreed with my views. It seems that she is a princess who is easy to communicate with. Alan Wilson said this, and thought of a love-brained person. This princess is not easy to communicate with. Although she is not as annoying as she was at the beginning, she still needs to correct her mistakes, to be more like a princess. Badia is okay. It's just that the sisters who came together, some of them made me dissatisfied. She looked down on Badia. Do you think Arabs are a bit? Pamela Mountbatten couldn't think of an adjective for a while and got stuck. Racial discrimination. Alan Wilson nodded and added, although this is human nature, it is best to avoid it. Especially for foreign friends of Princess Badia's class. To be frank, your noble friends are far less important to Britain than others. He also believed that it was inevitable that different ethnic groups looked down on each other, even in Europe, where white leftists were rampant in later generations. And the more the white leftists made trouble, the more most people would tend to turn right. Even in British Malaya, the Chinese and Malays looked down on each other. Even for the problems in Malaya, Alan Wilson had no solution and could only raise the banner of political correctness to let the two major ethnic groups live in peace on the surface. It is okay to look down on each other, but if you dare to do so publicly, you will be punished. On the issue of the two major ethnic groups in Malaya, Alan Wilson could understand the helplessness of the United States and later generations. Everyone knows that political correctness is a paper-house approach, but what else can you do? This is simply an unsolvable problem. If you really want to guide British citizens not to discriminate against race, you must start with education. Another thing is that the local area cannot accept immigrants, otherwise there will be no beauty without distance, and it is useless to educate people with white leftism since childhood. If there are no immigrants in the local area, we can start with education to find ways to change the ideas of British citizens. If there are foreign immigrants everywhere, it is just using political correctness to postpone the crisis. Civil servants are easy to restrain, and politicians are easy to say nice things, but how can most British citizens stop it? Are they still dissatisfied with the influx of immigrants? I have educated her, and I believe she will not express such thoughts in the future. Pamela Mountbatten said obediently, "Look at how much respect my husband has for other ethnic groups, and he can even speak their language. It's all a small matter. After all, I'm a top student at Oxford." Alan Wilson said reservedly, "Wait until I go back and clean up Malaya for a few years, eliminate all the hidden dangers, and then the nuclear missile silo will be repaired, and you can be the queen safely." The reason for staying in Europe is to see whether the blockade of Berlin he judged will happen, and finding a way to keep McCarthy in London is also for this purpose. At least in public opinion, the Soviet Union was still very aggressive, but the news on August 25th made Alan Wilson deeply doubt his judgment. Perhaps history has changed, and the opponent's actions can no longer be judged according to the original history. The news is like this. Moscow announced on August 25th that Hokkaido became part of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic as an autonomous republic. This is a straightforward annexation, and it is incorporated into the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, not incorporated into the Soviet Union in the form of a Union Republic. There is a big difference here. In Alan Wilson's memory of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the Union Republics finally became independent. But the Autonomous Republic is a subordinate administrative unit of the Union Republic, and can be called a part of Russia. Russia will not spit out these places. In other words, even if the Soviet Union disintegrates in this time and space, Japan will not be able to take back Hokkaido. Japan has said goodbye to Hokkaido. That's it for today, no more. Chapter 628. The water is too deep. I didn't expect the Soviets to do this. It's simply trampling on the free world. Alan Wilson was furious in front of McCarthy, showing his solemn position, and at the same time said with regret, the pressure on the US troops stationed in Japan will not be reduced in the short term. McCarthy nodded in agreement with a cold look. He was not as roundabout as Alan Wilson, but considered the issue from the standpoint of the United States and the Soviet Union. At this time, experts on Eastern issues are needed. Alan Wilson is willing to give some answers on this issue. He expressed his concern that the Soviet Red Navy may become a big threat in the future. In the original history, before World War II, let alone Hokkaido, even Sakhalin Island was half owned by Japan. Similarly, the 4 southern islands of the Kuril Islands were also in the hands of Japan. This situation was originally very unfavorable to the Soviet Union. The original World War II Soviet Union launched the August Storm, but only took back Sakhalin Island and occupied the Japanese part of the Kuril Islands. The goal of taking Hokkaido is even farther away. If Hokkaido cannot be taken, the Soviet Far East will still be under the blockade of the United States. If Hokkaido is in the hands of the Soviet Union, whether it can blockade the Soviet Union is no longer a geographical issue. It is a question of when it will appear. Now the Soviet Red Navy has not received a lot of investment, so the problem is not big in the short term. If one day the Soviet Union's national strength can hold up, while maintaining the strength of the army, and strengthening the investment in the navy, it will be able to easily break through the US maritime blockade. Moreover, Hokkaido has an ice-free port, while Vladivostok is not an ice-free port and there is an ice period. There are also problems such as Hokkaido's fishing grounds and Hokkaido's agriculture. Of course, Alan Wilson did not talk about these issues. Fisheries and agriculture are not within the scope of the two people's discussion. Alan Wilson only talked about the problem of whether the Red Navy can continue to be blockaded. After standing on a common standpoint to criticize the Soviet Union, McCarthy was still unsatisfied and prepared to return to Washington to continue his old business and criticize Truman. Now there is more material. The Soviet Union has just annexed Hokkaido. There is no doubt that this is another evidence of Truman and the entire Democratic Party's inaction. Joseph, wait a little longer. Alan Wilson still has reservations about McCarthy's immediate departure. On the one hand, it is a bit late for McCarthy to go back now. On the other hand, what if the Soviet Union is making a feint to the east and attacking in the west? McCarthy is not in the country now. It is not appropriate for him to express his opinions on the situation in the Far East while in Europe. If something happened in Europe, he could express his opinions. Alan, if you were an American, I would definitely run with you. McCarthy was very sincere when he spoke. That's a pity. Alan Wilson thought about this question very seriously. If it was, then of course there was nothing to say. The problem was that it was not. Once again, McCarthy was dissuaded from returning to the country on the grounds that it was too late to make comments. Alan Wilson also had to shoulder his own work and went to Whitehall to discuss countermeasures. In fact, what is there to discuss? Simply put, it is a win-win situation. It is better for the Soviet Union to take action in Japan than in Europe. And in terms of long-term development in the future, it is also good for Britain. Since the annexation of Hokkaido, the Soviet Union has completely broken through the geographical disadvantages in the Far East. It cannot be said to be dominant, but the geographical balance is set in stone. Colleagues, please pay attention to Europe. The Soviet Union has three directions in which the Red Navy can go out to sea. In the direction of the Baltic Sea, there are countries along the way that tend to be in favor of the free world, and the Red Navy in the Baltic Sea is extremely easy to be blockaded. In the direction of the Dardanelles, the actions of the Soviet Red Navy are all in the hands of the Turks. Even in Yugoslavia, there are Italians watching. Any Soviet outlet to the sea in the direction of Europe is geographically disadvantageous to the Soviet Union, and this cannot be changed. But we can't just wishfully think that the Soviet Union will never develop the Red Navy, right? Once the Soviet Union begins to develop the Red Navy, that's when we will worry. Although we have an advantage in maritime power, once the Soviet Union begins to invest in the Navy, even Britain will have to bear the pressure from the Soviet Union. And now, there is such a geographical situation in the Far East that makes it easy to enter the ocean. We have reason to believe that the Soviet Union will focus on the layout and manpower of the Navy and invest it in the Far East. According to existing information and experience, the late developing Navy will develop a naval force with submarines as the core at the beginning. Alan Wilson brought up Mountbatten, put forward the strategic concept of air submarine fast, and spoke out in front of the bosses of various departments. This was a strategy that the Soviet Union had been pursuing for many years. Since the 1920s, the main task given to the workers and peasants Red Navy was to mobilize the Navy's surface ships, submarines, aviation, and coastal defense forces to cooperate with the army to jointly defend the offshore areas. With Mountbatten's status as the Minister of the Sea, it was determined that the Red Navy would focus on submarines in the future. Then the place where the Soviet Red Navy would most easily enter the ocean in the future is about to be revealed. That is, the Soviet semi-inland waters in the Far East from the Kamchatka Peninsula to Hokkaido, which are already completely controlled by the Soviet Union. Japan has only lost an island as a defeated country, but it can have a bright future of sharing the pressure of the Soviet Red Navy. From this point of view, Japan has made a contribution to world peace. I don't think any gentleman here would want to face the Soviet ground forces, while also facing the Red Navy that may grow stronger in the future. There is no such problem in the Far East. Japan can find its own role in the free world. Isn't that great? And Alan Wilson reminded lightly, in Asia, only Japan can compete with British Malaya. As the Commissioner of British Malaya, of course I don't want Japan to have fewer weaknesses. Without Hokkaido, Japan's agriculture will have a big gap and will be more dependent on overseas. British Malaya controls the Strait of Malacca. Through reasonable adjustments, we can keep Japan's development within a controllable range and avoid a repeat of the experience of the Japanese Army's disrespect for Europe in World War II. Then my advice to the Prime Minister is to respond to the Soviet Union's annexation of Hokkaido with strong condemnation. Sir Iceman nodded and looked at his colleagues for advice. Is it too intense? I mean, it might be the same as the reaction of the United States. Alan Wilson said in an understanding tone, I'm mainly considering maintaining the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Everyone knows that the United States should have the most say on the issue of Japan. That makes sense. I think it is more appropriate to express regret. Norman Brooke made the final decision. After asking his private secretary, he immediately said, let's discuss it here. Britain expressed regret over the Soviet Union's decision to annex Hokkaido Island and called on the United States and the Soviet Union to sit down and find a win-win solution. Alan Wilson felt that it was already a win-win situation. The British mainland won once because the Pacific Ocean that was opened up would inevitably share the Soviet Red Navy's military strength in Europe. British Malaya won once, and now Japan has more weaknesses, a larger resource gap, and the strength of its competitors has decreased. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Hokkaido is equivalent to a land of fish and rice in Japan, with a food self-sufficiency rate of 270%. With Hokkaido, Japan can still maintain a self-sufficiency rate of nearly half. Without Hokkaido, it is almost a country that relies entirely on imports. As for the fishing ground issue, it doesn't need to be considered anymore. In short, in terms of agriculture, Japan will lose its bargaining power. As a foreign commissioner of the United Kingdom, a close ally of the United States, Alan Wilson, once he returns to British Malaya, will give Japan some support in agriculture for the sake of belonging to the free world. It depends on whether Mr. Yoshida Shigeru is willing to completely open up the agricultural market. At present, Japan has a large population in agriculture. If the surplus agricultural products of British Malaya can be used to keep these Japanese farmers in a low-income society, this is not a bad thing. As a foreign commissioner, Alan Wilson cannot only consider profits, sometimes he needs to look at the long term. The Soviet Union's annexation of Hokkaido caused a fierce reaction from Washington. It was unacceptable, and a war of words broke out directly. In response to Washington's accusations, the Soviet Union retorted that the United States, Britain and France dismembered Germany. The two major camps spoke sweetly to each other, as if their mouths were smeared with honey. The Soviet Union was not only not afraid, but became more and more courageous. It said that revenge for the crimes of the United States, Britain and France in dismembering Germany was just the beginning, and there would be a bigger counterattack in the near future. When such remarks appeared, the entire atmosphere in London and Paris changed. People said they would listen to the old British and French imperialists, and that the waters of imperialism were too deep, and they were afraid that the Soviet Union could not control it. Chapter 629, Japan, the center of the world. Britain, as an old imperialist country, doesn't care about the fierce war of words. When something goes wrong, they are the first to lead the pace of the media. Afterwards, they are also the first to pass the blame or even reflect on themselves. They are a group that only wants to make trouble in the world, and they never have any intention of reflecting on themselves. Alan Wilson is no longer surprised. Although they are scolding now, they are also the first to back down at the critical moment. Alan Wilson is not worried at all whether the Berlin crisis will break out. It has broken out in history, and it is nothing to break out now. The contingency plan is the air channel, mainly Britain and the United States. France has nothing to do with this, because France does not actually have any strategic air force at present. Even the return to Asia was sent by the British Royal Navy. Dassault Group is not yet at the stage of rapid development. Now Alan Wilson just hopes that, if Berlin must be blocked, Moscow should be quicker. It just so happens that his best foreign friend McCarthy is here. At this time, Alan Wilson, who sticks in his way for his friend, has not forgotten to take the opportunity to help McCarthy. It can be said that it is absolutely worth it for McCarthy to have him as a friend in his life. Public opinion in the UK was surging, and they were engaged in a war of words for the United States, but as the direct party, the United States was seriously considering it. Would the Soviet Union and even China and North Korea, which were confronting each other on the peninsula, join forces to land on Honshu Island at this time? The CIA used all possible intelligence to speculate whether the United States had the military power to respond if such a thing happened. At this time, Japan was in a state of emptiness, with only 2 National Guard divisions that were not yet able to fight being trained on the island, and the rest of the combat forces had been fully deployed to the Korean peninsula. Allen Dulles went to the White House to meet with President Truman with the assessment made by the CIA and whether Japan currently has the ability to defend itself. In the assessment report, the Soviet Red Army judged Japan's amphibious landing capabilities as follows. It has the ability to launch submarine attacks on Allied supply lines, ports, and bases. The first echelon amphibious landing will include 2 to 3 divisions and an airborne operation of 10,000 people if the first echelon landing force successfully captures the port. No more than 6 divisions can be deployed later. The entire landing force does not exceed 9 divisions. If the landing force successfully establishes a solid bridgehead and seizes suitable port facilities, the island force can be increased to 15 divisions in 1 month and 25 divisions in the 60th day. If the weather, shipping, port facilities and other conditions are further favorable, more can be deployed. In terms of logistics, the United States believes that the Soviet Army can mobilize half of its total shipping force of 1 million tons in the Far East to participate in the landing operations. These ships can carry 8 fully equipped Soviet divisions and maintain the supply of these divisions. The Soviet Army's strategic reserves east of Lake Baikal can supply the Soviet Army for about 1 year of campaign operations, except for oil, but the reserves of fuel, especially aviation fuel, are unclear. The Soviet Army can transport fuel from the western part of the Soviet Union, but this will seriously affect the conduct of other logistical operations. In terms of air support, the United States believes that the Soviet Air Force in the Far East has 5,000 aircraft, but most of them are old models from World War II, with a current ratio of about 85%, but it is relatively easy to reach full equipment and full staffing. In order to carry out the attack on Japan, a large number of aircraft need to be transferred. However, after that, the Soviet Army will deploy no less than 2,000 combat aircraft in the initial landing operations. With the current US military forces stationed in Japan on Honshu Island, it is impossible to stop the Soviet landing. If we take into account China and North Korea on the peninsula, this ratio is even more desperate. We have only one way to stop it. Allen Dulles said to President Truman in a very light voice, issue a nuclear threat and start a world war. But Britain and France will not start a world war for Japan. Truman thought silently for a long time and smiled bitterly. Britain and France have not forgotten so quickly the humiliation of the Japanese army's attack on Southeast Asia. It is not just Britain and France. Australia will never help Japan send even one soldier. Dear President, there is no doubt that the current size of the US military stationed in Japan cannot be defended, Dulles said while holding the document, but we also don't think that the Soviet Union will continue to move south after annexing Hokkaido. So the CIA has 2 suggestions. When necessary, we should show our determination to protect Japan, deploy nuclear weapons to Honshu, issue nuclear threats to Moscow, and stop the Soviet Union's greater adventure. The second point is that Japan should re-establish general forces to share the defense pressure of the US military stationed in Japan, especially at this time. The war on the peninsula has not ended, and Prime Minister Yoshida Shigeru, who has a good relationship with General MacArthur, advocates that all defense tasks be handed over to the US military stationed in Japan. This is no longer appropriate. Let me think about it. Truman held his forehead tiredly. The continued low approval rating and the hopeless end to the war have exhausted Truman. Sometimes he wondered if MacArthur's accusation was right. Did everything really start with him giving up Chang'an? Since the Korean War, Truman has been in a state of irritability. Sometimes he thought that maybe the Republicans were right in some aspects, and that the United States might not be ready to lead the world. When confronting the Soviet Union, it always seemed to be willing, but not strong enough. It was just that I didn't know which part of the Republican Party Truman was talking about. The opposition party sometimes opposed for the sake of opposing, and it was impossible to tell what their propositions were. Thanks to McCarthy himself being in Europe, Alan Wilson now judged that there were at least two major factions in the Republican Party. One was the Republican conservatives led by Taft, and the other was the establishment with Dewey as the head of the party. The relationship between the two was still good when there was no election. Alan Wilson remembered that in the original history, Taft lost to Eisenhower, who was supported by Dewey. This was the only place where the big boss of the American conservatives could still exert influence. It was during Eisenhower's term that, although the slogans in the United States were loud, they only issued the Eisenhower Doctrine on the Middle East. The whole country was still in a state of restraint. Of course, during Eisenhower's term, it was the last remnant of isolationism in the Republican Party. The Republican Party will appear again in the future to compare with the Democratic Party, to see who is tougher. He did not want to comment on what an opposition party in the United States should do. The key point is that the current leader of the opposition party in the United Kingdom, Congressman Churchill, has brought out the passion of the Iron Curtain speech period. He called on European countries to support the United States and take a tough stance on the Hokkaido issue. He also suggested that the United States should take a tough attitude to prevent the Soviet Union from illegally annexing Japanese territory. Alan Wilson was willing to imagine that Congressman Churchill meant that the United States and the Soviet Union should put the main battlefield of the confrontation in the Far East where no one lives. Anyway, Britain has no interest in a pound. This can reduce the pressure of confrontation in the European direction. You really think that Churchill has a positive effect? Pamela Mountbatten expressed her amazement without looking back while preparing food. She even thought that the sun had risen from the west. I'm willing to imagine so, but hey, I hope everything goes well. Alan Wilson sighed in his heart if the Soviet Union finally took action in the direction of Berlin. At this time, jumping up and down and strongly supporting the United States to take a tough stance in the Far East may be a loss. At that time, the Labour Party might use this to attack Churchill, exacerbating the tension in Europe. Maybe Congressman Churchill would not only not get closer to 10 Downing Street, but even further away. Pamela, which newspaper in the country do you have a good relationship with? Alan Wilson asked his wife. The Daily Telegraph and I have a good relationship. Pamela Mountbatten brought sausages and sat directly in front of her husband. A supporter of the center-left Conservative Party? Oh, not bad. Alan Wilson nodded and lowered his voice. Can you use this newspaper to remind our former Prime Minister that it is not appropriate to accuse the Soviet Union with fierce words at this time? After all, it is a matter of the Far East. If the Soviet Union's attention is drawn back, it will not be very good. Oh. Pamela Mountbatten thought for a moment, not knowing what her husband had in mind. Reminding our Prime Minister is not a bad thing. Alan Wilson bit the sausage and said vaguely, on the issue of Hokkaido, the United States warned the Soviet Union with nuclear weapons not to try to expand the war and let the world fall into the threat of war, which has become the most concerned issue for European countries at present. In comparison, the Daily Telegraph, which is an authoritative media, seems to be somewhat out of place in its admonition to Churchill at this time. If nothing happens in Europe, this report will naturally seem to be making a fuss. But if something happens in Europe, Churchill will be in trouble and the Labour Party will take the opportunity to step on him. He will probably not be able to escape. Alan Wilson certainly doesn't want anything to happen in Europe, but he knows something about the Soviet Union. He lowers his head and acts like an ostrich, silently thinking that China may do such a thing. The Soviet Union does not quite fit this style. The Berlin crisis, which has not yet appeared in this time and space, may be seized by Moscow to involve the United States in the Far East and implemented by Stalin. The time of the Berlin crisis in history was the critical moment of the civil war in a certain country. On the one hand, Truman hated Chiang Kai-shek's support for Dewey, and another important factor was that in the eyes of most countries, Berlin was really much more important than a certain country with nearly 10 million square kilometers. The United States is using air channels to show off its muscles to the Soviet Union. So how can it care whether Chan Gong is dead or alive? There was no movement in Berlin, but any news in the air and sea of Hokkaido and Honshu Island attracted the attention of many countries. After 10 days, Alan Wilson felt that he might have made a wrong judgment. The conflict point in this world is in the Far East and has nothing to do with Europe. The latest news about Japan is that the United States suggested that Japan establish a self-defense force with basic self-defense capabilities. We can't put all our hopes on the United States. Chapter 630 Berlin Crisis. At this point, he couldn't keep McCarthy in London any longer. He simply admitted that it was indeed a misjudgment. The majority of opinions in Whitehall were right. He was one of the few who were worrying too much. Don't say that, Alan. The purpose of my coming to the UK this time is certainly to consolidate the special relationship between Britain and the United States, but the main reason is to come to attend your wedding. McCarthy waved his hand and said indifferently, "You are a very sincere person, which is very rare among officials. In fact, politicians like you who are so sharp are also very rare, Joseph." Alan Wilson smiled and shook his head, but his hand did not stop, and he had already opened a bottle of whiskey. Since McCarthy's return to the United States has become a foregone conclusion, he couldn't continue to keep him, so he shouldn't suppress his nature for the rest of the time. Drinking is not a big problem. McCarthy laughed and took the initiative to hand over the wine glass, indicating that his performance at the wine table was an important reason for the harmonious relationship between the two, at least one of them. Alan Wilson asked McCarthy what he thought after returning to the United States. McCarthy said that, although it might be a bit of a rehash, he still wanted to use the Soviet Union's annexation of Hokkaido to find trouble with Truman. This was also to prepare for the next election. The Democratic Party's support rate was very low, and it was time for the Republican Party to redeem itself and take back the power of the United States. Now the Republican Party hopes to inspire the patriotism of the United States by heroes in the war. Perhaps only MacArthur and Eisenhower are more suitable. Alan Wilson, holding a wine glass, nodded after hearing this, but I believe this is only the opinion of some Republicans. Taft is still interested in running for one term. McCarthy drank a glass and was already talking a lot. He poured out all the information he knew. It was nothing more than Dewey had lost 3 times, and a large part of the Republican Party was disappointed with Dewey. There are currently 2 opinions among the Republican Party. One is to select a hero from the war to represent the Republican Party, and the other is for Taft himself to fight against the Democratic Party. In fact, judging from the current support rate of the Democratic Party, the Republicans have greater confidence than in 1948. The Republicans regained control of Congress in the midterm elections that just passed, which is a perfect proof. So, the outbreak of the Korean War is a good thing for the Republicans. Alan Wilson said meaningfully. You can't say that. It's because the honest voters are no longer deceived by the mediocre Democrats. McCarthy pretended to be serious, but the smile on his face betrayed his true thoughts. This is the true meaning of democracy. Alan Wilson took the initiative to raise his glass and expressed his approval in front of McCarthy, but you still have to be careful. Congressman Churchill was also very confident at the time. Alan Wilson was purely out of good intentions. He remembered that in the 1952 election, the Republicans had high hopes for MacArthur, but MacArthur didn't even pass the primary election. MacArthur began to participate in the presidential election with the support of the Republicans. You must know that MacArthur's prestige at this time was extremely high, higher than that of the then US President Truman. He presided over the Japanese surrender ceremony and then led troops to station in Japan and reform Japan, just like the Emperor of Japan. Later, in the Korean War, he led the United Nations Army to land in Incheon, which was also a miracle in the history of war. Although he was dismissed by Truman in the end, when he returned home, the streets of the United States were really empty, welcoming him. It can be said that MacArthur's prestige was higher than anyone else in the United States at that time. It stands to reason that he had a great chance of winning the presidential election, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. On the contrary, Eisenhower successfully ran for the presidency, but Eisenhower had been MacArthur's subordinate for a long time. This was a confident replica of Churchill in 1945, but there are no two things in the world that are exactly the same. The problem is not the Democratic Party, but MacArthur can't even pass the primary election. Do you think the Republicans will lose this time? It's unlikely, right? McCarthy asked drunkenly. The problem is not the other side, but the struggle within the Republican Party. Joseph, don't think MacArthur will win for sure. You'd better not express your inclination in the primary stage. Alan Wilson was absolutely sincere. He didn't care how many people McCarthy's political life extension would persecute, as long as it didn't persecute himself. Considering that McCarthy might feel tired, Alan Wilson booked a flight ticket for McCarthy the day after tomorrow. In a few days, he will return to Kuala Lumpur to start his Malaya takeoff plan. It is mainly due to the huge demand brought by the real estate development plan of the British African colonies. This is an important step for Britain to complete the big cycle at present and to promote the extensive development of British Malaya with the needs of British African colonies. Let's rush up the indicators first and then talk about it and wait until all the statistics reflect the importance of British Malaya. I believe London dare not give up this place. Once the industrialization achievements of British Malaya are impressive, Alan Wilson does not believe that London dares to leave without saying a word. Although the data of British India before independence is 10 times that of the Republic of China under the leadership of Chiang Kai. But we also have to look at the results of Chiang Kai's golden decade. The national steel production is less than 100,000 tons. Even if British India is 10 times, it is actually 1 million tons. Now British Malaya has an output of 2 million tons, and Alan Wilson's goal is to be on par with the mainland. He does not believe that with such data, London will not feel bad when giving up. Under the influence of alcohol, Alan Wilson fell into a deep sleep and did not wake up until Pamela Mountbatten came back. Did you drink with your American friend again? You are not a heavy drinker, so why do you always drink with him and even drink at our house? He is a guest. We should deal with different people in different ways. Alan Wilson held his forehead and explained slowly. He will leave the day after tomorrow. Don't be angry. You make it sound so serious. How could I be angry with you? Pamela Mountbatten said with some anger. I will meet up with you after I finish the project in the Middle East. It won't take long. It's just that I can't adapt to the local climate. I don't know if the humid and hot weather along the coast can be improved. See if I can get enough jade from Myanmar to build you a cool house. Alan Wilson laughed and began to make big promises in front of Pamela Mountbatten. I still think it's better to keep it in Australia. It's safer there. Pamela Mountbatten reached out and lightly hit her husband. You only know how to say nice things every day. If you have time, hurry up and have a child. Patricia already has 2 children. Children are indeed the top priority. Alan Wilson nodded in agreement. Although he had just sobered up, he would be stupid if he didn't understand his wife's signal. He directly pulled his wife into his arms and began to cultivate the feeling. Soon, the rhythm of men and women's affairs sounded in the room. The Berlin crisis, which had been determined not to happen, happened when the Soviet Union and the United States were arguing over the ownership of Hokkaido. From the United Nations to the capitals of various countries, they were all paying attention to the progress of the Hokkaido issue. Beria completed the investigation of the entire West Berlin and made a judgment on West Berlin's self-sufficiency. Before that, the Soviet Union had consciously controlled the import of daily necessities into West Berlin. It was judged that the daily necessities of the entire West Berlin could only last for a week. With the approval of the Kremlin, the land and water transportation and freight between the western, occupied zone and Berlin were completely cut off. In the early hours of the morning, the entire West Berlin had not yet woken up from the night, and West Berlin was already in a de facto blockade. The 300,000 Soviet Red Army in the Soviet-occupied zone also entered a state of combat readiness to prevent armed conflict on the border between the Soviet-occupied zone and the Federal Republic of Germany. The Whitehall immediately learned about the movement in West Berlin through the telegram in West Berlin. At this time, Alan Wilson, who had just gotten up, was preparing to rush to the airport to see McCarthy off. Before he could leave, he was called to the Foreign Ministry building and heard Sir Ismay, the permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Ministry, informing him of the news of the Soviet blockade of Berlin. It's really so bold? Alan Wilson immediately asked for the details of the matter. Sir Ice May spread his hands. The Soviet Union had just made some moves, so how could there be any details circulating? Alan Wilson immediately left Whitehall, praying in his heart that McCarthy had drunk too much yesterday and had not arrived at the airport yet. As it turned out, his guess was really correct. McCarthy was really in a state of hangover. Joseph, I just received news that the Soviets had blockaded Berlin. Alan Wilson didn't care whether it was polite or not and called McCarthy, who was wearing only shorts, up. It was a pity that he didn't bring a camera with him, otherwise he could let McCarthy experience Churchill's treatment. It was hard to imagine that McCarthy's somewhat bloated body was so agile. He stared at Alan Wilson. Alan, you are telling the truth. I received the news from Whitehall. Alan Wilson looked serious. It's not the Sun. What's true or false? I believe that the US troops stationed in Germany have already known about it. Washington should also know about it. Because the tense situation in the Far East attracted Washington's attention, this Berlin crisis caught the United States off guard, and now the US troops stationed in Germany are also in a state of headless flies. I'll ask the country first. McCarthy stood up and said while putting on his clothes, see if there are any other opinions. McCarthy immediately thought of it and immediately contacted Republican leaders such as Taft and Dewey. Ask these leaders for advice to see how to deal with this difficult incident. I want to go back to Whitehall too. Alan Wilson nodded and immediately said that he would go back to Whitehall to discuss countermeasures. After all, this was a major event involving the livelihoods of more than 2 million Berliners, and no one party could handle it alone. Chapter 631. Britain will never lie down. The cabinet will definitely react violently to the Berlin crisis this time. As for the work of Whitehall, it is natural to talk about confrontation to prove the reliability of Whitehall. After arriving at Whitehall, Whitehall has already started a discussion on the Berlin crisis this time, and the main core idea is confrontation. If we give in Berlin without saying a word, it is tantamount to showing weakness in front of the Soviet Union. No matter what the Soviets' purpose is, we will never compromise. Alan Wilson shouted loudly in the conference room, if we don't give a positive response, the Soviets will think that we have laid flat. Once this impression is deeply rooted in the minds of the Soviets, there will be countless troubles in the future. If Britain gives in, it will affect the entire society. To put it in a broader sense, the entire national destiny will take a sharp turn for the worse. The entire society is made up of people. Once an individual believes that the strength of the country will not change because of personal efforts, it's over. Britain cannot retreat in its current situation. Britain has less room for maneuver than the United States because there is an aristocracy in Britain. The pressure on ordinary people is greater than that of Americans. Once ordinary British citizens lose confidence in their country, they have already accepted in their hearts that Britain is no longer a strong country. This is definitely not a good thing for ordinary citizens. This is not something that can be solved by lying down and adjusting your mentality, because the country has always been a tolerant existence, and there are a million ways to continue to maintain it. In the colonial era, people would not lie down immediately if they were forced to die, if they did not work hard. Black people are lazy enough. In Africa, they don't even want to bother to farm. They just throw cassava seeds into the ground, and they are too lazy to dig a hole. They just leave after throwing them. During the growth period, they neither fertilize nor weed, and let them fend for themselves. When it is harvest season, they come back and grow as much as they can. These people who have been lying down for generations were sold to American slave owners. With the whip and the butcher knife, they still diligently took root in the plantations. Another way is to unite with national ideals. The proletariat of the world and the Soviet Union united. The guardians of the free world in the United States can also do so. Britain cannot emulate these two countries. But there are still ways to prevent citizens from lying flat. In modern society, the best way to deal with those who lie flat is to make a person in debt. This means that the person is in debt from birth and does not have the basic conditions to lie flat unless he dares to commit suicide. The most amazing thing about the United States is that it integrates the two great powers into one, and at the same time, has the ability to protect the free world. It is closely linked with the three major domestic pillar industries: education, medical care and law, and maximizes the value of a person's life. The United States can rely on its status as the leader of the free world and its vast territory to use the above conditions to cover the fact that Americans are in debt. The United Kingdom does not have this condition and can only purely cut leaks. Once British citizens accept the fact of lying flat, the hard days ahead are still to come. The world is not a static horizontal plane. Britain must keep up with the actions of the United States and the Soviet Union, no matter what the cost. I believe our Prime Minister can see this. Alan Wilson encouraged his colleagues in Whitehall. Since the war, the Royal Air Force has consumed so much financial funding every year, and it is time to show some sincerity. Now that things have come to this, I believe my colleagues can understand the current situation. We suggest that the Prime Minister bravely face the current facts. Under the premise that the Soviet Union has successfully annexed Hokkaido in the Far East, the Soviets may think that they should seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. The problem before us is that we must stand firm, save the dangerous situation in Europe, and make the Soviet Union retreat. Norman Brooks summarized with a little fatigue. Alan and I will go to see the Prime Minister. All departments will bring out the statistics of the forces that can be invested in dealing with the Berlin blockade. The permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will discuss countermeasures with the Foreign Secretary. The permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Defense will bring out the Air Force Combat Readiness Report. I believe the Secretary of Defense will use it soon. The attitude of the Commonwealth countries is not a problem. The French Air Force cannot help, but it can provide backup support. At the Prime Minister's residence, Norman Brooke and Alan Wilson expressed their suggestions on the current situation. The final conclusion was that, since the ground had been blocked, an air bridge should be opened immediately to transport supplies to West Berlin, which was under blockade. For the 300,000 Soviet troops in the Soviet-occupied zone, they should express their determination to fight at all costs. We believe that this is based on the fact that the Soviet Union has already annexed Hokkaido. The Soviet Union's attitude should not be to the point of starting a war in Europe. This can be judged as a blackmail. But if we don't show the power of the free world to the Soviet Union, things will be very troublesome. After listening to Norman Brooks' words, Adley nodded slightly and said, showing toughness to the outside world, but relying on Britain's own national strength is a bit too much. Dear Prime Minister, I actually have a friend who is in London. He was about to return to the United States, and this time he happened to encounter this incident. Alan Wilson said, after asking for instructions, if he is there, the United States will of course get involved. Alan, Senator McCarthy? Prime Minister Adley frowned. He didn't like this American senator. According to this American's definition, there is no doubt that he, the British Prime Minister, should also be pulled down. My friend is in the best position to speak out at this time. But in terms of national action, we must make decisions faster than the United States and create the impression that the United States is following Britain. Alan Wilson did not hesitate to pull out his friend McCarthy. Joseph is a Republican senator. There is no doubt that the Republican Party is determined to win next year's election. We have reason to believe that the current Republican Party is willing to see the Democratic government make a fool of itself. As long as we make the interests clear, we can create the impression that Britain is more reliable than the United States. First of all, Britain must make its position clear and take action faster than the United States. I'm sure that the United States will adopt a tough policy after discussion. It's just that things happened suddenly, and now Washington is still discussing it. In this way, we can let European countries see Britain's unwavering attitude in confronting the Soviet Union. When we are praised, the United States joining in is just icing on the cake for our decision. Because European countries have already formed a preconceived idea that it is the British government that bravely stood up. It seems that Alan's return to Malaya may be destined to be delayed. Norman Brooke expressed, Dear Prime Minister, I think Alan is very suitable for this matter. After all, in 1945, he personally contacted the Soviets and can be said to be very experienced. Of course, this time we have to be tough on the Soviet Union and take a completely opposite position, but I believe it's okay. Is it really okay? Attlee was obviously still thinking, looking at Norman Brooke with a pair of eyes, as if he was not very confident about this answer. I believe Alan is a reliable person. Norman Brooke changed a word and repeated it word by word. Dear Prime Minister, sir, we must act faster than the United States because of the Far East War. Even if the United States immediately transfers now, it can only use the local European Air Force for air transport in the first few days. Maybe we have to deal with it independently during this period of time. Attlee and Norman Brooke nodded, obviously prepared for this. The great Prime Minister Attlee risked his political life. In this round of confrontation, he maintained the dignity of the British Empire and demonstrated the courage of a politician. Of course, this evaluation is the public opinion from all walks of life that Alan Wilson thought of after the crisis. He is about to do another thing and discuss with McCarthy how to show the special relationship between Britain and the United States in the Berlin crisis. In short, it is how to make Britain pay a smaller price and get greater praise, at least greater than the United States. It is rare to see Attlee, who regards himself as a socialist, show a tough side in the House of Commons, so much so that, when Attlee gave a speech, the entire House of Commons was silent. Even the famous sprayer Churchill in the House of Commons was stunned by Prime Minister Attlee's bold speech, expressing West Berlin as the bottom line of the free world. Didn't the Labour Party always advocate that Britain should pay more attention to the domestic situation? Why did Attlee become like this now? It was full of the tone that Britain would never lie down. Since the Soviets have blocked the ground and want the free world to retreat, then the British Empire will build an air bridge for the Berliners in the free sky. Attlee almost shouted to express Britain's determination not to compromise this time. After this speech, the entire House of Commons burst into prolonged applause, and Labour MPs stood up one after another. They expressed their support for Attlee. Sometimes when the doves express toughness, the hawks will be caught off guard. For example, what is the reaction of the Republican Party in the 21st century when they hear that the Democratic Party, which has been inciting this spring and that spring, wants to start a nuclear war? This is the reaction of the Conservative Party now. It is impossible for the Conservative Party to be a peacemaker after Attlee expresses toughness, right? Oh, my friend, have you contacted the country? Alan Wilson found McCarthy and took the initiative to ask about the current situation in the United States and whether any decision has been made. No response plan has been put forward yet. It is under discussion. McCarthy nodded to indicate that he had contacted the country, but the United States has not yet come up with a response plan. Alan Wilson nodded. After all, hundreds of thousands of American soldiers are still confronting each other on the peninsula. Don't look at the Berlin crisis during the Civil War in a certain major country in history, but the artillery party did not have hundreds of thousands of American soldiers to escort the front line. This is completely different from now. Of course, this is just right for Alan Wilson. The original intention of the UK to deal with the Berlin crisis was to force the United States to do something and force the UK to act. The time for the United States to weigh the pros and cons is now officially the time for the UK to perform. Looking at the time, there will be only 2 updates today. I will not update in the early morning anymore. Recently, I have been thinking about whether to have a hair transplant. Chapter 632, Great Britain is invincible. It seems that we have to react first now. As a friend, Alan Wilson had nothing to hide. Prime Minister Attlee's statement would be published soon, and McCarthy would know it by then. The Royal Air Force was given special attention after the war because of World War II, and it can be said that it has a lot of capital, but it is completely incomparable with the United States. If the United States cannot respond quickly, then the free world will have to deal with this Berlin crisis. As a result, Britain tried its best and was defeated in the end because the Royal Air Force's transportation capacity was not enough to support the needs of more than 2 million West Berlin citizens. Alan Wilson did not think that the United States wanted to teach Britain a lesson through the Berlin crisis. If the United States does not work hard, it is hard to say whether Britain will be disappointed, and almost all European countries will be disappointed. The United States should not think about leading the free world. Joseph, this is an opportunity for you, no matter what the reason. You happen to be a heavyweight senator in Europe at this time, and your every move represents the United States in a sense. Alan Wilson, who was already certain that the United States would not betray Britain, began to make suggestions for McCarthy at this time, but before that he needed McCarthy's guarantee that this was all McCarthy's personal behavior and had nothing to do with him as a British. Alan, you are my friend. McCarthy was even a little angry and was a little displeased with Alan Wilson's caution. I'm sorry, this is my professional ethics. You have to understand that we, the affairs officers, are always played around by the words of politicians. Alan Wilson calmly distanced himself from the relationship and then helped McCarthy make suggestions. First of all, Berlin, as an important city in the world, has currently attracted the attention of two major groups, and the eyes of the world are on Berlin. For the Soviet Union, when the free world has few options to annex Hokkaido, if it fails, there is no loss, but if it succeeds, it can have the momentum to pursue the victory. For the free world, it must show its strength to make the Soviet Union retreat. The United States is currently facing many problems. Even if the Hokkaido issue is excluded, the peninsula is also a big problem, because before Alan Wilson returned to London to get married, the US rock coalition launched a summer offensive and made no progress. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Once the US rock coalition's active offensive does not make progress, a counterattack is predictable. The Berlin crisis in 1948 was called the first climax of the Cold War in history, but compared with the Berlin crisis in 1951 in this time and space, it is a piece of cake. The least nervous person in Europe now may be Alan Wilson, who is still here to make a lot of nonsense and give advice to McCarthy. He told McCarthy that staying in the UK can't actually establish a tough guy image, and he has to go to Germany to be on the front line. Only in this way can he show his fearless qualities, which is good for McCarthy's future political career. It would be best if we could express harmony with the US troops stationed in Germany. Joseph, you are a politician, and in such a difficult time, it should not be a problem to express praise for the US troops. Alan Wilson said this and looked at McCarthy. No problem. McCarthy nodded. Just now, Alan Wilson analyzed the current situation for him in detail, which made him feel that this friend was not in vain. He couldn't even find such a friend in the United States. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson was British. McCarthy didn't know how many times he thought so and felt sorry for him. I will go to Europe too. Alan Wilson told his itinerary, but of course he didn't say that it was he who sold Poland to the Soviet Union at the Potsdam Conference in 1945, so Whitehall remembered him. Alan, is this a bit risky for you? You just got married. McCarthy was very shocked. He thought that Alan Wilson took the initiative to accompany him to Europe because he wanted to help his friend. You know, Alan Wilson is the Commissioner of Asian Colonies and can stay out of it. Joseph, it's time. Don't talk about these things. Although he said in his heart that he was just going there to take advantage of the hot spot and had no other intention, when he heard McCarthy's opinion, Alan Wilson also showed his determination to maintain the free world at all costs. He had a reason to do so. He just got married to Pamela Mountbatten, a representative of the British aristocracy and the richest man in the UK. If we don't protect the free world, are we waiting for the Soviets to come and make Europe communist? The two extremes of the enemy and us cannot coexist peacefully. Alan Wilson also understands this truth even better than the Soviets. Before the proletariat unites, the reactionary forces should unite first. My dear, I believe that the Berlin crisis is a good thing for you. Maybe many Comet airliners in the country will have to undertake air transport missions this time. If their reliability is proven, the business will get a round of explosive growth. Back to his home, Alan Wilson didn't have to maintain the hypocritical face of maintaining the free world, and directly revealed his reactionary face. According to the definition of the Soviet Union, Pamela Mountbatten belongs to the vested interests of feudalism, and has the identity of a reactionary capitalist. As for Alan Wilson, a thorough imperialist bureaucrat, both of them will be hung on the street lamp. Even in this air transport operation, brush up your presence. Pamela Mountbatten's eyes lit up, and she continued to say what her husband said. This is a good advertisement. Maybe we can win orders from Germany. Of course, dear. Alan Wilson narrowed his eyes and expressed his approval of his wife's words. "This will be an unprecedented advertisement. It's best not to miss it. And it can also show that the aristocracy is also responsible for maintaining the British Empire." At this time, Prime Minister Attlee's statement on the Berlin crisis has been reported in the newspapers, and major newspapers are reporting it in succession. The Soviet Union is aggressive with a unified caliber, while Britain has shown its responsibility as a major power. Prime Minister Attlee's statement has received unanimous public support. Alan Wilson, who ordered several newspapers, couldn't help but sigh in his heart that at different times, even people in the same country have different opinions. He remembered that during the second Berlin crisis in history, Britain was completely different. During the second Berlin crisis, part of Britain's main position was to advocate the withdrawal from West Berlin, sacrificing part of Germany's interests in exchange for the Soviet Union's reconciliation. The problem is that even some people in Germany agree that it is the United States that insists on not making concessions. The unanimous support for Prime Minister Attlee is of course not a natural thing. Of course, there are many media in the UK that do not bow to the government. At this time, colleagues in Whitehall need to play a role. Long before Prime Minister Attlee went to the House of Commons to express his tough stance, Whitehall had established the theme of news reports and censored and managed the media. In order to ensure that propaganda policies and reporting themes can be faithfully implemented and adopted by various newspapers and radio stations, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the military government in Germany have done a lot of work. For state-owned news and propaganda agencies and media at all levels, the German Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the political department of the military government in Germany have selected a group of full-time press officers and intelligence personnel to supervise. For private media, especially those in the British occupied areas, in addition to strict news censorship, they must also be controlled through economic means. At major British Air Force bases, active transport planes are ready to take off. These pilots have received notices from Whitehall to give priority to handing over supplies to people working in newspapers and radio stations. Only these people can ensure that the people's hearts in West Berlin will not be shaken for the time being. The garrison in West Berlin will distribute the air supplies according to this requirement after the air supplies arrive. Eiffel, the liaison officer in Berlin, also received guidance from Whitehall on news control at this time, and was required to ensure 4 points in his work. First, news reports should try their best to arouse people's hatred and disgust for the Soviet Union. Second, vigorously publicize the damage caused by the blockade to ordinary people in West Berlin, in order to gain sympathy from world public opinion. Third, emphasize that the British government and people will fully assist the people of West Berlin. Fourth, news reports should consciously encourage the people of West Berlin to resist the oppression of the Soviet Union, even if it causes bloodshed. The fourth level tactics will never be outdated. When the transport planes in the UK flew to the German airport, the Attlee cabinet made a resolution to recruit civil aircraft to join the air transport. At the same time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs contacted Canada, South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand to discuss the requisition of transport planes from these countries to Europe to supplement the British Air Force. Soon, Canberra, Cape Town, Ottawa, and Wellington responded one after another. Newfoundland is an important transit point for the UK and North America, and the passenger planes in St. John's soon joined this ranks. Later, the Comet passenger planes en routes to various parts of British Africa also joined this ranks. The Berlin crisis led to a fierce reaction in Britain, which occupied the newspaper pages of all European countries for a time. In particular, Canada, Newfoundland, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa directly responded to the British decision. It was simply a reappearance of the First World War. Just when the citizens of London saw such reports, they felt that the glorious era had returned. My Britain is invincible. At this time, Alan Wilson was preparing to go to Paris. Before leaving, he did not forget to talk to his newly married wife. If it doesn't work, fly to Australia and wait for news. It's safer there after all. At the critical moment, Alan Wilson expressed without hesitation his determination to run away if there was really a risk of a world war. What about living and dying together for the British Empire? That's just a lie to fool ordinary people. It's okay to say it, but it's stupid to believe it yourself. You haven't returned to Asia, so I won't leave either. Pamela Mountbatten's eyes flickered, and she complained in a low voice, "Why do you always go to dangerous places? Even if you want to return to Malaya to work, no one will say anything. How can that be? Do you still want to get promoted if you don't participate in such an important matter?" Alan Wilson flatly refused, and then said, "Don't worry, McCarthy and I will go to Paris together to ask about the movements of the US military first. Nothing will happen. Although NATO has not appeared yet, it is only a matter of time. The headquarters of the military alliance has been set in Paris. When I arrived in Paris, it was a time when the Berlin blockade and Britain's transformation into the British Empire, calling on Commonwealth countries to jointly invest in air power, occupied the minds of Parisians. How about I read 2 chapters a day and enjoy a life of lying down?" Chapter 633 Sky Corridor. This time we can see how much capability Britain still has in the war of public opinion. After arriving in Paris and ordering several newspapers, Alan Wilson found a place to savor them carefully. For example, the Woodpecker Pictures headquarters building is a good place to wait quietly. At this time, he is still so dishonest. This is not like a British official who comes out to deal with the crisis. Hedy Lamarr held the man's head in her arms and asked a soul-searching question with a rough breath. "I'm going to the front line for the empire. Can't I enjoy it here?" Alan Wilson, who was almost unable to breathe, retorted in a vague voice, "What's wrong with me being intimate with my son's mother?" There was a hint of apology for Hedy Lamarr's inconsiderateness in his words, which made Hedy Lamarr a little difficult to respond. She could only feel the numbness coming from the faint feeling, and let this man do it. If you savor it carefully, Alan Wilson does make sense. They are all going to enter the front line to face the terrible Soviets. Maybe now there is a huge pressure accumulated, and it would be good to release it. After a while, Alan Wilson, who had released the pressure, stood up with a proud smile and took a bath with Hedy Lamarr. Although this kind of life is full of tension, it still makes Alan Wilson feel like a bee chasing flowers, and it feels long and continuous. The mother of Weefy recovered well after giving birth. Alan Wilson also brought good news. The frequency hopping patent is being studied, and I believe there will be good news. Who is the researcher? Hedy Lamarr stretched her body, and a pair of arms stretched out from the water of the bathtub. Then, as if relieved from fatigue, she leaned back into the arms of the man behind her. "My best man, Mr. Turing." Alan Wilson told the truth, and did not hide anything from Hedy Lamarr. "Oh, best man, I almost forgot you're married." Hedy Lamarr glanced at him lightly, then turned her head to the side and said softly, "What are you now, hugging another woman's body?" "Hedy, don't do that." Reaching out through the goddess's arms, he pinched Hedy Lamarr's chin from behind. The face of a woman that must not be forgotten turned around, and Alan Wilson kissed her without hesitation. Sometimes, Alan Wilson didn't understand why he was always bothered by the details, even though he had a child. Greta Garbo was very open-minded, didn't ask extra questions, and only talked about the matter. This was very much like a lady, and even Alan Wilson said that it was not impossible to adapt to the local customs at that time, and that this problem could be solved in British Malaya. Greta Garbo was not interested either, saying that she had never thought about getting married. "Have you seen Ingrid? She has been working very hard with her 2 daughters, and her body is still recovering." Greta Garbo took a puff of cigarette. If she were to wear men's clothes at this time, she would definitely have the temperament of a big boss, but the problem was that she was wearing nothing. "I believe they are 2 beautiful little angels." Alan Wilson smiled when he heard it. There is a saying in the East that you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It may be what I'm doing now. When he thought that Ingrid Bergman could bring 2 little angels, Alan Wilson couldn't help but smile knowingly. This pride was undisguised, and Ingrid Bergman would see it soon. Alan Wilson, who had spent 2 days to get the business done, appeared in front of McCarthy again when Britain was discussing the Air Force plan. McCarthy saw his good friend, who was in a happy state of exhaustion, and his evaluation of Alan Wilson went a step further. "Alan, you seem a little tired. It seems that you have been running around a lot." McCarthy said sincerely, "In fact, there is no need to be like this. We believe that the free world will win." It is true that he has been running around a lot, but he is just running around in parallel. Although Alan Wilson thought so, he still shook his head firmly. If you don't want to work hard, someone will work hard for you. So you still have to do it yourself. I want to live up to the cultivation of the British Empire, Alan Wilson said in a slow but firm tone. Joseph, has Washington come up with a response plan? Starting tomorrow, the British airlift to Berlin will start. It's just a discussion on details, but I believe it will be soon. McCarthy's tone was also full of determination. Then where are we going next? Of course it's Germany, Alan Wilson said righteously. Only by going deep into the front line can you show fearlessness. He still has two dragoons to deal with. He can't favor one over the other. Even if they are opponents in the World War, Alan Wilson has forgiven them today. The top priority now is to fight against the Soviet threat. Alan Wilson is full of fighting spirit at this moment. He wants to protect his wife and the ladies of the same status as his wife. Such a happy life must not be destroyed by the Soviets. This time, Britain reacted faster than the United States to the Berlin crisis, mainly due to the humble social public instrument, which made appropriate reminders. Of course, Alan Wilson had already drafted a speech on the central idea of "I'm a Berliner" for McCarthy himself. In fact, he originally wanted to give this trick to Prime Minister Attlee. But after careful consideration, McCarthy still needed a famous scene to rely on, so he gave it to the other party without hesitation. Joseph, there is actually no need to hide it from you. Britain's national strength cannot support the current air transport. Although it has the support of Commonwealth countries, it can only create a public opinion of large numbers. I believe Washington cannot expect the British to do too much, Alan Wilson said to McCarthy. Only the United States can become the opponent of the Soviet Union. At present, after Prime Minister Attlee's statement and the fermentation of public opinion, the British Air Force will definitely start air transport before the United States. To put it bluntly, Britain is almost done pretending, and it's time to let the real main force take responsibility. McCarthy himself is an extreme conservative, which is a very small minority in the European political spectrum. After the World War, even if European countries are not hardcore pro-Soviet factions, there are still huge second international forces similar to the Labour Party. The extreme conservatives in Europe said goodbye to Hitler. You should know that even the British Labour Party was suspected of being pro-Soviet in McCarthy's eyes. It is conceivable that other European countries were similar in McCarthy's eyes. Moreover, McCarthy could not speak human words to people, which would overturn his previous personality. From the perspective of public opinion, even if McCarthy imitated Kennedy and said "I'm a Berliner," it would definitely not have the same effect as Kennedy. European public opinion would not push McCarthy to the position of savior. The praise of public opinion should still be mainly focused on Prime Minister Attlee. But American public opinion is likely to be, so after weighing the pros and cons, Alan Wilson decided to give Kennedy's Berliner speech to McCarthy for this reason. Anyway, Alan Wilson looked at the parties in the United States and believed that Britain should be wary of the Republican Party, but mainly guard against the Democratic Party. Because the Federal Republic of Germany had been established, the meeting between Britain and the United States was held in the capital Bonn, instead of Frankfurt in history. After meeting with the commander of the US military in Germany, McCarthy said that there was a big problem. The problem cannot be solved by the US Air Force stationed in Germany alone. It may have to rely on the British Royal Air Force temporarily to buy time. What is the problem? Alan Wilson does not need to ask, of course. It is clear. The US Air Force stationed in Germany alone has never been enough. Historically, the Berlin crisis broke out in 1948. At that time, Truman ignored the Republican Party's request to support Chiang and concentrated on dealing with the Berlin crisis. Transport planes from all over the country were dispatched to Europe. As for the current time, the US Air Force is in the Far East. After all, the supply of hundreds of thousands of US soldiers needs to be maintained. Not to mention that the Soviet Union annexed Hokkaido some time ago. Out of necessary vigilance, the United States also transported a large amount of supplies to Japan's Honshu Island for defense. Then everyone knows what happened in Berlin. This time, the Soviet Union's move of making a feint to the east and attacking the west perfectly reflects what is the geopolitical advantage of a superland power. After a feint in Hokkaido, the United States was anxious to increase Japan's armaments. Then, to blockade Berlin in Europe, the United States will have to redeploy from the east to the west of the Eurasian continent. Joseph, now you understand why, in the 19th century, Britain completed the Industrial Revolution, but listed a semi-industrial country, the Russian Empire, as its most important opponent. Alan Wilson spread his hands and said to McCarthy, "It is so difficult for a sea power to fight against a land power. Don't think it is such a simple thing." Strictly speaking, if the United States was not already in the war at this time, at least the reaction would not be slower than that of Britain. The problem is that there are really hundreds of thousands of American soldiers fighting. Alan Wilson believes that the national strength of the United States can still cope with the Berlin crisis after some deployment. In fact, this is indeed the case. When the two came to bomb from Paris, Washington expressed its intention to withdraw air power to help Europe, but it only took Britain some time to buy it. Alan Wilson was not surprised at all, because the C-47 transport plane flew over the hump route. As long as the horsepower is strong, and it can move bricks to the sky, the current national strength of the United States is still very good. As for the US troops on the Korean battlefield, the worst case scenario is that they will be cowards for a while when facing a counterattack. After all, the previous summer offensive can be regarded as an explanation to the Koreans. After consultations between the British and American military in Germany, the plan for the Berlin airlift has been finalized. There are 3 air corridors from the American and British occupation zones in Germany to Berlin, namely the northern, central and southern corridors. Each air corridor is 32 kilometers wide and below 3,000 meters high. The United States and Britain used a total of 7 airports in the Berlin airlift. Among them, Rhein-Main, Wiesbaden, Fassberg and Siri airports are loading and takeoff airports in the western occupation zone of Germany, and Tempelhof, Gatow and Tegel airports in the west of Berlin are unloading airports. Because the current air transport force of the US military stationed in Germany is insufficient, the Royal Air Force must be the main force in the first few days. The British side has recognized this. On the afternoon of the day when Alan Wilson and McCarthy arrived in Bonn, on the 3rd day of the outbreak of the Berlin crisis, the Royal Air Force transport planes loaded with supplies took off in the hope of the people of Berlin. I will just take a break at the end of the month, and I will resume normal updates on the 1st. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634. I'm a Berliner. When the familiar Union Jack fluttered over Berlin, Alan Wilson didn't know what the Berliners were thinking. Anyway, he knew that Britain didn't have much time to show off. The former British Trade Commission, now the Representative Committee under the Commissioner in Germany, provided a calculation of the current British Air Force's transportation capacity, not taking into account the requisitioned civil airliners and the air forces from the Commonwealth countries. The current British Royal Air Force has a transportation capacity of 1,000 tons a day. In the next 2 days, with the addition of civil airliners, it will reach 2,100 tons a day, but this is still less than half of the theoretical demand of Berlin's 2.5 million citizens. It seems that there is actually no big problem. Berlin can't have no accumulation at all. It shouldn't be a problem to use the accumulated materials at the beginning. In a few days, the Americans will join the air transport. Once the transport planes transferred from the Far East and the United States are in place, they will be able to make up for the material gap. Alan Wilson is quite familiar with the commissioner in Germany, Jared Edward. After all, he is his predecessor. Although the reputation in the current British Malaya is not good, the Malays believe that Jared deliberately diluted the status of the Malay natives. But Jared Edwards didn't care. He was already a commissioner in Germany. If it weren't for the Berlin crisis, he felt that Europe was more suitable for him. Berlin supplies can only last for a week. It's already September. Alan, don't you consider the heating problem in Berlin? Jared Edwards' extended question made Alan Wilson speechless. The Berlin crisis in history started in May. At that time, the air bridge of the British and American Air Forces only considered the circulation of goods. It was half a year later, when the weather turned cooler. After a summer of preparation, Britain and the United States had doubled the capacity of the air corridor. This is really a problem. Alan Wilson frowned. If the heating problem is taken into account, this is really not a simple event that is easy to deal with. I hope this winter will come later. On the first day of the UK's air transport, the US military command in Germany was also discussing the current air transport capacity of the US military in Germany. The commander of the US military in Germany is Curtis LeMay, the main executor of the Tokyo Barbecue Party. Curtis LeMay strongly supported the decision of air transport and concentrated the 100 transport planes currently in Germany, which were necessary for maintenance. They will be added to the air transport on the third day after the British Royal Air Force started the air transport. At the same time, he still said that the existing airports were not enough. Curtis LeMay said to the commanders of the US military headquarters in Germany, "Guys, we should make a quick decision. No one knows how long the British can hold out." At this time, Washington, which was in a mess because of the Soviet blockade of Berlin, received feedback from the US military in Germany after the UK first started the air transport. Truman decided to join the air transport. He also said that the US military in Germany should take action as soon as possible. As for the part with insufficient transportation capacity, the air forces in the mainland and the Far East will join in. Jared Edwards, who received the telegram from London, told Alan Wilson the news, but there was one sentence that made Alan Wilson very dissatisfied. Truman proposed to deploy B-29 bombers in the UK to contain the Soviet Union. At this time, you are still doing this kind of thing. Alan Wilson was furious and cursed with gritted teeth. If you really do this, I have to doubt who is the biggest threat, the United States or the Soviet Union. In the Berlin crisis of 1948, the United States did send 60 bombers with nuclear bombs into the UK. But when was that? The Soviet Union did not have nuclear bombs at that time. Now the Berlin crisis occurred in 1951, and the Soviet Union already had nuclear weapons. Considering that the Korean War has already broken out, and MacArthur's frivolous attitude towards nuclear weapons, it would be strange if Britain had no objection to the United States placing nuclear weapons in Britain. Besides, Britain's nuclear weapons have also been manufactured in advance. Can't Britain use its own nuclear weapons to contain the Soviet Union at this time? Must it be unnecessary to make Britain the high level in terms of the value of the Soviet Union's nuclear strike target? The Prime Minister has rejected Washington's suggestion. Gerald Edwards said, "As if you guessed it right, I think the Americans might as well modify the bombers. Maybe they can increase the capacity of the air corridor. Anyway, the Americans should not try to fool you this time." Alan Wilson said this and revealed a piece of news to Gerald Edward. McCarthy may have an important speech tomorrow. In short, McCarthy will be a Berliner tomorrow. When Gerald Edward heard this, he frowned and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Even in Germany, McCarthy's reputation is not good. Gerald, this is a good thing. Alan Wilson wanted this kind of bad, which Europeans may think is bad. But Americans and Europeans are different. McCarthy's move will help consolidate his position in the hearts of at least some Americans. As for the European public opinion in the few days before the Berlin crisis, it can be divided into two parts: European public opinion and British public opinion. British public opinion is of course mostly positive, focusing on Prime Minister Attlee's response to the challenge. Britain shoulders the responsibility of protecting the free world. It can be said that even in history, before the outbreak of the Suez Canal War, British citizens felt good about themselves. Although some senior government officials have realized that Britain is not a player of the same level as the United States and the Soviet Union, the citizens have not yet realized this. In the eyes of British citizens, even if they have lost British India, Britain still has nearly 10 million square kilometers of colonies. There are still hundreds of millions of people under British rule overseas. To be precise, British citizens really realized that Britain was not the British Empire of the past when Macmillan was the British Prime Minister after Eden had to resign because of the Suez Canal War. Britain and the United States signed the Nassau Agreement, and Britain surrendered to the United States and no longer struggled. After 6 years of recuperation, Prime Minister Attlee, who has always focused on the domestic situation, bravely stood up to uphold justice this time. It was supported by traditional Labour supporters and praised by conservative supporters. It even caused a shock in the Kremlin, especially after the Royal Air Force opened the air corridor. The bigwigs in the Kremlin were very surprised. After all, it is always surprising that honest people start to fight back all of a sudden. A large number of British planes airlifted supplies to Berlin by air, which naturally could not escape the eyes of the Soviet troops on the ground. The air corridor opened by the UK also caused a discussion in the Kremlin, which was nothing more than to stop or let it go. Then let's see whether the British and Americans can afford the needs of more than 2 million people. The final result was to let it go. Moscow did not believe that Britain and the United States could afford more than 2 million people through the air corridor. Britain and the United States will definitely give in. This is the result of the Kremlin's discussion. In fact, in addition to the UK mainland, which has been subject to news control, many European countries do not think that the action of air transporting materials in the air corridor mode can meet the needs of more than 2 million Berlin citizens. Pessimistic remarks exist on the European continent. After all, the current confrontation is dominated by the Soviet Union. The British, American, and French troops in the Allied Germany can't cross the border to open up a land passage, right? Not to mention that the United States still has hundreds of thousands of soldiers trapped in the war in the Far East. However, most European countries still praised Britain's attitude of responding to the Berlin blockade first. It is believed that the statement of Britain, led by Prime Minister Attlee, at a critical moment gave great confidence to the participating countries of the Brussels Treaty Organization. It was late that day when Alan Wilson sneaked into the villa of the Herman family and entered with the key left by the Dragoon sisters. "You're here so late." Anna's voice rang out in the dark house, and it was obvious that she had not slept all the time. "I have to go back before dawn, dear. Do you think it's easy?" Alan Wilson's tone was full of bitterness as he moved forward with a heavy burden. He took off his clothes while talking and soon got into Anna's bed, a smooth and elastic body in his arms. "It's as if you are busier than Attlee." After a long kiss, Anna panted and asked with concern, "What does the Berlin crisis have to do with you? You have to come here to join in the fun." "I didn't have to come, but I came here to visit you sisters," Alan Wilson said confidently. "Remember to go to the city center square tomorrow. A friend of mine is going to give a speech. Let's talk about tomorrow's things tomorrow. Don't think you'll come here in vain." Anna didn't want to listen to any national affairs. She stretched out her hands and pressed the man's head into the quilt. "It's been a long time since I last saw him." In the central square of Bonn, US Senator McCarthy, who happened to be in Europe for personal matters, was about to give what might be the most important speech of his life to the citizens of Bonn, the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany. Ghostwriter Alan Wilson was there, of course, but he yawned all the time, as if he was exhausted by the Berlin crisis, and he had not slept well in the past few days. Not far away, Bokina, who had short blonde hair and joined the fierce battle in the middle of the night, glanced at the eloquent man from the corner of her eye and was not interested in the American who was about to give an important speech. In front of all walks of life in the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany, Senator McCarthy began this speech on firmly fighting back against the Soviet Union. He first expressed his appreciation for Britain's response to this crisis and emphasized the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Then he entered the formal stage and fiercely criticized the Soviet Union's actions. In simple terms, the United States, Britain and France set up the Federal Republic of Germany without the Soviet occupation zone for freedom, and the Soviet occupation zone blocked Berlin to split Germany. The fundamental reason for the division of Germany was the Soviet Union, not the United States, Britain and France. 2000 years ago, the proudest boast was that I was a Roman citizen. Today, the proudest boast in the free world is that I'm a Berliner. McCarthy raised his hands high, having completely entered the state of selflessness unique to politicians. Chapter 635 Deutsche Bank. To be honest, your friend is not completely useless, Jared whispered to Alan Wilson, not forgetting to applaud with the crowd. Of course, if politicians can't even do this kind of thing well, what use are they? Alan Wilson smiled and responded, but then again, regarding the recent establishment of a coalition government in Germany, have we made any preparations? Everything that should be there will be there. Jared made a gesture and said concisely, I don't know what you mean. Of course I mean that everything that should be there will be there. Alan Wilson didn't mind playing dumb with the former commissioner. In order to ensure long-term influence on Germany, we must put in a large number of people we can hold a handle on. Intelligence agencies are of course the top priority. You have also been a colonial commissioner, and you should understand that the army is too obviously disliked, and politicians are bound by public opinion, which is not very convenient to use. We want German affairs officers to become our people. The most important thing is the security department. The intelligence department should be transparent to London alone, which will make people feel at ease and ensure that the tragedy of the two world wars will not happen again. That's what I'm working on. But we have a lot of competitors in this matter. Jared's face turned serious. He glanced at McCarthy, who was gesticulating with joy, and then changed the subject. Do you think the French think so too? That's why the affairs of the Federal Republic of Germany are very complicated. We can suppress the French by virtue of the fact that we share the same language and culture with the United States. But the United States is stronger than Britain, and sometimes we have to stand with the French. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly and sighed. Sometimes we have to learn from the French. If they had slaughtered the 13 states of North America into a wasteland, they wouldn't have the troubles they have today. I'll just assume that you never said anything about your evaluation of your close allies. Jared made an O shape with his mouth, as if he was frightened, and said, I think so. In fact, many British-German multinational families were formed after the war. We should select reliable people from these families and fill key departments. I agree. Reliable people like these should be used. Alan Wilson nodded in approval, saying that this was a good idea. One of the parties of a large number of transnational couples was once a soldier of the British Expeditionary Force. These people had been on the battlefield during the World War, and they should have feelings for Britain. At least for a generation, this goodwill will not dissipate, and assimilation into the Germans will be a matter for the next generation. When the two commissioners were pointing out the situation, McCarthy's speech had come to an end, and tens of thousands of people in the central square of Bonn had been completely attracted. In fact, if there was anything unsatisfactory, it was that Alan Wilson had originally suggested that McCarthy come to Berlin in person to complete this speech, so that he could make his presence felt. It was a pity that McCarthy did not go, thinking that Berlin was still too dangerous at the moment, and finally he could only settle for Bonn, the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany, to show his respect to Berlin. When McCarthy's speech came to an end, the experience exchange between the two commissioners also came to an end. They exchanged very valuable opinions on how to make Germans be the dogs of Great Britain, which was the greatest honor. I'm a Berliner. After the speech, tens of thousands of Bonn citizens gradually dispersed, but the matter was not over yet. Soon, media people from all over the place sent photos of this speech from various angles to Jared and Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson was not polite either. He took all the photos and went to McCarthy to communicate to see which photos could best reflect McCarthy's glorious and majestic image. The US military base in Germany is Bavaria, and Bonn is the British occupation zone, although the occupation zones have been merged now. But the one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and Britain still has a greater voice in the Ruhr area than the United States. This voice is very hard won, and it can even be said that it helped Britain a lot in the post-war years. Otherwise, Britain would never have abolished the rationing system so early, especially under the heavy pressure of the US debt. Seeing Alan Wilson coming with photos from so many angles, McCarthy felt flattered. Maybe his own team running for the Senate would not have thought so thoughtfully. Alan, our friendship cannot be described in words. McCarthy looked at the photos of his speeches one by one, gratitude almost written on his face. Joseph, don't say that. With the relationship between Britain and the United States, these are all natural. Alan Wilson seemed a little angry at McCarthy's politeness, and said rather unhappily. McCarthy certainly knew what kind of impact his speech might have under the current conditions. To put it in a bigger picture, this might establish his image as a tough guy in the Cold War. It will be smooth sailing in American politics in the future. My next suggestion is that, Joseph, you should go to the US military headquarters in Bavaria and establish harmonious relations with the military. After all, you happen to be present in the current American political arena, and it would be a pity not to use this opportunity. Alan, aren't you going with me? McCarthy asked in surprise. I'm not a politician, I'm an official who does specific things. The role of being in the spotlight is not suitable for me. Alan Wilson refused decisively with a look of regret. He still felt that it was more important to fulfill his duties as a husband to the Dragoon sisters. The two young and beautiful Dragoon sisters were still very attractive, and he must not neglect them after coming here. He planned to fulfill his duties in Bonn, and eventually he would have to return to Malaya. Things there were much more important than here. Maybe it would become the focus of Whitehall's operations in the future. As the male head of the Herman family, Alan Wilson experienced the treatment of the head of the family this time. Sometimes a life of lying down is not unacceptable. Dear, can you help me get the management rights of Norddeutsche Bank? Pockina finished a verbal dispute and put her arm around Alan Wilson's neck, indicating that a man should show some expression. Since her experience in the US stock market a few years ago, Pockina deeply felt the lack of Gatzner's special agent education. She tried every means to study financial knowledge and obtained the ownership of a regional bank. This regional bank is actually nothing, but it is one of the 10 regional banks in the current Federal Republic of Germany. However, its predecessor is very famous, called Deutsche Bank. World War II is not World War I. The whole of Germany has been occupied. As the Deutsche Bank provided loans for the construction of the Auschwitz concentration camp during the war, it was naturally severely punished. The Allies divided the remaining assets and personnel of Deutsche Bank into 10 local banks and managed the banks according to the American model. The once powerful Deutsche Bank has been wiped out, but the situation is different now. After Germany knelt, the free world has begun to consider the next opponent. It is not in line with the current conditions to completely beat Germany, so that it can never be reborn. The 10 major banks will go through the first round of mergers to change the fact that Germany is decentralized, increase Germany's strength, and become a helper in the fight against the Soviet Union. Pockina also wants to get a piece of the pie. Honey, are you a little greedy? Alan Wilson, who was rubbing the commanding heights, stared at Pockina's face covered with blush and joked. I'm the mother of your son Koch, and I gave birth to a son for you. Pockina took the initiative to stick to him, and what she said made Anna, who was sticking to Alan Wilson's back, open her mouth and bite the man's back. Anna had something to say about Pockina's despicable behavior. It was her husband's child. Okay, I'll ask Gerald. Alan Wilson stretched out his finger and tapped Pockina's red lips. Of course, from the perspective of the UK, we also hope that the German financial system can be in the hands of reliable people. Isn't it reliable enough for me to raise a son for you? Pockina put her arm around the man and stretched it directly to his back, patting Anna. It was time for the sisters to work together. The Dragoon sisters wanted to prove their reliability. Of course, he could not refuse this out of the solidarity of the free world. The harmonious relationship between Britain and Germany always brought so many surprises. Now the representatives of banks in various regions of Germany have proposed to the Allies to properly integrate the completely broken up banking system. This proposal was approved by the Allied Joint Banking Committee, and it was agreed that the regional banks would integrate the remaining resources of the previous banks in the American, British, and French occupation zones. This was the basic condition for Pockina to let the man enjoy the treatment of a god. Alan Wilson quickly went to Gerard, the commissioner in Germany, to inquire about this matter with the idea of selflessness and for the British Empire. It was roughly understood that, if the regional banks were to merge into 3 major banks, Pockina would certainly hope to obtain the operating rights of the North German bank that might appear in the British occupation zone. Gerald, you have to know that the Herman family helped the previous trade committee too much. I personally think that it would be better for the North German bank to be handed over to reliable people. Alan Wilson mentioned righteously that the tobacco company had made great contributions to the stability of the British occupied areas. Now that the hatred for Germany has passed, the British must never abandon the donkey. This will also help to forget the Anglo-German hatred and promote the development of Anglo-German relations. Jared almost believed this righteous statement, but as for the transfer of financial power to the Federal Republic of Germany, as long as it has not yet begun, Britain can have a say. There are only 2 sisters in the Herman family, right? To be honest, so many old bankers are fighting for it. Jared explained with difficulty. Isn't it a bit rash? I think the current ratio of men to women in Germany is very rash. Alan Wilson said calmly. They don't have any foundation, so they can ask us for help, right? The so-called German banking family before. I don't need to say it, you know in your heart what their relationship with Hitler is. Chapter 636 We will win. I just have some basic concerns. Jared said that he was very willing to agree to it for the sake of Alan Wilson's lobbying, but there might be some irresistible factors. Alan Wilson knew very well what the irresistible factors were, and said that the next winner of the local Commonwealth lottery in Newfoundland might be Jared. Will such a lucky thing happen, Alan? Jared's irresistible factors were reduced by more than half, and the reliability index of the 2 sisters of the Herman family was rising steadily. Who knows, there are always some lucky people in this world. Alan Wilson spread his hands and expressed his fear of God with practical actions. During the time he was still in Europe, his biggest goal was to help the big and small dragoons realize this wish. Alan Wilson knew in his heart that the German banking industry would never develop in the direction of British and American banks. In some areas, there is indeed something called nationality. For example, Britain and the United States always have trusts, and Germany and Japan have conglomerates. In the financial core, among developed countries, the United Kingdom and the United States are typical capital market-driven financial systems. That is, corporate financing is mainly carried out in the capital market, and the role of banks is more to help companies issue financing products such as stocks and bonds in the capital market. Germany and Japan are relatively typical bank-driven financial systems. In such a system, companies not only rely on banks to provide loan financing, but also usually have a very close relationship with banks. In a sense, Jared Edwards still has a lot of feelings for British Malaya. He knows about the distribution method of the issuance of Asian pounds, which are state-owned, privately mixed and local banks. The local bank's share is called Sarawak Development Bank. Jared Edwards said that, if he could be the executive vice president of Sarawak Development Bank at some point in the future, I didn't expect that British Malaya would have such an opportunity. Alan Wilson agreed happily. Why not? Officials like you, Gerald, should have more opportunities to benefit the public. Oh, there is such an opportunity. Gerald Edward understood, and then his face became serious. Of course we all agree that for Britain, some old bankers have fallen behind the times, and the reliability of the Hellman family is self-evident. It can even be used as a standard case for women's rights. Alan Wilson said irrelevantly, especially in the current Germany. After some exchanges, Gerald Edward and Alan Wilson both agreed and recognized the reliability of the Hellman family. For this reason, Gerald Edward made a promise that he would try his best to get the North German bank rooted in the British occupied zone and hand it over to reliable people. Alan Wilson handled what he thought was important. MacArthur's speech "I'm a Berliner," accompanied by the launch of the air corridor. The offensive remarks regarded by the Soviet Union as a distortion of black and white. The war of words is heating up. There is no one who should be responsible for the current situation in Germany, and it is not the Soviet Union's unilateral idea to divide Germany into 2 halves. Whatever Stalin's attitude toward the rest of Europe, he seemed to have been quite open to the German question for a long time. Instead, it was the change in Western policy that caused the de facto division of Germany. From the beginning, the Allies were divided over how to deal with post-war Germany, not just between the Soviet Union and the Western countries, but also between individual Western governments. The initial policy making was very chaotic, and the harsh Morgenthau plan aimed at industrializing Germany was abandoned, but still had an impact. Thereafter, the Western countries' policy towards the German occupation zone underwent a major change, from punishment to reconstruction. The Marshall Plan was implemented precisely for the reconstruction of post-war Europe, and it not only represented, but also recorded this change. The Marshall Plan envisioned the economic and political reconstruction of Europe, decided to implement a policy of openness, find markets, and use the Truman Doctrine. to prevent the development of communism and curb the Soviet Union's possible expansionist policies in Europe, all of which were very beneficial to the United States' new international role. The United States calculated that the Soviet occupation zone, with its non-market economy system, would reject this proposal, so the Marshall Plan represented a further demarcation between West Germany and the Soviet occupation zone. In the gradually formed Cold War pattern, the United States included the Federal Republic of Germany in the camp of the broader Western European economic and political organization. Alan Wilson missed the British occupation zone. If it were not for the existence of the British occupation zone, Britain would never have repaid short-term foreign debts so quickly, although Germany's economy might have started later than in history. But thinking about Japan, the Germans should be grateful. Although he could not reunify Germany, he could also split Japan, an Axis power, so the Germans should feel more balanced. As for Italy, Alan Wilson really had no choice. In 1945, Alan Wilson was still a weak person, and could not make France occupy Sardinia as compensation for Italy. Thinking about it now, it is quite regrettable. When Alan Wilson turned his hand to make clouds and rain in the Ruhr area, the situation in Berlin was not good. The material gap in West Berlin was 5,000 tons, and this was based on no waste. However, Britain's transportation capacity could not even reach half, and the materials in West Berlin could not last for a few days. This time, the Soviet Union calculated accurately before taking action, and then took substantial action. The external condition is that the United States is caught in the war, and because of the Hokkaido incident, it rushed to Japan to urgently assist and strengthen the stockpiling of materials on Honshu Island. At this time, Berlin's incident made the United States have two headaches. From this perspective, the United States is very grateful to Britain for taking the initiative to help the United States mobilize transportation capacity to buy time. The British air transport capacity cannot make up for the consumption of more than 2 million people in West Berlin. Although the Allied forces in West Berlin are fighting hard, the supplies are still visible to the naked eye. Alan Wilson knows this fact, but he pretends not to know it now. After basic analysis, if West Berlin cannot be saved, it will be a failure of the United States, not a failure of Britain. Britain has already responded in advance, and the United States is the one who is lagging behind. If West Berlin cannot be saved in the end, Britain can be seen as having tried its best, and the reputation of the United States will definitely fall more severely than Britain. Moreover, it is a false proposition that West Berlin cannot be saved. As long as Britain and the United States have this determination, West Berlin can definitely be saved, even if tens of thousands of Berliners starve to death. Anyway, with the hegemony of public opinion in hand, the starving West Berliners can be blamed on the Soviet Union. After all, it was the Soviet Union that first blocked Berlin, so they seize the reason that the Soviet Union took the initiative to accuse the Soviet Union. When McCarthy, who had already arrived in Bavaria, sent a telegram saying that things were not optimistic, Alan Wilson responded out of politeness, but only verbally expressed encouragement to the United States. "Dear, you don't seem to care about the Berlin crisis at all." Bokina looked worried, and was very worried about the continuation of the current confrontation. "Oh, dear, why should I worry about something that is almost certain?" Alan Wilson smiled and said, "We will definitely defeat the Soviet Union this time, there is no doubt about that. But you also said that the current transportation capacity cannot meet the needs of more than 2 million people in Berlin. If this goes on, won't the Berliners go hungry?" Anna asked cautiously after listening. "Then let's starve. After all, what the free world wants is that place in Berlin. What about the Berliners? It would be best if we can fight for it, but if we can't fight for it due to force majeure, at least we can keep this nail that has been stuck in the heart of the Soviet camp." Alan Wilson told the truth. Although it was a bit cruel, he was telling the truth. As long as the bottom line is low enough, no one can morally blackmail me. Anyway, it was the Soviet Union that started the blockade of Berlin. Of course, it would be best if Britain and the United States could save it. If they can't save it and cause a humanitarian crisis, the responsibility will of course belong to the Soviet Union that blockaded it. Alan Wilson even thought that if tens of thousands of people really starved to death, it would be good. It could unite the people of the free world and prove the cruelty and ruthlessness of the Soviet Union. In short, Berlin is a place that Britain and the United States will definitely keep. As for whether they will pay some price, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Soviets will take the blame. My babies, don't worry about Berlin. Alan Wilson kissed each of the Dragoon sisters on the face and talked about some happy things, such as the fight for North German Bank. Alan Wilson said that he had worked hard for the sisters and must get some compensation. In fact, it was almost the same as he expected. After a few days of reduction in supplies in West Berlin, it finally entered the control stage, and all supplies in the market were snapped up. When the British transport plane with the Union Jack logo arrived in Berlin again, it was not surrounded by cheers like at the beginning. The bad thing about people gathering together is that many false news spread very quickly. There were rumors in West Berlin that Britain and the United States had decided to abandon this place, which led to the beginning of scattered teams fleeing West Berlin. This trend was quickly fed back to London, Washington and Paris through the British, American, and French agencies in Berlin. Feedback to Paris was ridiculous, and France could not help at all. The fact that the people of West Berlin were panicking would not be alleviated as the supply gap gradually decreased. Even on the 7th day of air transport, Britain and the United States had increased the air transport tonnage to 2,800 tons. British public opinion has begun to call on the United States to increase its air transport efforts and send everything that can fly to Europe. Britain's public call let the world know that the situation in Berlin is extremely critical, and more than 2 million Berliners are facing the threat of food shortages. Chapter 637 British Considerations. This is a reminder, and also a pressure. If the United States thinks that Europe is not as important as the Far East, it can just ignore it. But obviously Washington was not drunk at this time. The importance of Europe has always been greater than all other places. At this moment, Washington immediately learned that Britain could not hold on, and ordered everything that could fly in the United States to leave and fly to Europe. Just as Alan Wilson guessed, the free world would never give up West Berlin, a stronghold, no matter what. This has nothing to do with the more than 2 million citizens of West Berlin. 2 million more supporters will not make much difference to the entire Cold War situation. The key is that this place is valuable. Britain and the United States worked together in this air operation, and Britain received a reputation. Now it is time for the United States to contribute. It is not that the United States is not contributing now, but it is obvious that the current contribution is not enough. Perhaps the person with the highest presence in the United States is McCarthy, but because McCarthy belongs to the extreme conservative faction in the political spectrum, there are not many supporters in post-war Europe, and the glory is still on Attlee. The role played by McCarthy is to transfer the praise that should have been given to Truman to McCarthy himself. This is a good thing. What if Truman's tough attitude towards the Berlin crisis raises his approval rating? Using McCarthy, a heavyweight Republican senator, to attract public opinion is a feasible option for the Republican Party, which wants to regain power at this time. The Republican Party obviously thinks so. Dewey's establishment and Taft's conservatives are united, allowing McCarthy to establish a tough guy image in Europe. His words may be more intense to dilute Truman's influence. Things in the United States are even simpler. Traditional media that support the Republican Party have reported McCarthy's speech "I'm a Berliner" in great detail, citing photos of the rally provided by Alan Wilson. As a professional, let alone the tens of thousands of people rallying in Bonn at the moment, even if there are only 100 people, Alan Wilson can still take pictures of the feeling of a rally of tens of thousands of people. McCarthy's eloquent speech on the stage and his attitude facing the supporters in the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany have become the most familiar image to American citizens at present. The image of a Cold War tough guy is about to emerge. Compared with the praised Prime Minister Attlee and McCarthy who established the image of a Cold War tough guy, the 2 million Berlin citizens feeling the supply shortage is just a small problem. In the telegram to McCarthy, although Alan Wilson expressed sympathy for the current situation in Berlin, he still focused on the paragraph that Britain and the United States would surely win, and even said that the emergence of some tragic events might help to solidify the unity of the free world. Joseph, if the free world can be united, then the sacrifice of the Berliners is necessary. McCarthy saw his friend's telegram and analyzed another possibility. Maybe this is life. Sometimes this kind of thing will happen. From Alan Wilson's perspective, he was completely happy to see famine in Berlin, which could provide some material and increase vigilance against the Soviet bloc. If Berlin could evolve into the Gaza Strip, it would not be unacceptable. It was a good deal to exchange the lives of 2 million Germans for the collapse of the entire Soviet national image. It was just that he could not share this idea with others, because there were many people and some leaks might affect his own progress. Compared with the 2 million hungry Berlin citizens, Alan Wilson did not hide the fact that he felt that his political life was much more important. That is, with Jared, based on the premise of hypothesis, he discussed what to do if this situation occurred. If the people of Berlin knew you were thinking this way, they would probably kill you. Jared said with a look that everyone understood. That's the truth. But, Alan Wilson asked calmly, but my friend, do the people of Berlin need to know? He only let the Dragoon sisters know about it, and didn't talk about it in depth, not to mention that other Germans wanted to know. That's right. Jared seemed to be convinced, and said indifferently, in essence, the current Germans really don't need to know the lives and deaths of more than 2 million Berliners. Not having any hatred is not conducive to the fact that Germany is divided. If this matter can contribute to the division of Germany, it won't be in vain. Alan Wilson expressed his thoughts, which is a huge contribution to the whole of Europe and even the whole world. Alan Wilson even hopes that there will be real hatred between the two Germanys. It would be great if a certain big country had a relationship with Scam Island, considering that the strength between the two Germanys is far closer than the latter. This will help maintain the status quo. In the end, Alan Wilson and Jared both agreed that the core of Britain's response to the Berlin crisis should be to make Germany's division a foregone conclusion. So the current action also needs to have the spread of hatred against the Soviet Union. Jared deeply agreed and said that it was also Whitehall's task to arm Germany with the necessary weapons to be used as cannon fodder. After the two reached a consensus, they submitted their joint report to London, saying that they wanted to take advantage of this Berlin crisis. What needs to be accomplished is, in simple terms, how to celebrate funerals. Alan Wilson knew that in history, the Federal Republic of Germany eventually chose to reconcile with the Democratic Republic of Germany. The main means during Brandt's tenure was the New Eastern Policy, which adopted a more pragmatic foreign policy. During his tenure as Prime Minister, he actively communicated with the Eastern Bloc and established diplomatic relations. In 1970, Brandt officially visited Poland and became the first federal German chancellor to visit Poland. In addition to kneeling in Warsaw, he also promised to give up his homeland of East Prussia, leaving the socialist country with an image of a harmless capitalist salted fish that was castrated by American imperialism. After difficult negotiations, the two Germanys finally signed the Basic Treaty on Relations between the Federal Republic of Germany and the German Democratic Republic, which thawed the relationship between the two countries and completely recognized each other. Unlike the long-term incompatibility between North Korea and South Korea, the two Germanys have been prepared to accept coexistence. It is believed that the long-term coexistence of the two Germanys is inevitable. The unification of Germany is simply a pie in the sky, otherwise Britain, France, and Italy would not be caught off guard. The unification of Germany is a standard annexation-style unification. The entire Democratic Republic of Germany is one of the top 10 industrial countries in the world, but the final evaluation value is only 5% of the economy. If it were not for the resistance of some high-level people in the Democratic Republic of Germany, even the allocated land and houses would be confiscated and added to the market to replenish the blood of the Federal Republic of Germany. Why did Japan kneel down in the Plaza Accord while Germany was fine? The process of annexing the Democratic Republic of Germany played a great role. The first 10 days of air transport were already the best efforts of Britain to rush to help, but the reserves of the entire West Berlin had bottomed out. At such a critical moment, after the joint report of Alan Wilson and Jared was partially adopted, the two discussed and made a decision to use one day to make necessary maintenance on the air transport aircraft. This is a fact that everyone can understand. So on September 11th, The entire British Air Transport Force did not have a transport plane take off. This is also a necessary step to put pressure on the United States. If the United States does not take over, European countries are watching anyway. Everyone knows who should be responsible for the failure of this Berlin crisis. The pressure at the critical moment made the supply of West Berlin completely bottom out. Even though the transportation capacity of the US Air Force has been increased to 2,000 tons a day because of the British Air Forces lying flat, panic broke out in Berlin that day. The situation has become increasingly uncontrollable. McCarthy sent a telegram to Alan Wilson at the US military headquarters in Munich to ask what was going on in Britain. Joseph, the Royal Air Force's transportation capacity has reached its limit. Although it is a bit selfish, we cannot ignore the safety of pilots. Some aircraft must be overhauled. Although he did not say it directly, Alan Wilson still made it clear that the safety of 2 million Berliners was indeed not as important as the fatigue of the Royal Air Force pilots in his eyes. Britain really wants to defend the free world, but what can it do when its national strength is limited? Bokina and Anna have seen the true imperialist side of Alan Wilson. A true moral model has always been like this. Maybe many women and children will starve. Anna said reluctantly in Alan Wilson's arms. That may leave some good photos, and we can strive for the initiative in diplomacy. In fact, as long as men don't get into trouble, everything is controllable. Holding Anna's delicate body, Alan Wilson comforted her softly. In your eyes, do women and children have only this value? Anna said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Then what about us, mother and son? Of course you are different. As for ordinary people, I'm absolutely right to say this. It's not that in my eyes, but in the eyes of the country, the value is indeed different. Alan Wilson corrected Anna's mistake, saying that it was not him who saw it this way, but the country. He was not wrong. There are many examples to prove that. What social harm is there? But men are different. If you dare to say a word, you will immediately be collectively attacked by the entire social public opinion. Of course, Europe has experienced it in later generations. 60% of babies born in France in the 21st century are from single mothers. The reason is that France prohibits men from conducting paternity tests on babies, and violators will go to jail. This law was introduced because the government believes that children are innocent, and paternity tests will hurt children and increase the burden on single mothers. So after similar laws were introduced in Europe, European men would not admit that they had children with women, and the children would be the sole responsibility of the women. Men have less burdens. Once this confrontation begins, no one is a winner. I will not lie down, and I will definitely update at 3 o'clock, or at least in the early morning. Chapter 638, Carefully Cultivating Sisters. The result is that French men do not marry and do not care if a woman of equal status as their wife has her own children. If they do not marry, they will have no family values and naturally no feelings for their own sons. Since France prohibits paternity testing and regards it as illegal, French men can completely refuse to acknowledge that women have their own children. Because no one can get evidence that the child and he are the real father and son. Since no one can get evidence, even if it is a biological child, French men can also not be responsible. Without the ties of family, men and women are completely in a relationship of interest, which in turn strengthens men's sense of oppression. In front of the Dragoon sisters, Alan Wilson conducted an in-depth analysis of men and women in an opposing way. Instill your own twisted logic into them. If Bokina and Anna thought that Alan Wilson was explaining how to prevent it, they were wrong. This is Germany, not Britain. The purpose of Alan Wilson's discussion of the relationship between men and women is mainly to teach the Dragoon sisters, who are destined to have a significant influence in Germany in the future, and what laws can be used today, because the current power in Germany is still in the hands of the occupying forces. According to history, it will not be until the mid-1950s that the Federal Republic of Germany will regain some national power. That is why Alan Wilson could discuss with Jared to exert the influence of Britain on the issue of Deutsche Bank and hand over the North German Bank in the British occupied zone to the two sisters. This law, which first appeared in France and later generations, and then played a powerful role in Europe, has been added to the laws of the Federal Republic of Germany. Now is a good opportunity, because a large number of German men died in battle, and the fact is that there are more women than men. It is very appropriate to add this law prohibiting the exploration of the origin of newborns. If you miss this village, you will never have this shop again. Only the current social environment in Germany can do this. Normal countries cannot operate in this way. Alan Wilson also knew that, because a large number of German men died in battle, once some national sovereignty was taken back, it would definitely attract immigrants. In fact, Germany is different from Britain and France. Britain and France also attracted immigrants in later generations, but the main reason was national behavior and interest oriented. In terms of whether it is necessary, the two countries can choose not to do so. Germany must do this, because Germany's population structure has problems. Alan Wilson's training plan made the sisters temporarily forget their compatriots who were crying for food during the Berlin crisis. After all, the pursuit of progress is more important than the lives of compatriots hundreds of miles away. Do you want to use this method in Malaya, which you manage? Anna has been to Malaya and knows that this man is the local chief executive. If he can disintegrate his opponent, then it is natural that Britain should use it on the colonies. No, Britain has similar colonies. Alan Wilson denied it directly. Aren't all the blacks who have no family concept living in such a large colony in British Africa? Britain does not need to build repeatedly. On the contrary, British Malaya should be a powerful supplement to the British mainland, so Alan Wilson cannot cultivate and destroy the local social atmosphere in the colonies he manages. He also hopes that Malaya will help the mainland to support the tiger skin of the British Empire in the future. Among the current territories that are valuable in Alan Wilson's eyes, Newfoundland is far away and in an isolated environment. Northern Rhodesia is surrounded by blacks, and the future will inevitably lead to the Slavs maintaining extremely conservative thinking. As for British Malaya, Alan Wilson will continue to work hard to maintain the overall conservative social atmosphere. To prevent ideological invasion, human rights are important in Europe, but not so much in the colonies. If someone dares to put his hand in, he, as the chief executive, will not threaten anyone. It is the stoning of the peace Sharia law or the pig cage of the King dynasty law. The saboteurs can choose one. It must be said that under the background of the Berlin crisis, the life cultivated by Alan Wilson has helped him find a direction in life. After shifting his mind, he has no tension about the Berlin crisis, but enjoys it. Compared with the attention paid to the Berlin crisis by the whole of Germany and even the whole of Europe, the years in the Hermann Manor are quiet and peaceful. Alan Wilson has become more and more courageous. He has lived here for the past few days and has not left. Bochiner is still in Bonn, running around to raise funds for the citizens of the capital to support West Berlin. Anna doesn't care about so many things. She thinks it's good to sleep with Alan Wilson. After a busy trip, Bochiner returned home and saw Anna coming out of the bedroom. She asked, "Where is he?" "A little tired, he's asleep." Anna smiled lightly and replied with a pun, "He'll probably wake up in a while." "Is your biggest thing every day to sleep with a man?" Bochiner shook her short hair with dissatisfaction in her tone. "Sister, it's as if you didn't sleep with him. It seems that you were earlier, but I had the child first." Anna sat down and said calmly, "When did it become a mistake to sleep with your man? Although it's not appropriate to make it public, aren't we husband and wife? He likes me, I like him, and it's not okay to sleep together?" Anna's words implied resistance. She had long stopped thinking about great ideals. She was just a woman who wanted to sleep in the arms of her lover. What's wrong with that? Even after giving birth to the child, Anna had already placed Bochiner as the main surveillance target. If evidence of Bochiner's infidelity could be caught, it could be used to threaten the other party, but unfortunately, no evidence has been caught yet. In fact, Bochiner could already feel Anna's changes. The work of the two was currently in inertia. They were completely afraid of being exposed and could only maintain their loyalty to Lubyanka. "If we betray, the consequences will be terrible." Bochiner reminded softly, "It's good to be able to maintain our current life, because this is our profession." "Don't mention any profession. I'm just a woman. I want a superior life. I want to sleep with a man in my arms. It's good now." Anna lowered her voice and said, "You should know what we did. Once it is exposed, it will harm this man. Do you want us to send the father of the child to prison? In capitalist countries, you won't go to prison." Bochiner replied with some lack of confidence, "It's not that serious." Yes, it's not that serious. But it will also damage our relationship. Although he is a little bit lustful, he is sincere to the two of us and thinks about us all the time. Anna snorted and said, even if you travel all over the world, can you guarantee that you can still find such a man? Faced with Anna's idea that she could not distinguish between friend and foe, Bokina rarely refuted this time. People are all made of flesh and blood, except for some excessive demands on that kind of thing. Alan Wilson is a good husband at other times. He held up a piece of sky for 2 women. Of course, it was not necessarily just for 2 women. Maybe there were many women. But other than that, Bokina couldn't find any faults. Sometimes she would try her best to conceal the information that might trace her identity and give the collected information to Lubyanka instead. Where is my baby? In the bedroom, Alan Wilson's call ended the conversation between the two. Anna got up directly after hearing the call and hurried back to the bedroom. What should I do with this kind of life? Alan Wilson was very upset and he felt that the days were so boring. Why haven't people starved to death in Berlin? The penholders of the British Empire are already hungry and thirsty, just waiting for some tragic incident to happen so that they can quickly give them the opportunity to criticize the Soviet Union. It's better for Alan Wilson to be on the front line and work hard for the British Empire. The latter's life is much more comfortable, and he can talk to the Dragoon sisters and consolidate the friendship between Britain and Germany. Although she was always beaten by Alan Wilson, Anna was still very happy. She wanted this kind of life. She also took the initiative to mention that she would secretly go to Kuala Lumpur to take care of the man's daily life. That noble lady will definitely not take care of people. I'm by your side, which will make your work easier. Actually, Pamela is not bad. Alan Wilson did not say bad things about his wife in front of the same ladies as his wife, but he was still very moved by Anna's initiative to take care of him. With a sly smile, he said, let me kiss you. I don't know which one you want to kiss. Anna's eyes blinked, full of temptation. Alright. Alan Wilson rushed to take action. Bonn was sunny. Bonn and Berlin are like heaven and earth. After consultations between Britain and the United States, out of humanitarian considerations, after evaluation, it was decided to temporarily stop the transportation of daily necessities and put all the transportation capacity on food transportation. In this way, at least in the short term, there will be no famine. This resolution was immediately passed and implemented. Chapter 639 I will build a wall. When this incident came out of Jared's mouth, Alan Wilson's instinctive reaction was, what a pity. Starting next month, more than 2 million people will have to consider the issue of heating. To be honest, even if the heating problem breaks out, it is not easier to be exploited than starving to death directly. It is easier for the Soviet Union to shirk responsibility than famine. Alan Wilson asked indifferently, whose decision was it to concentrate on airlifting food? It's the Americans' opinion, and it's difficult for us to object. Jared shrugged helplessly and said, concentrating on rescuing Berliners' survival rations is a reasonable reason. The greatest value of Berliners is that their mass deaths give us an excuse to blame the Soviet Union. Apart from that, they are of no value at all. Alan Wilson was furious. Americans don't know shit about imperialism. If we handle it properly, we can even inflict a devastating blow on the communist forces in Western European countries. Isn't this more important than the death of tens of thousands of people, or even hundreds of thousands? You're not going to manage Malaya like this, are you? Jared's face twitched, and he could not accept such anti-human words. If Alan Wilson was a German, he would probably be a loyal supporter of Hitler. Of course, Alan Wilson didn't dislike Hitler. If he was German, he would still support Hitler, even if he had the ability to kill everyone on Earth except the Germans. The key is that he is not German. What he can't understand is that some non-German soap ingredients also worship the head of state. If necessary, I will do it, but I won't do it so obviously. Alan Wilson readily admitted the fact that human life is worthless in his eyes. Why do I find that Americans have a kind of white left thinking? What do you mean? Jared still doesn't understand the term white left. Nothing. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. If you say that the white left has no contribution, no representation of human progress, and no improvement of the living environment of the oppressed, then it can only be said that they have ulterior motives. The problem of the white left is nothing more than a problem of having both. They want social justice, freedom, truth, goodness, and beauty, but they don't want to pay a price. But there is no such good thing in the world. To do great things, you should pay a certain price. In Alan Wilson's eyes, the lives of 2 million Berliners in exchange for the unity of the free world was only a small price to pay, not to mention the blockade taken by the Soviet Union. As long as Britain and the United States took appropriate measures, they could put the blame for the famine on the Soviet Union. He really didn't understand why saving these Berliners, and taking the opportunity to disintegrate the European communist group in one fell swoop was not more important than the group of Berliners who were deep behind enemy lines, and could not help at all. Jared saw that Alan Wilson was really very disappointed, and he didn't know what to say. He just felt that Alan Wilson's ruthless style was fine in the colonies, but it would definitely cause problems in Europe. Alan, there is no way. The whole world is watching. Jared reminded softly. If the matter was leaked, no one would dare to take the responsibility. What else is there to talk about? I think I should prepare to return to Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson yawned. The opportunity came, but it could not be implemented because of the hesitation of the top leaders. It deserved that the Cold War would last for decades. The purpose of his staying was nothing more than to see if there was anything exciting to watch, such as big news like famine. It's a waste of time to read about mediation in the newspapers in Bonn. Alan Wilson is not without work, so how can he have time to watch the two sides dithering around Berlin? There is no superpower style at all. Now it seems that the purpose of waiting for a big news is becoming increasingly slim as time goes by, and he naturally has to go back to do his own things. The Berlin crisis in history lasted for nearly a year. Alan Wilson now sees that this time it is definitely moving towards a long-term direction. Of course, he can't stay in Bonn for a year to wait for progress, so leaving Europe has become the first choice. Going back, Anna, biting her fingers lightly, was unhappy about the news. She didn't want Alan Wilson to leave. Only when this man was there did she feel that her life was complete. When she was hugged by the man at night, she could feel the dreamland. Once this man left, she would be alone again. No way. I have my own work, and it seems that things in Berlin will not have any results in the short term. Alan Wilson looked like he was disappointed with his wife, as if he was the only one who stood out from the crowd, and felt that the United States was reckless and the Soviet Union was not smart enough, which made Anna laugh. Alan Wilson was also very proud of the little dragoon's reluctance, and he felt that Anna actually met his requirements for women. Not to mention that her appearance was really good. He saw that her thighs were slender and straight, with beautiful lines, like a model in a window. Maybe when they were joking about each other's children, a mischievous look flashed in her eyes, and her smile made her face radiant and incredibly beautiful. Regardless of when all this happened, his feelings for her had changed anyway. He didn't understand why, and he couldn't explain why he longed to know the feeling of her lips rubbing against his lips, or the feeling of her body pressing against his body. Bonn is not a big city, and traffic is rarely congested at any time, even on Sundays. Early morning and evening are peak traffic times. It was like a snake. Everyone had to wait in line, but the waiting time would not be too long. Anna did not believe that Alan Wilson had the ability to understand everyone and everything more deeply. This doubt had been in her heart for a long time, which just prevented her from developing her desire to understand him into a serious aspect. However, that night, there was a hint of tension in his voice that she had never heard before. She could say that she had a little understanding of his emotional changes. This time, she felt that he was really anxious when he couldn't find his target. The anger in his voice deeply touched a chord in her soul, and she couldn't ignore the resonance he caused in her heart. When he asked her, she felt herself desperate to get closer to him. She liked the idea that he needed her. In fact, for Anna now, as the second daughter of the Hellman family, she could call the shots in Bonn and look down on any old nobles in the Federal Republic of Germany. But in front of this man, she still preferred to be a woman who didn't want anything. Only God knew what the Ministry of Internal Affairs saw in her at the time. thinking that she would be a promising talent in the field of intelligence, and further training her. Anyway, by today, Anna had almost returned all that she had learned. The only thing that had improved was her ability to take care of children. She took care of both Hans and Koch. Both children were obviously very close to her, not the strong woman who often showed up in public. Anna accompanied Alan Wilson to the Herman Manor and took care of the children like a reclusive couple. The Berlin crisis was a distant topic for the two. Anna was even more concerned about the Asian colonies managed by men, asking if she could help if they encountered any problems. Help. Actually, for backward areas, the biggest help is money, whether it's marks, pounds or francs. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and said, the problems in slightly larger places are all complicated. For Malaya, the colonial government must be cautious on this tightrope. The advantage is that, based on my understanding of the Chinese, I can give them appropriate personal space so that the Chinese will not cause trouble. It seems that, as long as we are tolerant, there will be no problems. Anna took Alan Wilson's hand and sat directly on the swing, resting her head on Alan Wilson's shoulder and said, if necessary, I will discuss with my sister and maybe I can help you solve some financial difficulties. Stop it. How can I let you sisters suffer? Alan Wilson felt amused and put one hand around Anna's slender waist. We still have to show our attitude towards the rule of the colonies. It's not okay to indulge blindly. We should manage directly when it is time to manage directly. Once we give in, it will be endless. I know you are capable, but how do you solve this Berlin crisis from the Soviet perspective? Anna smiled and fed Alan Wilson with sweet talk. Is there no way? I will build a wall. Alan Wilson looked directly into Anna's eyes and said seriously, at the same time, I will cut off the power supply to West Berlin. Once the electricity cannot be maintained in modern society, it will have a devastating impact on the sense of happiness. Once the power is cut off, we will regress to the era before electrification, and no amount of money can make up for this lack. As for the water source, there is no need to think about it. It is easy for the enemy to use it to attack. Physical isolation and power outages alone are enough. Build a wall. Anna said with a frightened expression. Isn't it too much? Nothing is too much. The free world will not give up West Berlin. This is already the best result the Soviet Union can get. Alan Wilson said calmly, in fact, from the Soviet perspective, as long as the Soviet Union does not dare to launch a military action, they cannot solve the Berlin issue. The first goal is to undermine the morale of the citizens of West Berlin, and it is best to take advantage of this incident to resolve the matter. Once this Berlin crisis is over, the Soviet Union will have no chance to resolve it in the future. Build a wall and cut off electricity. Anna kept these two things in mind. She saw the two children out of the corner of her eye and said, honey, how about I give birth to one for you? Chapter 640 MacArthur's Triumphant Return. A woman with such excellent external conditions said that she wanted to give birth to a child for him. Would anyone refuse this? Anyway, Alan Wilson could not refuse. There is a saying that not only Orientals think it makes sense, but even Westerners think it makes sense. The right not to expire. What if Britain is inevitably going to shrink back to the British Isles in the future? Of course, this is unlikely. At least Newfoundland has been saved. In the foreseeable future, Newfoundland, which already has a transcendent status in the Commonwealth and a living standard that is higher than other countries, is unlikely to become independent. Most of the current British colonies cannot be preserved. Alan Wilson thinks it is not excessive to cash in on this idea, while the prestige of the British Empire is still there. A long-lasting topic of online keyboard politics and later generations is whether the last one among the 5 permanent members is the gentleman Britain or the romantic France. In fact, the main comparison is military strength. Because in terms of cultural influence, although France is not an unknown person, it is completely incomparable with Britain. Even if most of Britain's influence has been taken away by the Americans, France is not Britain's opponent in terms of influence. Britain can still jump after Brexit. If the role of Britain is changed to France, France will be marginalized immediately in the world. The power distribution in NATO is also based on the United States as the main force and Britain as the auxiliary force. This was officially determined after the Nassau Agreement. Before the Nassau Agreement, Britain still believed that NATO was a dual giant model. This is also one of the reasons why Charles de Gaulle was determined to withdraw from NATO after he came to power, because Britain and the United States did not share power with France. This made Charles de Gaulle think that France was in a subordinate position within NATO, so he let NATO get out of France. In terms of military equipment, France cannot compare with Britain and the United States in terms of cutting-edge technology, nor can it compare with China and Russia in terms of scale. The only thing that can be criticized is that Britain's Trident missiles are indeed American. Britain in the 21st century is indeed not like before World War II, and is much stronger than France in any aspect. The national strength is at the same level, but even so, France has not gained an advantage over Britain. The current dilemma facing Britain is that, while the United States is containing the Soviet Union, it has not forgotten to suppress Britain, and it always relies on the special relationship between Britain and the United States to cover up this. France does not have this treatment. Alan Wilson knew that the biggest open opponent of the United States was the Soviet Union, but he never relaxed his vigilance against Britain, which had the basis for a resurgence, unless Britain's overseas colonies were independent to the point where Americans could rest assured. The United States, relying on the same culture and race as Britain, deliberately distorted the rhythm from a very early time. Britain and France knew exactly what the United States did between World War I and World War II. Taking advantage of the infinite beauty of the empire's sunset, which has not yet set, he sought some benefits for himself, and he thought that this idea was not excessive. Since his plan to use the Berlin crisis to wipe out the pro-Soviet forces in Europe failed, Alan Wilson stayed in Herman Manor and did not go out. He just told Gerald before disappearing that he was investigating everywhere and would never lie down, and then he lay down in Herman Manor. You guys are really. After a busy day, Bokina returned home and saw the unbearable scene. She couldn't help but scold Anna, "Look at what you look like. It's broad daylight." Alan said he wanted to take artistic photos. Anna, who was naked, muttered dissatisfiedly, pulled a shirt over her body, glanced at the man holding the camera, looked pitiful, and meant to let Alan Wilson speak. "Dear, record the good times." Alan Wilson, with an embarrassed look on his face, coughed softly. As the initiator, he didn't think there was anything wrong. The relationship between the three of them was here. What couldn't be done? In theory, there was no, and in reality, there shouldn't be. Alan Wilson said that he was about to return to Asia to work and wanted to leave some commemorative remarks. Bokina didn't believe it, but even though she didn't believe it, she still joined the gentleman's private collection in the end. "You said it was righteous, but didn't you take off your clothes in the end?" Anna secretly curled her lips, looking down on Bokina's behavior in her heart. She felt that this nominal sister was raising her own status. He scanned Podina deeply with his eyes, and Anna even raised her head slightly, and the difference in figure was immediately apparent. Sometimes Alan Wilson felt that this kind of life was not bad. These days, the two sisters obeyed him in everything. After a whole set of intoxicating drugs, he himself could not remember how many wishes he promised, and he was floating and confused. If McCarthy had not felt that the performance was a great success and was ready to return to the United States to reap the political legacy, Alan Wilson would not have walked out of the Herman Manor. "I'm a Berliner, and I came to Germany in person to cheer for the free world. In a sense, I have become a representative of the American attitude." McCarthy was very satisfied with this trip to Europe and even reduced his drinking. When he met his old friend, McCarthy drank freely and complained why French wine was so expensive, not cheap at all. "This country is not good in other aspects, but it is very good at selling at high prices." Alan Wilson agreed with this point. The French have this ability. Take wine for example. The United States and Australia are both strong countries in this field, but the highest end batch on the market is always made in France. As for Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman, even the French themselves cannot afford Louis Vuitton, which has been involved in it. China and Russia are among the two major buyers in the 21st century. I don't know how the advertisement was made. The French are really good at self-marketing. They dare to brag about Paris, and the key is that people believe it. Alan Wilson was furious. He used France as a country to highlight the special relationship between Britain and the United States. London must be better than Paris now, because London was bombed by Germany and some urban areas need to be rebuilt. Paris was declared an undefended city, and it was preserved intact, so there was no need to rebuild it. Although they reached a consensus on France's views, neither of them talked deeply about this topic. McCarthy mentioned the current polls of the Republican and Democratic parties. The low polls of the Democratic Party are almost certain, and the Republican Party will regain power. Although I'm not in a position to comment on this from a national perspective, from a personal perspective, Joseph congratulates you. Alan Wilson laughed heartily and congratulated McCarthy. If Eisenhower had come to power, it would have actually helped stabilize the world situation. In the last Republican government, where traditional Republicans were dominant, there were actually no major events in the world. The only major event that could be considered a major event was that the CIA cleaned up a banana republic, Guatemala, for the Americans' right to eat cheap bananas. The American media described the military coup that overthrew Arbenz as a complete victory over communism. In fact, the CIA did not find any evidence that the Soviet Union supported Arbenz afterwards. The biggest beneficiary of the coup was the United Fruit Company, which still firmly controlled the social economy of Guatemala and continued to supply cheap bananas to the American people. Of course, this overthrow of the Banana Republic was not completed beautifully, leading to the outbreak of a civil war in Guatemala that lasted for 36 years and lasted until the 1990s, turning Central America upside down. As for the emergence of the Suez Canal War, it was more of a problem of Britain itself. Of course, it is not ruled out that Eden may have some handle in the hands of the Americans, and he gave Britain a Trojan horse. In general, the Republican Party was in power before the basic base was exchanged. If the president was Eisenhower, as a military president, he would not start a war easily. This is good for Britain, which is seeking stability now. If the Democratic Party, adhering to the Manifest Destiny, continues to govern, Britain may be suppressed more than in the original time and space. After preliminary judgment, if Britain is more careful in the next 8 years, it may be able to complete the arrangement of calm contraction. If the Democratic Party is in power, it may not be certain. In bidding farewell to his old friend, Alan Wilson adhered to the idea that the water of Teotihuacan is 1,000 feet deep, but it is not as deep as Wang Lun's love for me. He has put so much effort in front of McCarthy, and he doesn't care about the last bit of time. By the way, Joseph, how is your relationship with Nixon? When Alan Wilson accompanied McCarthy to the airport, he suddenly thought that Eisenhower's deputy seemed to be Nixon. Nixon is one of the few people in the United States who has served as vice president and then defeated his opponent to become president. He must have a high ability. He is one of the few friends in the political world who is still harmonious. I can't say he is particularly good, but he is also very good. McCarthy gave a high evaluation of Nixon. McCarthy and Nixon were highly consistent in opposing Truman, but they focused on different aspects. They were two generals in the Republican Party who used anti-Sovietism to attack the Democratic Party. Nixon was more like a traditional politician. In fact, Nixon was a general of the Republican establishment led by Dewey. Oh, since he is your friend, Joseph, if there is a suitable opportunity, I really want to meet him. Alan Wilson took the initiative to express his interest in McCarthy's social circle, but also reminded him, in fact, Nixon does not look as controversial as you. If your speech is replaced by someone else, it may be more sensational. If he did not cherish this friend, Alan Wilson would not have had to say this. But if he said it, it would have an effect. At least McCarthy was very happy. He had already felt that the political atmosphere in Europe was different from that in the United States. This trip to Europe was worthwhile. Well, my friend, let's keep in touch and go to the United States when we have time. McCarthy saw that the time was up and said goodbye to his friend Alan Wilson and began his journey back to the United States. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 Energetic. If the Republicans can give Britain an 8-year respite, the days ahead will be much better. Alan Wilson returned to the Herman Manor with this thought in mind and lay down. He now deeply felt that an old empire had certain problems in efficiency. In his opinion, the matter of North German Bank was so simple that it could be handed over directly to the two sisters. Why was it so slow? He almost couldn't help but urge Jared to improve his efficiency. He was also preparing to return to Kuala Lumpur to benefit the society. "Dear, why are you so concerned about an American? This is not the you I know." Anna pouted her lips and took the opportunity to fill the man with magic soup, expressing her incomprehension of McCarthy's attention. Because the United States is stronger than Britain, although it is not strong in military strength. Alan Wilson sighed. He could even disrespect the United States in terms of military strength, but he had to respect it in terms of national strength. In fact, the British military has never looked up to the combat effectiveness of the US military, and even looked down on it. This is not because the performance of the US military in the Korean War was not good. It comes from World War II and even the more distant World War I compared with the completely marginalized role of the US military in World War I. The US military in World War II was much stronger, but in the eyes of the British military, it was still an army with many flaws. Before the Normandy landing, Eisenhower had written his resignation letter in advance, so that he could use it in case the landing failed, and after Bradley was blocked in Omaha, he immediately began to consider moving all the US troops planned to land on that beach to other beaches, because he broke through the beachhead a few hours later. In contrast, Montgomery was really confident and said that he would be able to capture Berlin by the end of 1944 and occupy Germany before the Soviet Union. Before the landing, the senior generals of the US military were extremely nervous, even though the landing operation assumed that most of the German armored groups would be dealt with by the British. Even in Churchill's memoirs, he stated that the main force of the Normandy landing was the British Army. The British Army was the main force to deal with most of the German armored forces and made progress before the US Army. In the Korean War in the original time and space, the British commander who participated in the war said something that was not surprising at all. After being surrounded by the US military because of its unauthorized withdrawal, it can be seen that the understanding of the US military is not limited to the military high level. At least during this period of time, Alan Wilson said that Britain did not rely on the combat effectiveness of the US military, and it was not his own opinion. It was the consensus of the British military. The British generals in World War II had not retired yet, and almost all of them thought so. In the Battle of Keene, the British Army and the German Ace Armored divisions fought fiercely, and the US Army, which only had a quarter of the enemy's troops, was in a state of disgrace, which created such an impression. At least before the huge accumulation left over from World War II in Britain is used up, the British Army is unlikely to change its view of the US military's combat effectiveness. The current British military only believes that the US military is large in scale, that is, there are many cannon fodder. The strong national strength can support the war, and does not think that the US military's combat effectiveness is above the British Army. It seems that we can't put our hopes on the United States. Bokina brought sausages over and put them on the table, whispering, especially in the war in the Far East, the Americans have been slow to make progress. That's not the case. After all, Britain has only 50 million people. We can't afford to compete with the Soviets in terms of consumption. The Americans can. Alan Wilson looked helpless. Population determines the success rate and determines the ability to develop a comprehensive industry. This is why Britain must unite Europe. With the current population, neither Britain, France, nor Germany can keep up with the pace of the United States and the Soviet Union. Dear, are you a European? Bokina's eyes lit up, as if she felt that she had exposed the true identity of an imperial civil servant. I dare not say that. British citizens have historical baggage and feel good about launching the Industrial Revolution. If you tell them these things, they will not understand, unless they really find that the times have changed. One day, they will change. Alan Wilson was also quite helpless. This is the so-called historical baggage that prevents further progress. It's just that the agricultural era happened to the great peace-loving countries and the dynasties of China. In the industrial era, it happened to Britain again. Britain was also surpassed by France and Germany in the 1960s and 1970s. They had to put aside their dignity and apply to join the European community. With this factor, Whitehall changed the content of two wings flying together into a slogan of promoting three-ring diplomacy everywhere. But fortunately, no matter what, the current European community has been pulled up by Britain and France, and the Commonwealth is also doing well. In a few years, the low-value industries that are not needed in the local area will be transferred to reliable colonies such as Malaya. I believe that it is still possible to safeguard their own interests and not be a follower. When Alan Wilson, who said he wanted to return to Asia, repeated this set of rhetoric, the two sisters felt that it was a replay of the wolf. He always said that he would leave immediately, but he never left. He just used this set of rhetoric to take advantage of the two. Always saying that you want to leave, you know how to make us pay. Anna pinched Alan Wilson's arm and said dissatisfiedly, after you go back, will there be any exotic women to take care of you there? What are you thinking, dear? Alan Wilson denied it flatly, but after thinking carefully, if the stars signed by the national treasure are of good quality, it is not unacceptable. After all, he is very friendly to Asian women, and is not a picky eater. He is really ready to leave this time. He can't wait until the end of the Berlin crisis, right? He is not the commissioner to Germany. It is quite shameful to sit back and watch time pass when you should be doing your job. He has stayed until today because of the opinion of the Dragoon sisters. After all, he is a civil servant and does not have too much time for romance. When Jared confirmed that there was no big problem, but that Pochiner needed to settle the mouths of some competitors who had applied, Alan Wilson knew that he could go. The Federal Republic of Germany has been established. If Alan Wilson still helps Pochiner put pressure on other families like in the occupation period in 1945, it is not appropriate. Pochiner has to plan this matter herself. Britain cannot help you two to deal with your competitors. It can only take sides. This depends on your ability. Alan Wilson, who was sitting in the center, hugged the two delicate bodies and kissed the two women respectively. Gerald is my predecessor in British Malaya. Since he has said so, there is no problem. The matter of North Deutsche Bank is up to you next. I will find you after this matter is done. Anna came up and took the initiative to kiss her. I will give you a reward first. Compared to my hard work, this reward is not expensive. Alan Wilson said that he wanted more generous treatment. 2 days later, the imperial civil servants who dared not take a breath for running around for the empire had arrived in Paris. After some necessary preparations, he dragged his tired body onto the plane. Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman had just ended their disappearance, and their children were still young, and could not accompany him to take office. Greta Garbo said that his scenes were being reshoots, so she could not go either. So Alan Wilson had to go on the road alone. Whitehall has received the plan to build an air transit station in the UAE, but it is not known when the planning will begin. However, Alan Wilson believes that it should not take too long to wait. As early as in London, he could find that Whitehall was very concerned about this matter. After all, the oil resources in the Middle East are there. Now it is the 1950s, and Britain will not be unaware of the value of it. The reason why the United States hesitated in the direction of Europe this time, and could not make a quick decision, which made Britain stand out. It was because of the autumn counterattack in the Peninsular War. This was the situation that the US-South Korean coalition forces had expected after the end of the summer offensive. What was not expected was that there would be a Berlin crisis in Europe. If it were not for the Berlin crisis, the direction of the war in Alan Wilson's memory should be that the US military's summer offensive lasted until the fall and did not end in September. As a result, it has to end early and become a summer offensive, and it has to face a counterattack. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of real American citizens. Truman cannot make decisions as straightforward as abandoning Tiangong in the original time and space. He seemed to be quite hesitant during the Berlin crisis. Arriving at the administrative office, Alan Wilson roughly understood the situation in the Far East and couldn't help laughing. It seems that, since the Civil War, Americans have rarely been beaten by the other side when the logistics are insufficient, right? Now American public opinion is talking about the Meiji Corridor. Elisa mentioned the words that have been frequently mentioned in the American media recently. The world's most powerful air force was built overnight. Alan Wilson said with sarcasm. He would collect relevant intelligence and hold it in his hands. If the United States took a tough attitude towards Britain, he would throw it out at that time to expose the lie of the United States to maintain the free world. Because he had just returned, Alan Wilson also had to adjust to the time difference. He asked a few questions casually and left the office to rest. Unfortunately, he wanted to take a break, but the great British treasure didn't agree. Alan Wilson, who was forcing himself, took out his surging enthusiasm to meet the needs of the national treasure. Vivian Leigh could feel the man's eyes on her face, and she also knew that he had noticed that her pulse in the big penis point was beating faster and faster. He always knew her most subtle reaction changes and used this ability to launch a comprehensive and thorough effective attack. Vivian, do you remember the first time we met? He stiffened and felt his abdominal muscles tighten suddenly, like an explosion of heat torturing her body. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. I remember every detail of being with you. Alan Wilson lowered his head and kissed Vivian Leigh's red lips. Chapter 642. Smuggling does not exist. Vivian Leigh's mind re-emerged the unrestrained and primitive fragments of that time in New Delhi. Alan Wilson nervously and urgently pulled her to lie in the room in New Delhi, his face twisted in desire, and looking down at her. His fingers slowly moved up along her spine and reached her shoulder blades. Vivian Leigh responded with a tender look, waiting for the next move. Alan Wilson picked up the prepared national treasure by the waist, and his fingers exerted a tough force on her skin, binding her, making her rooted and captured by the feeling he brought. It's been so long. Alan Wilson's low voice was mixed with distressed messages. Sometimes I feel that if I can't come back soon and taste you, I will really go crazy. Don't say it. Vivian Leigh took the initiative to ask for a kiss, whispering in a selfless manner, your affairs are more important. I'm willing to wait. Thank you for your forgiveness. Alan Wilson responded with emotion. He knew what Vivian Leigh needed. That was the identity of a husband. For Vivian Leigh, who had already become famous, the name of husband had a different magic. In the current relationship between the two, Alan Wilson has really taken advantage of it, and he is very honored to be forgiven. He could have been a thorough bureaucrat, but he had to increase the difficulty and provoke so many famous actresses. Alan Wilson can be said to be asking for trouble, but it is impossible to let go. As a man, he should have a basic greedy heart, especially in this aspect. After a day of sleeping in each other's arms, Alan Wilson quickly adjusted the jet lag and began to think about where to start. First of all, Pamela Mountbatten wants to build a cool emerald house in Australia. This matter is more important and can be solved through official channels. As for the degree of difficulty, it can be said that it is not difficult at all. Of course, this is not for personal gain. In fact, it can be converted into a balance between public and private. After all, the Chinese in Malaya account for more than half of the population. As the commissioner of Malaya, he also needs to win people's hearts. The cost of gold and diamonds is too high. If gold and diamonds are used to improve the happiness of the people under his rule, Alan Wilson will not be very happy. Jade is a very cheap thing used to win people's hearts. He remembered that at its peak, the amount of jadeite entering the market was as high as 30,000 tons a year, and even with a tight calculation, Burmese jade will not be exhausted within 100 years. At this time, Alan Wilson needed to cash in the influence of the British Empire to improve the happiness of Malayan citizens. Alan Wilson, who was quite proud of his memory, remembered a man named Wood England. He didn't know if he was still an official now and what his status was in independent Myanmar. A guest came to the administrative office. Before Alan Wilson returned to London to get married, Lim Lian Jiak said that he wanted to communicate with the country. Although the other party of the special relationship between Britain and the United States was fighting, Alan Wilson still let him go. Now that Lim Lian Jiak has returned, he took the initiative to come to the administrative office out of trust and report to the commissioner, who spoke Mandarin better than him. Mr. Lin, if the whole of Malaya is like you, with a gentlemanly demeanor, my work will be much easier. Alan Wilson smiled happily and started to prepare tea for Lim Lian Jiak while asking, I believe this exchange must be very fruitful, just like opening the door to a new world. The Malaysian Chinese Association is actually a completely failed organization. Some of the leaders of this organization are good, while others are lame. However, Lim Lian Jiak played a significant positive role in Chinese education for the Chinese in British Malaya. Alan Wilson also heard some passionate words, such as becoming a citizen of Malaya is based on fulfilling obligations and being loyal, not on abandoning the mother tongue and destroying culture. We must avoid sacrifice at the cost of sacrifice, and resist oppression at the cost of oppression. Only then will our nation be able to survive in Malaya and see the blue sky one day. Our culture is the soul of our nation, and our education is the cultural bastion of our nation. Such words can be said to any nation, that we will go forward, even if there are thousands of people against us. This is especially true for the Chinese community. No matter how much nationalists boast, Alan Wilson has left that environment and now looks at the Chinese community as a British. The same thing applies. The Chinese are very easy to assimilate. It is too easy to wash them into bananas. The so-called national centripetal force is only limited to the fact that there are many people. Once you get rid of the term large numbers, it is easy to disintegrate the Chinese resistance. Examples are everywhere. Malay Chinese are very few exceptions, or even the only exception. He hopes to overlap with the Chinese in the general direction. The ultimate goal of the British Empire is to stay. As long as this goal can be achieved, it never cares who the subjects are, what language they speak, and what characters they use. The Irish are the best example. Lim Lian Jiak nodded, and frankly expressed his different ideas on some textbooks from those in China. There are some differences between the textbooks of the two places, such as the four ancient civilizations. Mr. Lin, Malaysian Chinese should still learn some mainstream concepts, and should not be exactly the same as in your country. Alan Wilson replied with a smile. In fact, there are some differences in some details, if I'm not mistaken. Although there are not many, there are also many. Simply put, when I was compiling the textbooks, I did not have your praise for promoting your own culture. I know that there are four ancient civilizations in your country, except for ancient Greece. In Europe, ancient Greece is not only one of the four ancient civilizations, but also the most important one. The gap between it and other civilizations in the field of mathematics is not a little bit. What I said is very fair. To be honest, other civilizations are like not having the subject of mathematics compared to ancient Greece. Maybe it was a bit hasty for Alan Wilson to classify the four ancient civilizations as non-mainstream. Not to mention others, even Indians don't agree. But the mainstream of the world today is indeed the pattern formed by this round of outbreak in Europe. India's history textbooks are very interesting. When talking about ancient times, they are generally very objective. Among the history textbooks of various countries, they are the ones that praise China the most, provided that the modern times are not mentioned. By 1962, there was no objectivity at all. Mr. Zhangtang, although there are some differences in details, domestic scholars generally still recognize the textbooks currently used in Malaya. I was surprised to hear that you wrote it. Lim Lian Jiak said flatteringly, I'm absolutely not lying. Oh, really? Alan Wilson's mouth almost grinned to his ears, but he immediately pretended to be reserved and said, maybe it's the same destination. Successful people always choose similar routes. Although not completely consistent, they are generally consistent. Don't you Chinese have a saying, seek common ground while reserving differences? This is not a bad thing. It is enough to have such an evaluation. After all, the textbooks promoted by Lim Lian Jiak serve a British territory. Alan Wilson was embarrassed to praise ancient China in the textbooks of the British Hayward territory. It was good to be generally objective. After talking about the textbooks, Lim Lian Jiak talked about simplified characters, saying that there was also such an idea in China, as well as the literacy campaign. The gains from the exchanges mentioned by Lim Lian Jiak were mainly concentrated on the literacy campaign. Commissioner, I also want to try many methods. Maybe they can work. Lim Lian Jiak expressed his intention to follow suit. No problem. Out of consideration for the feelings of the Malays, I cannot use the power of the colonial government to support. But for a good thing like literacy, there will definitely be no restrictions. To put it bluntly, Britain is good at divide and rule, and it can be said that every colony is ready for division. Feeling that this was a bit too straightforward, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, of course we hope to live in peace. preserve the differences between different ethnic groups and build a diversified society together. The British Empire believes that each ethnic group has its own unique characteristics, just as Indians have faith, Chinese are hardworking, Jews are good at business, and French are good at making girls happy. This is a world of reconciliation. Let us look to the future and seek common ground while reserving differences. Be good at discovering the advantages of other ethnic groups. Lim Lian Jiak asked Alan Wilson if he supported the literacy campaign, and Alan Wilson certainly supported it. This is conducive to the original intention of building a diversified society in Malaya. In the final analysis, a classified society is conducive to the rule of the British Empire. Of course, the best way to rule is to quickly hope for progress in domestic nuclear weapons carriers and build nuclear missile silos on the island of Kalimantan, so that people can feel at ease. Regarding the war, Lim Lian Jiak did not say anything, and Alan Wilson did not ask, but just repeated that the original intention of the British Royal Navy to persist in combating piracy and maintain the stability of the waters in the region would not change. As a scholar, Lim Lian Jiak did not know much about this kind of rhetoric, and finally could not help asking, what does Lord Zhang mean? Hey. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly and said, Britain does not recognize smuggling in the waters of this region. It is the responsibility of the Pacific Fleet to maintain free navigation. Mr. Lin just needs to know this. If the Americans caught smuggling at this time, it would be a bit unreasonable. Do they still want the special relationship between Britain and the United States? Chapter 643 Common Position. As for the problem of Hong Kong, the biggest advantage is not the clean legal system or democracy. It is the unique location and foreign relations. Other factors are secondary. If any group of people were replaced in Hong Kong would still develop well. The geographical location has already determined it. Just like if the people of Shanghai were moved to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, it would be impossible for the people of Shanghai to create another Shanghai from the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Hong Kong in the British Empire is defined as a free port. If there is anything that is envied by local citizens, the tax rate of the free port is much lower than that of the mainland. Before Alan Wilson took office in Newfoundland, Hong Kong had the lowest tax rate. This does not mean that Hong Kong has not handed over wealth. After all, after the World War, the British mainland can be said to be poor. However, compared with the unity of 100,000 civil servants in British India, Hong Kong handed over 1.75% of its annual income every year, which is not high in any case. At present, Hong Kong's annual income is around 400 million Hong Kong dollars, according to the exchange rate of 16:1 between Hong Kong dollars and pounds. At present, the annual income of the British Hong Kong government is less than 30 million pounds. This is very good. British Malaya managed by Alan Wilson does not have this amount at present. Not to mention that more funds need to be handed over to the Ministry of Finance to enrich the local finances. Alan Wilson invited the governor of Hong Kong, Grantham, nominally to discuss how to combat smuggling at the request of the American allies. In fact, it was to invite the other party to Malaya to exchange construction experience and travel around. While waiting for the other party, Alan Wilson's main job was to see if the social order in Malaya would remain stable when he left. After all, the two major ethnic groups in British Malaya were both concerned about by someone. Not to mention the Chinese. Sukarno held high the greater Indonesianism and wanted to liberate the Malays at all times. Fortunately, it was generally stable. Elisa did not say anything unusual and asked her boss how the talk with Mr. Lin went. Mr. Lin is just like the traditional Chinese. He is a little pedantic, but there is no problem in communication. In fact, some things can be discussed openly. At least in Malaya, we don't owe the Chinese anything. Alan Wilson mentioned the meeting with Lim Lian Jiak lightly. On the contrary, he should let the Chinese thank him. The governor of Hong Kong has agreed to come to Kuala Lumpur. When the time comes, we will have a good talk and see how to deal with London. Alan Wilson said to his most reliable subordinate with a hint of meaning. Then I wish my boss a good meeting with the governor of Hong Kong. Ellis's eyes lit up, saying that Hong Kong and Malaya should show unity in dealing with London affairs. I believe there is no problem. After all, we are facing similar situations. More than half of the residents in Malaya are also Chinese. Alan Wilson said with a smile. In fact, there is at least no ethnic conflict in the problems faced by the governor of Hong Kong. And this is where we have to be careful. The civil servants in Malaya are more worried. The work of the governor of Hong Kong is actually more at the diplomatic level. As long as the status of Hong Kong is clarified, everything else is fine. Other colonies are different. Most of them have ethnic conflicts. The basic strategy of Britain in ruling its colonies was not to divide and rule, but to unite. If it weren't for the fact that Hindus and Christians of peace really couldn't be in the same pot. Britain has always wanted to protect the integrity of British India and let it be independent. In this way, India after independence would not be fragmented due to the loss of the Indus River basin and the mouth of the Ganges. The significant improvement in geography alone would prevent India from being too weak in the future. Myanmar is similar. The Burmese not only have only about half of the population, but also only about half of the territory of the whole of Myanmar. Britain was worried that Myanmar would be annexed by neighboring Thailand or India, so it brought together various ethnic groups in Myanmar to establish a federation. Unexpectedly, the Burmese planned to dominate the entire federation and finally caused civil wars. The Rohingya introduced from Bangladesh made it even more difficult because of their identity as Christians of peace. As for Malaya where Alan Wilson was, Chinese and Indians were introduced to dilute the ethnic status of the Malays. Even without Alan Wilson, this policy has been implemented for a long time, but his proposition has accelerated the growth of the number of Chinese. In the original history, the Malays had to kick out Singapore, which has stronger autonomy, to reduce the proportion of the Chinese population, because even the capital of Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, and the important islands of Singapore and Penang were Chinese gathering areas. The excessive Chinese population in Singapore and Penang led to the instability of the federation. Now with Alan Wilson, even if Malaya is independent, it is not enough for the Malays to kick out Singapore. The remaining Chinese are still not less than the Malays. Before waiting for the governor of Hong Kong to come, Alan Wilson contacted Yangon through a telegram. Since Myanmar's independence, the relationship between Yangon and London is not very close, but it is not a mess. Regarding the value of jade, Alan Wilson cannot bypass the Burmese government, and now it is not before independence. There is no upper-lower relationship between the two countries, and normal business talks are fine. As for the meeting with the governor of Hong Kong, it is necessary to take a common position when dealing with London. The current governor of Hong Kong is Grantham, who was a civil servant. At the end of World War II, Grantham was promoted to Governor General of Fiji and High Commissioner for the Western Pacific. The post of High Commissioner for the Western Pacific was once shelved during World War II. Although Grantham had served as acting governor many times, when he was colonial secretary and chief secretary in his early years, the governor of Fiji was still his first official governor general position. Arriving in Hong Kong in 1947, in fact, the position of overseas civil servants was roughly the same. That is, they valued the interests of the place where they were located. If the relationship between Whitehall and the cabinet was generally acceptable, overseas civil servants had no idea what positive role the cabinet had. They believed more in the logic that long-term power was the only way to go. Moreover, colonial officials always had to leave themselves a way out, and this way out could not be counted on London, but had to start from the colonies they managed. In the eyes of Whitehall, Grantham was an overseas civil servant who was not very obedient. The 1.75% of Hong Kong's fiscal expenditures that had to be handed over to the British government not only involved the interests of Hong Kong's British civil servants, but also often led to wrangling between several departments in London under Grantham's lobbying. The direct contribution to the British government was mainly the defense expenditures to protect Hong Kong's mainland, but the Ministry of Defense and its predecessor, the War Department, and the Colonial Office often wrangled over this expenditure. The Ministry of Defense believed that the colonies should always be responsible for their own security and defense expenditures. If there were not enough financial resources, the Colonial Office should find a way out instead of always taking advantage of the empire. In addition, Hong Kong also paid cash to the British Empire during World War II. Now facing external threats, it should be responsible for its own defense expenditures. The Colonial Office believed that it should distinguish between how much Hong Kong could pay and how much it should pay, and stated that Hong Kong had already provided a lot of money during World War II, and the Ministry of Defense should not continue to make plans to take advantage of Hong Kong's finances. Everything can be viewed dialectically. The Ministry of Defense believed that, since Hong Kong had already paid, it could do so once and for all. The Colonial Office believed that it was a lion's mouth to ask for more after having already paid. The Ministry of Finance echoed the Ministry of Defense for its own interests, believing that Hong Kong has always had a very low tax rate and a light government debt, and is capable of contributing more to the defense of the empire. British civil servants in Hong Kong believe that the local area is different from other vast colonies, and its importance lies in geography rather than resources. After the Colonial Office compromised, the Colonial Office, the immediate superior, also became the enemy of Hong Kong's civil servants. Why can Hong Kong compete with its immediate superior in the mainland, but Malaya cannot? The key is that Hong Kong is really profitable, and Malaya is seeking support from London. One is making money, of course, and is full of confidence, while Malaya is still in the stage of needing local support. Of course, Alan Wilson can't be tough. When Malaya's development enters a positive cycle, he can also learn from Grantham how to play take-eye with the mainland. The carefully cultivated and well-educated civil servants of the British Empire generally regard their superiors in London as enemies when it comes to submitting financial matters. If World War II had not broken out, and British India was about to become independent after the war, the attitude of British Indian civil servants towards the mainland would be no different from that of Hong Kong today. After 1945, British Indian civil servants only saw that British India could not be maintained, so they all showed the spirit of ownership of the imperial civil servants, and did so to prove their ability. Of course, if colonial officials dared to go against London, they must build on the basis of profit in the colony. In simple terms, they had to have money. Hong Kong, a port with a population of more than 2 million, had a fiscal expenditure of nearly £30 million, which was the basis for London to be willing to be calm. As for colonies that were not profitable and geographically unimportant, they were all arbitrary in the eyes of the London cabinet and even Whitehall. Governor Grantham's current exchange with London as an equal was exactly what Alan Wilson was working for. Moreover, based on British Malaya, he felt that he could do better and establish a new relationship with the mainland. Finally, Grantham finally arrived in loyal Malaya and felt the sunshine and beaches of British Malaya. He was in a good mood and was very satisfied with Alan Wilson's arrangement and expressed his gratitude. Big places naturally have their own advantages. The scenery here is much better than Hong Kong. This is the magic of nature. Alan Wilson laughed. After all, considering the size of Hong Kong, he really couldn't ask for too much. The key is that we have to protect local interests. The bureaucrats in London are very greedy and can't let us eat too much. Grantham certainly knew the deep purpose of Alan Wilson's visit to him. Chapter 644 I'm a clown. I agree very much. What the Lord said makes a lot of sense. Alan Wilson agreed with the tone of I'm one of us, but for most colonies, finding their own value is the most important thing for the resident commissioner. The conditions in Hong Kong are not available in ordinary colonies. Look, for us, the most critical thing is to find the problem. Grantham said meaningfully, let's see who can find the most critical problem. Oh, respected Lord, let's change the topic. Alan Wilson nodded and said irrelevantly, in fact, for us overseas civil servants, the source of benefits depends on the territory we manage, not London thousands of miles away. On this issue, I agree with the Lord. British civil servants in Hong Kong tend to despise the London bureaucrats meddling in the governor and the policies implemented in Hong Kong, trying to retain greater autonomy. The governor and officials also realized that London has always viewed Hong Kong from a commercial perspective. If Hong Kong becomes an economic burden to London one day, their autonomy will be gone, and they may even give up Hong Kong. Therefore, the governors of Hong Kong have focused on improving Hong Kong's economic self-sustainability, on the one hand, to highlight the importance of Hong Kong to British trade, and on the other hand, to increase the bargaining chips, to resist London's interference in internal affairs. As for respect for the cabinet, there is, but not much. The officials with a good family background cultivated by the British Empire do not regard the mainland as a helper on this issue, but as an opponent. For Alan Wilson, he needs Hong Kong as a transit station. Anyway, he can sell rubber to the Soviet Union, so he naturally doesn't care about adding another country, and even if he doesn't sell it, Indonesia will sell it. Instead of letting Sukarno make this money, it is better to enrich Malaya's finances. Alan Wilson mentioned that Whitehall has predicted that trade with China can reach £100 million in 5 years. Of course, this is trade volume, not profit. But £100 million is definitely not a small amount of money. The leaders in Whitehall see things more clearly than those foreign politicians after all. After listening to this, Grantham agreed. After forming complementary trade, I believe Hong Kong's income will also increase greatly. The only concern is that our allies may be unhappy because of this. Of course we have to take into account the attitude of our allies, but I think it won't be a big problem. Alan Wilson answered absent-mindedly. Compared with completely unfamiliar enemies, Hong Kong's unique location is not only financially beneficial. Do you really think that the spy center in Asia is fake? Grantham saw one thing very clearly, that is, Hong Kong will return to China's rule sooner or later. As for the whimsical autonomy or city-state of some politicians, it is simply impossible to achieve. Since it is definitely impossible to keep it, it is better to do some good things to establish good relationships. Before coming here, Grantham invested in education. Because of the increase in population in Hong Kong, as the number of schools increased, the demand for teachers also increased. However, the only Norfolk College of Education in Hong Kong failed to meet the demand, so Grantham established the Grantham College of Education in September. Grantham was very proud that the new Teachers College was named after him. But then again, there are benefits to the cooperation between the two places. Hong Kong has a unique geographical location. Malaya has resources. If the trade volume can be expanded, both places will develop. It was also because of this that Grantham accepted the invitation to come to Kuala Lumpur this time instead of coming here for vacation. In dealing with local issues, Alan Wilson and Grantham have the same position. They both believe that the land under their rule should be developed, and the world's most populous country cannot be regarded as non-existent. Regarding combating smuggling, they have reached a consensus that there is no smuggling in the South China Sea. It is all legal and normal trade, and the Royal Navy's Pacific Fleet can testify to this. In general, Hong Kong does not need to do anything to make enough profit, Alan Wilson said calmly. As for direct management experience, it is also something that British Malaya should learn from, compared to Alan Wilson, the commissioner. In fact, as the governor of Hong Kong, Grantham has more power. The governor has both executive and legislative powers. In addition, military power and police are also in the hands of the governor. In Hong Kong, you can do whatever you want without being restricted. The governor of Hong Kong has both executive and legislative powers. In addition, military power and the police are also in the hands of the governor. In Hong Kong, the governor can do whatever he wants without being restricted. Therefore, Alan Wilson must get Grantham's approval to take advantage of the world's most populous country. There is no way around it. But as he said, this is a good thing for everyone, and Hong Kong will benefit from it. Then the British civil servants in Hong Kong will naturally be the group that benefits the most. At that time, they will be more confident to argue with London. The two were talking excitedly. Alan Wilson asked about his direct management experience. In fact, if domestic politicians talk about development plans, they will definitely talk about democracy every 3 sentences. What do they know about governing a country? Grantham laughed and ridiculed. In economic development, democracy is basically a derogatory term. Our officials in Hong Kong believe that democracy is the fastest thing to drag down the local economy and undermine the security of the social and political situation. If one day we want to destroy Hong Kong's economy, we can try democracy. The effect will definitely be very fast. Respected sir, you are really a prophet. Alan Wilson's admiration is absolutely sincere. Isn't the future the same as Grantham said? The two reached a consensus again that Hong Kong can benefit. Hong Kong is small in area and lacks natural resources, So local daily necessities, agricultural products, energy, etc. need to be continuously transfused from the outside world. Hong Kong's live cattle, sheep, and pigs are completely dependent on the outside world. In terms of beans, tomatoes, onions, cucumbers, lettuce, mushrooms and other vegetables, overseas is also the main supplier. In general, without trade, Hong Kong would never develop. Therefore, for British civil servants in Hong Kong, the so-called extensive blockade of the free world is itself the greatest insult to the public. Imperial civil servants themselves do not participate in smuggling, which is worthy of the British Empire's cultivation over the years. As for cutting off Hong Kong's trade role as a free port, don't even think about it, no matter how many governors are replaced. In the next few days, as the chief executives of the two places, Alan Wilson and Grantham talked about everything. Hong Kong and Malaya can not only promote each other's development through division of labor in the economy. Politically, they can take a common position facing London. Both of them believe that the interests of overseas civil servants are not exactly the same as those of local officials. Because he heard that the Americans took the initiative to mention peace talks, Alan Wilson took the respected governor to the church to pray for peace. After all, war is cruel and no one wants it to continue. The prayer was done. The respectable priest yawned continuously and completed the task of praising God for the day. They walked into the sacristy one after another with tired faces, just like government officials who mechanically completed their daily routine. The enthusiasm of these respectable priests for religion, like the priests' robes and stoles they wore, gradually disappeared in the sound of hymns day after day. The clergy of the church also had a common problem in general public institutions. Some priests did not talk to each other on weekdays, and some did not even say hello when they met. However, this situation was not easy for ordinary outsiders to discover, because on the surface, they pretended to be very united when they were together. For example, when they met, they always shook hands, patted each other's shoulders gently, and even told a few jokes, or whispered a few words to their colleagues. Of course, there were also some people who were usually taciturn. After praying, they left the church quickly. Some people left without saying goodbye. After completing the prayer, the two continued to discuss the topic of when peace would come. At this time, according to the news from Whitehall, the US request for peace talks was rejected. It seems that the great God immediately identified Alan Wilson, a hypocrite, and punished him at a critical moment. Oh, my God. Alan Wilson felt heartfelt pain at the broken American dream of peace. But as an adult, he has learned to hide his sadness with a smile. If things ended here, it would not be a bad thing, but the next piece of news from Whitehall made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and he was in a different place for a long time. Grantham was very strange. Could it be that Alan Wilson had friends in the United States, so he always hoped for peace? Oh, it's okay. Alan Wilson hesitated for a moment, but still informed Grantham of the Soviet Union's move to build a wall around West Berlin. Such things should not be concealed. The Soviets' actions are too bad. Grantham accused indignantly, this is a kind of pressure on us. Maybe. Alan Wilson responded absent-mindedly. The construction of the Berlin Wall and the interruption of West Berlin's contact with the outside world caused the citizens of West Berlin to panic, and many citizens fled West Berlin. But this is actually not a big deal for Alan Wilson, and it can be said that it has nothing to do with him. But he clearly remembered that the Berlin Wall was built in 1961, after the Second Berlin Crisis. In any case, it should not appear at this time. Apart from him, there are only two possibilities. The first is that there is someone like him in the opposing camp in this world, which is unlikely. Another possibility is that there is a spy around him. Alan Wilson thought of this, and felt that the clown was himself. Chapter 645, No Brothers, No Malaya. Before returning to Kuala Lumpur, Alan Wilson still remembered what he said about how to deal with it, if he were in the Soviet Union's perspective. Including but not limited to building walls, power outages, especially the latter, for an era of electrification. Power outages are a devastating blow. No matter how good a city's hardware facilities are, once there is a lack of electricity, the citizens living in this city will never adapt. Berlin has always been the capital of Germany. As the capital, Berliners have to live in an environment before the electrification era for a long time. No matter how the free world promotes, it cannot maintain the sense of superiority of the citizens of West Berlin. This is a big deal. Later, NATO bombed Yugoslavia indiscriminately, and Belgrade did not yield until it moved out graphite bombs and attacked Yugoslavia's power grid, which immediately defeated the Yugoslavs who were accustomed to modern life. Graphite bombs are also known as soft bombs, commonly known as power killers, because they are not intended to kill enemy soldiers. Graphite bombs are made of specially treated pure carbon fiber filaments. The diameter of each graphite fiber filament is quite small, only a few thousandths of a centimeter. The main target of the attack was the city's power transmission and distribution system, which was paralyzed. After the US Air Force used graphite bombs in the NATO airstrikes on Yugoslavia, led by the United States, Yugoslav citizens quickly fell into anxiety and their support for the war plummeted. Now the Soviet Union itself was aggressively adopting a blockade policy against West Berlin. If Alan Wilson was a West Berliner, he would be able to see the blockade wall around West Berlin rising little by little, and the power in West Berlin was cut off. He would definitely not be indifferent. No matter how good the days in the free world are, without electricity, it is better to live a communist life. If the Soviet Union is determined to cut off the power supply in West Berlin, Alan Wilson does not think that the citizens of West Berlin will be stronger than the Arabs in the Gaza refugee camps. Maybe the citizens of West Berlin will run away. Alan Wilson's head was a mess, and he even neglected the governor of Hong Kong, Grantham. This was an incredible thing for him who attached so much importance to the original intention of the division of labor and cooperation between the two places. Alan Wilson forced himself to let Elisa arrange the itinerary for the governor. His head was in a mess. He stared blankly at the empty office and muttered to himself, "Those two sisters? Oh my god. Only God knows how cleanly he has sold the underwear of the free world in the past few years. The Cambridge Five are just for fun. He is more powerful than the spies of the entire free world. After all, no matter how powerful the spy is, he can't predict the future, but Alan Wilson can at least see part of it. Not necessarily. Maybe there is a capable person in the Soviet Union. I may have misunderstood." Alan Wilson thought about it and couldn't rule out the possibility that there was a master in the Soviet camp. He didn't want to accept the fact that the Dragoon sisters were spies. They had children with each other, and that was not fake. With a heavy heart, Alan Wilson returned to his residence. Feeling deeply humiliated, Alan Wilson cried and couldn't extricate himself from the horn. "Alan, what's wrong with you?" Vivian Leigh asked with a trace of heartache on her face when she saw the man coming back like this. "I feel like I'm just a clown who is just trying to attract attention." Alan Wilson sat motionless on the chair, looking up with a smile that was uglier than crying. "It's like social death has suddenly befallen me. No, no." Seeing Alan Wilson like this, Vivian Leigh took the initiative to hug the man's head and comforted him softly, although she didn't know why. "You are the most hard-working man I have ever seen. You have ideals and abilities. You have become a foreign commissioner at this age. If I were younger, I would definitely snatch you from Pamela." Oh. Alan Wilson looked like he had no desire to live. If it weren't for his weakness of beauty, this incident probably wouldn't have happened. If Lubyanka had awarded him a medal, General Burgess, General Philby, Alan Wilson, would have been a marshal. Alan Wilson, who felt that beauty was his weakness, surrendered in the face of the careful service of the British treasure that night. "I don't know what happened to you today, and I won't ask, but if there is something that others don't know, and only you know what's wrong, it doesn't matter. As long as you adjust yourself, no one can do anything to you." Vivian Leigh, who had just returned from rinsing her mouth, comforted the man she loved deeply. "That's the truth." "Hey." Alan Wilson took the initiative to open his arms and hug the delicate body of the national treasure and whispered, "If everyone is as considerate as you, I have nothing to worry about." Vivian Leigh was shocked. She heard from this sentence that the problem should be with a woman. But even though she thought so, her face remained calm. Her beloved man was already so troubled, and she couldn't make things worse at this time. The British Malaya Commissioner, who was thousands of miles away, began to pay attention to Berlin's affairs without a sound, paying more attention than when he was in Europe. When he heard that the entire West Berlin power system was interrupted, he knew it was over. If it was just repairing the wall, it could be explained that there were capable people on the Soviet side, but the power outage could not be explained in this way. After all, although the Soviet group looks terrible, it is actually far less shameless than the free world. The Soviet Union really started with the public facilities. During several Berlin crises, the Soviet Union did not cut off the power supply to West Berlin. But this time it did so, which means that there are unknown factors in the world today. As for what unknown factors, Alan Wilson knew it clearly. The biggest unknown factor is himself. If it is to build a wall, it can be attributed to the butterfly effect, but with the power outage, Alan Wilson can no longer think of any other possibilities. The Berlin Wall has become a new target for the two camps to spit at each other. The main force on the free world side is still Britain. The United States is still concerned about things like the Meiji Corridor and the autumn counterattack. Although under repeated calls from the United Kingdom, the US Air Force has replaced the Royal Air Force and become the main force of the Berlin airlift. But in public opinion, Britain and the Soviet Union are the main forces of the two camps. The significance of the Berlin Wall is the focus of the debate between the two sides. The Soviet side believes that since the United Kingdom, the United States and France have divided Germany, throwing the Soviet-occupied area out of the coalition government, the previous dividing line is naturally the national border. West Berlin is just a special national border. Since it is a national border, it should be managed in the same way as a national border. The Berlin Wall is essentially a border defense project built against a hostile neighboring country, but it just happens to be in the middle of a large city. Of course, Britain rejected this statement and said that the free world would never give up West Berlin. In response to Britain's opposition, the Soviet Union took out photos of West Berlin citizens fleeing. London accused the Soviet Union of cutting off West Berlin's electricity and accused the Soviet Union of attacking civilian facilities. It is a very bad thing, and asked the Soviet Union to stop the action immediately. Regarding Britain's request, the Soviet Union did not comment, and finally stated that the Soviet Union would not interfere with the US air transport operations. Because the border defense facilities have been built, there is no need to take measures of human blockade. If the United States and Britain are willing, they can continue to implement the air transport policy for 5 years, 10 years, or 50 years. As for the power problem in West Berlin, since Britain, the United States, and France have ignored the integrity of Germany and taken split measures, they have already thrown away the eastern part of Germany. The Soviet Union will not take extra care of West Berlin. The power facilities in West Berlin should be solved by the federal German government. The Soviet Union's response mainly has 2 points. The first point is that the construction of the Berlin Wall and the power cutoff are facts that cannot be changed. The Soviet Union did not regard West Berlin as a military base, which was already a consideration for the safety of the citizens of West Berlin. The second point is to remind the West that the Berlin airlift will inevitably be a long-term one. If the United States believes that its national strength allows it, it can continue the airlift. Elisa found that her boss had spoken less in the past few days. Even when communicating with the governor, he only talked about business, unlike before. Commissioner, you have spoken less recently. Oh, really? Now Europe and the Far East are in confrontation. I'm deeply worried about the future of the empire. After hearing this, Alan Wilson replied without blushing or beating his heart. He dared not be unable to control his mouth in front of a beautiful woman now, although Elisa was a reliable woman. But he also thought that the Dragoon sisters were very reliable before, and they all had the crystallization of love. But it led to today's result. The governor will return to Hong Kong in a few days, and I'm preparing to talk to you, the commissioner. Although Elisa was a little confused, she still took Grantum's words to think about preparing a cocktail party or something, and then revealed one thing, handing the telegram from Hyderabad to Alan Wilson. Telegram from Hyderabad? Alan Wilson dared not neglect it, and took it, and read it directly. Ali Khan has decided to resign from the nominal position of Chief Minister of Hyderabad. Now the former world's richest man has taken away everything he can take away. The remaining fixed assets are former investments such as railways, libraries, and university towns. Ali Khan's meaning is very simple. He will leave India and start his life again in another place. As early as after Hyderabad was occupied by the Indian government army, He wanted to leave India, but at that time he wanted to live in London and buy a manor for retirement. But he didn't expect that the position of Sultan of Sabah would actually have a good result. Now Ali Khan is full of motivation and decided to bring his talent to the warm beaches of Sabah. This telegram to Alan Wilson is full of the core idea of no brothers, no basketball. It shows that Ali Khan has made up his mind and will leave soon to British Malaya to form a double giant lineup with Alan Wilson, and they will also take care of each other. The call came at 8:30. The power outage is really a devastating blow to modern society. I was completely moved. Chapter 646. Ali Khan arrives. Alan Wilson was of course happy about this. Who doesn't want to be friends with rich people? And considering the political situation in Malaya, a powerful monarch is also needed here. First of all, Ali Khan has experienced the changes brought about by the British withdrawal. Hyderabad, which has existed for hundreds of years, was annexed by India. If a similar choice appears again, Ali Khan will definitely not want the British army to withdraw from Malaya again. Therefore, the future monarch of Sabah must be a hardcore pro-British faction. Ali Khan's arrival will give the pro-British element in Malaya an overwhelming advantage, and Ali Khan's wealth will make him a huge help to the British colonial rule. With the help of such a Sabah Sultan, he believes that his transformation of Malaya will be greatly helped. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson couldn't help but jump up, and the haze of the Berlin crisis in his heart was also relieved a lot. Sometimes a bad mood needs good news to neutralize it. As for the matter of the Dragoon sisters, Alan Wilson has decided in his heart that he will find a suitable time to ask openly and honestly. He can't take a too tough attitude towards a woman who has paid feelings. If the Dragoon sisters denied being spies, he might choose to believe them in the end. In a good mood, after the governor of Hong Kong returned to Hong Kong, Alan Wilson chose to inspect the steel group in Sarawak. The importance of steel to a country needs no further explanation. The most basic thing is that steel has a balance between performance and cost. Considering this balance, steel is almost the only choice for the development of a country. All countries measure a country's war potential by steel production, which is naturally reasonable. The growth potential of steel in the UK is not large, and even the supplement of high quality iron, ore from Australia, cannot change the historical trend. Malaya is not far from Australia, and the transportation cost alone has a huge advantage. Any industry is a big water user, and steel is no exception. The water resources in East Malaysia are actually on the Malay Peninsula in the west, not to mention the consideration of reliability. In fact, Alan Wilson is not greedy. He has already formulated an absolutely suitable target template for British Malaya, and it is definitely not unacceptable in theory. He decided to set the steel production target of Sarawak to Tangshan. He felt that this goal was not excessive. After all, the number of people employed in the steel industry in Tangshan was only 600,000. East Malaysia has a small population, but 600,000 employees are not a problem. Once this goal is finally achieved, Alan Wilson can make Sarawak take off with the support of Australia. This year's steel production should reach 4 million tons. It is best to catch up with the mainland within 5 years. As for the further things, we will talk about it later. Alan will discuss with the accompanying East Malaysia Commissioner Edel whether the goal of catching up with the British mainland in steel production within 5 years could be achieved. Commissioner, are you a little anxious? How to solve the sales problem? Edel frowned and asked the doubts in his heart. Don't worry about it. Alan Wilson laughed. Regarding the fact that all the capitals of the colonies in British Africa were included in the real estate revitalization plan, Edel was not a commissioner and did not know much. If Edel knew that his immediate boss was not going to benchmark the mainland at all, he would benchmark Tangshan. Estimated. It's nothing. How could a British person know where Tangshan is? How could ordinary people think that the steel production of a city could be compared with that of a big country? But the bolder the people, the more productive they are. Since Tangshan can produce hundreds of millions of tons of steel with 600,000 steel workers, Alan Wilson thinks that it is not too much to set Sarawak's steel industry at 100 million tons. Alan Wilson made important instructions on the development of Sarawak's steel industry at the Sarawak Palace. The core idea is that for Sarawak, the steel industry is a major taxpayer and employer. Under the condition of stable growth and employment, the concentrated development of large steel enterprises is the best choice for local development. Expanding production capacity, improving regional concentration, and reducing production costs. From a long-term perspective, the steel industry is irreplaceable. At this stage, no one can find an element that can be replaced by steel. Therefore, from a long-term industry perspective, the steel industry has its own development characteristics. However, only enterprises with innovative consciousness and continuous improvement of product quality can survive. In a larger sense, the good development of steel will also help to stabilize the imperial preferential system and increase the capital of equal negotiations between the British Empire and other powers. The current favorable situation is that the production of Australian iron ore has gradually been put on the right track. The Australian government has lifted the steel ban on the United Kingdom and its territories, which will help the development of Sarawak's steel industry. In response, Ethel and the civil servants below him expressed that they must understand the spirit of their superiors, contribute to the cause of building the British Empire, deeply implement the spirit of the Whitehall meeting, and work hard to make the British Empire usher in rapid development. Modern life without steel is unimaginable. The things we take for granted in life, from houses, bridges, cars, airplanes to home appliances, are either made of steel or produced with the help of steel. Iron ore is the core raw material for steel making. With the help of Australia, there is no reason to fail. Alan Wilson said this, and glanced at his subordinates. I believe that colleagues working overseas will not be disappointed in you. We all believe that everyone is reliable. Hearing the assurance of his subordinates on reliability, Alan Wilson nodded slightly. The fundamental reason why the steel industry was placed in Sarawak instead of the more populous Malay Peninsula was that 80% of the coal resources in the entire British Malaya were in Sarawak. From the principle of proximity to resources, it is natural to put the steel industry in Sarawak. Now that both coal and iron resources are available, it would be very disappointing if the production capacity cannot be reached. Coal mining and steel making require automobile transportation, right? This is also a good thing for the British automobile industry, which can promote employment in the British automobile industry. Based on the real estate development of the major colonies in British Africa and British Malaya as the intermediate processing link, it will eventually promote the demand for local high-end industries. It can be said that this is the best option for Britain today. In fact, Britain has never made industrial layouts for a colony, not even British India. The industry of British India only meets some basic needs of India. The former British imperial preferential system is essentially a very general way of producing industrial products locally and earning raw materials from colonies without an industrial base in hand. Originally, the United States played this role before World War I, but the United States was no longer tamed after World War I at this stage. Malaya does not need any brilliant development steps, and extensive development can solve a lot of problems. After the steel and textile industries are well developed, they will accumulate for a few years, and then start the processing industry, and build an import and export system bit by bit. Basically, it will not be much worse than Japan. Of course, the necessary supervision of the colonial government must not be relaxed in this process, and every businessman is a natural comprador. Without the power of supervision, most businessmen will only focus on very basic industries, and will not think of investing funds in heavy industries with greater risks. Democracy is a stumbling block to economic development. We must never allow unreliable people to mix among our colleagues. Alan Wilson repeated the statement he had just learned from the governor of Hong Kong in his own words. It means that for the stable development of Malaya, we must be vigilant against the spread of liberalism, but we must also prevent the confusion of democratic political ideas. Only by combining the benefits of both aspects can Malaya be built into an overseas base that the imperial civil servants can trust. There is no need to pay attention to the United States now. The fundamental reason why the United States cannot even respond to the Berlin crisis is that the war in the Far East has not stopped, and it is bombing Shanganling. When this round of fighting is over, the United States will have time to pay attention to other directions. The days passed by in Alan Wilson's hard work, and he came out of this state at the end of October. Because the glorious Sultan of Sabah, Ali Khan, landed in Penang and came to British Malaya under the rule of his good friend Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson immediately came out of the Kuala Lumpur administrative office to welcome Ali Khan's arrival. Sometimes he felt that Ali Khan's life was absolutely full of legends. The basic trajectory of his life was that, after being the monarch of a British colony, he became the monarch of another British colony. After the two met, Ali Khan was very happy and almost couldn't wait to see his new territory. Alan, it's really nice to meet you, and meeting you in person makes me feel much more at ease. If you are in charge of British Malaya, I believe it will develop very well. Ali Khan smiled more than in the past year and spoke sincerely, constantly praising Alan Wilson. Respected Sultan, is there any need to explain our relationship? Alan Wilson was also very tactful and mentioned carefully, perhaps the development of British Malaya needs the help of a financially strong and benevolent monarch. This financially strong and benevolent monarch has arrived now. Ali Khan nodded without hesitation. I will make all the subjects of the territory wealthy, so that it will help last for a long time. Permanence is power. Alan Wilson nodded in agreement, and then asked, will Nehru notice you're coming here? Will he protest? Don't mention this annoying person. I hope he will fall in the future. Ali Khan's face turned from sunny to cloudy. I believe it will happen. Alan Wilson was sincere, and believed it without a doubt. Chapter 647. Taking advantage of the free world. Alan Wilson could understand Ali Khan's hatred for Nehru. No one could pretend that hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land were taken away from him. Ali Khan's reaction was already very mild. Commissioner, in fact, the unification of India is a good thing for all Indians, Alice said cautiously. It is a good thing, but it has nothing to do with my friend. Alan Wilson said lightly, are you willing to take out the wealth accumulated over the years for the British Empire? Alice did not speak. Alan Wilson could not do this. Of course, he would do his best to prevent Britain from retreating to its homeland, but in the final analysis, this was because such a country was more beneficial to him. Alan Wilson could use any method, even paying out of his own pocket, and not making a profit, but that was all. Not making a profit is okay, but losing money is not okay. Ali Khan's problem is that he cannot take away all his fixed assets, although they are not as conspicuous as those that can be taken away. But those lands are truly priceless treasures. This is why Ali Khan is willing to pay a sky-high price of £100 million to come to Sabah to seek a monarch position. Now, including the rulers of Sarawak and Sabah, there are currently 11 monarchs in British Malaya. Alan Wilson actually wanted to merge Brunei as well, but then the number of monarchs would become 12. Once something happens, it may be difficult to come up with a unified opinion. If there is still someone in this world who is a benevolent and wealthy monarch like Ali Khan, he can consider separating a piece of the Isthmus of Kra and merging it into a new state to continue selling the title of monarch. In this way, the 13 Knights of the Round Table will be gathered together, which will help the stability of British Malaya. However, he has not yet found a monarch who is both wealthy and benevolent. He can try it in the future. In fact, Changong is also a good candidate, but considering reliability, this idea can only be abandoned. British Malaya needs a candidate with a lot of money. If Changong really comes and is restless, Alan Wilson will have to find a reason to sink him into the sea, which may cause trouble. He expected to accompany Ali Khan to Sabah in 2 days, so after receiving Ali Khan, he returned to his residence to rest. In fact, if you want to achieve the purpose of containment, you should find a Chinese monarch in the Malay gathering area of the Isthmus of Kra. Wouldn't that be more appropriate? Vivian Leigh said, after listening to the man's thoughts. Are the British naturally good at divide and rule? Alan Wilson thought so, but smiled bitterly. It's right to think so, but where can I find such a person? The first rule is that he can have nothing but money. He must be at least as wealthy as Ali Khan, but he can't have his own power. Otherwise more than half of the population here are Chinese. What if he causes trouble for us? According to the conditions mentioned by Alan Wilson, Changong is completely unqualified. The only benefit he can think of is that it may transfer future conflicts from a certain big country to himself. Why? As a senior bureaucrat in the free world, he has no obligation to absorb hidden dangers from other places to the colonies he manages. It's good to be at peace now. As for the issue of Scam Island, that is a problem between the United States and a certain big country, and has nothing to do with Britain. If someone consulted him and asked him to give advice, his answer would be the same, even if he asked him 100 times. The best way is to massacre the city, which is very consistent with Chinese historical traditions, with the lowest cost and the fastest effect. If it drags on, it will be God's blessing that the relationship between Britain and Ireland can be transformed, and bribery will have no effect. Instead of relying on bribery, it is better to rely on British Malaya managed by Alan Wilson to block the industrialization path of Scam Island. It may be easier to annex it if it cannot get rich at all. Alan Wilson, who accompanied the Sultan of Sabah, Ali Khan, to inspect the new territory, could see that Ali Khan was very satisfied with his new territory. After all, the sunshine and beaches of British Malaya are much more pleasant than Hyderabad. Most of the land in Hyderabad is on the Deccan Plateau, which is far less livable than here. As for the investment mentioned by Alan Wilson, Ali Khan, who became the Sultan of Sabah, agreed to all of them and expressed his willingness to invest his wealth in the new territory to help the development of local residents. I believe that the Indians in the Malayan Congress will also be very happy. After all, most people are very ignorant and really believe that blood is thicker than water. They may think that the arrival of you, Maharaja, can improve the status of Indians. Alan Wilson mentioned Ali Khan's potential supporters, and he was completely helping to analyze from the standpoint of a friend. Alan, although I don't admire the British Empire very much, I can't find any fault with you from any angle. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found a new territory. Ali Khan sighed and said, as long as I live one day, I will definitely help Britain maintain its rule here. The Maharaja is so magnanimous that I really have nothing to say. Alan Wilson pretended not to hear the complaints about Britain. When it comes to the issue of which is more important, the honor of the country or his personal relationship, the latter is obviously more important than the former. Ali Khan kept his promise and was willing to use his wealth to promote the development of Sabah, which is of course a good thing. After all, Sabah is next to Sarawak, and no one wants to be next to a poor neighbor. Regional discrimination is real. There are relevant examples in India. Bihar is the cultural center of ancient India, equivalent to Henan in China. With such a high cultural status, it is indeed a high incidence area of map cannons in the entire India in later generations. Various discriminatory remarks about Bihar are common. When things like eating cow dung, drinking Ganges water, and drinking cow urine appear, Indians think that it is done by people in Bihar. The root cause is that Bihar is too poor, and all kinds of indicators are ranked last in India. If you are plagued by poverty, don't blame yourself for being the focus of map cannons. Sabah and Sarawak are adjacent. If Ali Khan can use his wealth to promote the development of Sabah, it will help the unity of the entire East Malaysia, which is very important for maintaining the overall stability of the British colonies. Charlie, come here. Alan Wilson called the Sabah Commissioner to come over and introduce the Sabah Commissioner to Ali Khan. My friend is the current Sultan of Sabah, Maharaja Ali Khan. Maharaja is a very kind and charismatic monarch. He helped me a lot when I was in India. I hope you can get along with Maharaja and make Sabah prosperous. That night, the group rested in Kota Kinabalu, the capital of Sabah. Compared with the area of more than 70,000 square kilometers, the population of Sabah is sparse. There are only tens of thousands of people in the capital, and the main residents are Chinese. Ali Khan promised to build Kota Kinabalu into a capital city that can be shown off, and to build schools and railways. Alan Wilson just listened to this. Maybe Ali Khan would invest in building these things, but he could almost predict that the first major project to be built would definitely be a mosque. From a population perspective, the Malay gathering area in the Isthmus of Kra in British Malaya is suitable for Ali Khan to be the monarch. But considering that there are already 9 sultans on the Malay Peninsula, it would be unbalanced to put Ali Khan there. Moreover, Ali Khan really took out £100 million and gave Sabah, the second largest state in British Malaya, to Ali Khan. As for the largest state, it is of course Sarawak after the area adjustment, which occupies a quarter of the current area of Greater British Malaya, and now belongs to Pamela Mountbatten, his wife, the commissioner. One thing needs to be explained. That is, the power of the Sultan of British Malaya is not as good as that of the former princely king of British India. The people of the entire British Malaya are subjects of the British Empire, even the hereditary sultans of the states. These sultans do have the power to bully men and women, but if they really think they are local lords, the commissioners of various places are not decorations. Alan Wilson talked to the 9 sultans before. Ali Khan just arrived here, and he wants to make this matter clear. Time is approaching the end of the year, and the international situation can be said to be stable or unstable. After all, even if it is a war, once there is time to persist, people will gradually get used to it. This is a statement from the British perspective, which cannot represent the mood of the United States. At present, whether it is the Berlin airlift or the war in the Far East, the United States is the absolute main force of the free world. The latest development of the Berlin crisis is that the pressure of West Berlin's demand on air transport capacity is increasing at a visible speed. Because of the dual pressure of power outages and the construction of the Berlin Wall, the number of West Berlin citizens fleeing is increasing day by day. The population of West Berlin has dropped from 2.5 million to less than 2 million. In just half a month, the number of fleeing people exceeded 500,000. It can be said that West Berlin citizens are fleeing at any time and anywhere. Under the threat of returning to the agricultural era, communism is no longer the biggest threat. West Berlin citizens have demonstrated their good character of kneeling and shaking their fists. On the one hand, they shouted that the free world would never compromise, and on the other hand, they took the airlifted materials out of West Berlin and threw them into the arms of the Soviets. Perhaps these West Berlin citizens will still find a way to join the Federal Republic of Germany one day, but now they are unwilling to sacrifice for the free world on the front line of the Cold War. Since West Berlin citizens have fled in large numbers, how can the pressure on air transport be increased? It should be reduced. The reason was that the black market had revived just after the end of World War II. West Berlin sold the materials shipped by the free world to the citizens of East Berlin, and sold their own property in West Berlin, in order to find a place to settle down. London even believed that the current Berlin crisis had evolved into the Soviet Union fleecing the free world. On the one hand, the free world continued to increase its air transport capacity, and on the other hand, these materials fell into the hands of the Soviet-occupied zone. This is what I expected. Alan Wilson, who was holding the telegram, was educated. He really didn't expect this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Disagreement Among Close Allies. If he were in the Soviet camp, he might be impressed, but the problem is that he is in the enemy camp of the Soviet Union. This is very embarrassing. Isn't it equivalent to the Soviet Union taking the citizens of West Berlin as hostages and leading the free world through the panic of the Berlin crisis? Things have evolved to the point where it is hard to back down. The United States can't just airlift generators to West Berlin to improve happiness. That's the electricity needed by more than 2 million people, and the fuel for airlift is almost the same as a war. And as long as the Soviet Union doesn't give in, even if the United States can airlift it for a short time, can it do it for years? This is almost like the United States has been investing in a war with the intensity of the Korean War. No wonder London is at a loss now. Alan Wilson is even thinking that Britain is probably persuading the United States to give up Berlin. But giving up Berlin is not easy. It is equivalent to surrendering to the Soviet Union. Britain can do this because Britain has always believed that money is more important than anything else. But the United States is different. The United States has just ascended the throne of world hegemony, and it was hit hard before it sat firmly. The decision to give up Berlin is not so easy to make. Besides, the United States has already acquiesced to the Hokkaido incident. If it gives up on the Berlin crisis, how many imperial pens are needed to cover up the major failure? Alan Wilson estimated that, even if all the citizens of West Berlin ran away, and the entire West Berlin became an empty city surrounded by walls, the United States would not withdraw. At most, it would use West Berlin as a garrison base and still refuse to leave. This is the way to save face. In the final analysis, what the free world values is not the citizens of West Berlin, but the place of West Berlin. Let this nail, that is stuck in the heart of the Soviet Union, work. As for the welfare of the citizens of West Berlin, it is not so important. Because of climate reasons, Pamela Mountbatten is going to leave her homeland and live in Australia for a while. By the way, a message was stated in the telegram that General Mountbatten will go to the Mediterranean Fleet as the fleet commander next year. Complete an important step in life. When the important step of the Grand Fleet Commander is completed, the road to the Sea Minister will be smooth. In the telegram, she asked her husband whether he had a smooth return to Malaya. She also said hello to Ali Khan, who had just arrived in Sabah, and said that they could discuss cooperation when they had time. Today, Pamela Mountbatten is no longer the little girl who was knocked dizzy by Alan Wilson's diamond. It can be said that Pamela Mountbatten's wealth is no longer inferior to Ali Khan, the former richest man in the world. And with the blessing of time, Pamela Mountbatten's wealth will rise with the help of Princess Badiaya. Mountbatten Oil Company has completed the leap from Libya to the Persian Gulf. It has entered the core area of the world's oil resources, and this has the support of the royal family. The Crown Prince and Princess Margaret also have shares in the oil company. The wife continues to use wealth to bind more and more people to join, and now she is a spokesperson for the reactionary feudal lords in Europe. The international situation at the end of 1951 was mainly focused on the Berlin Crisis and the Far East War. For this reason, Britain also showed its restless tradition. At the United Nations, it expressed its differences with the United States for the first time, which surprised many countries. Regarding the determination of the Korean War, whether the United States wins or loses, will it lose face? Britain does not care. It is the United States that loses face, and Britain has no interests in the peninsula. On the contrary, it believes that the security of the European direction is related to the interests of Britain. After this round of fighting ended, as the Berlin crisis could not be resolved in a short time, Britain felt that the situation in Europe was heating up, and quarreled with the United States over which was more important, Europe or the Far East. At the special session of the United Nations General Assembly, the United States planned a 15-nation proposal in an attempt to cancel the political conference, so that it could not be the basis for solving the Korean issue. Britain not only did not support this, but also jointly proposed a 4-nation proposal with Canada, Australia, and New Zealand to oppose the US proposal, and publicly quarreled with the United States and the United Nations on issues such as the political conference. Britain opposed the United States continuing to invest military forces in a peninsula where there was nothing, and ignoring the security needs of Europe. Because the war was delayed, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, which had sent troops, supported the British resolution. They hoped to end the war as soon as possible and withdraw the troops they had sent. This was a very embarrassing thing for the United States, which regarded itself as the leader of the free world. There can be 2 gangs in a neighborhood, but there cannot be 2 bosses in a gang. Britain joined forces with Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, the former dominions, to oppose the US proposal, which made Americans very uncomfortable. The British actually thought they were the father. The result is that the United States must agree with Britain's opposition and oppose Britain's proposal. Britain believes that the United States should end the war as soon as possible, and the United States must increase its investment in the war and consider negotiations after gaining a favorable situation. Britain privately communicated to give up Berlin to reduce consumption, and the United States increased its efforts to airlift to Berlin. If there was no trace of reason in its head, the United States might really airlift the generator to West Berlin. After this meeting, Syngman Rhee publicly criticized the governments of Australia, Canada, New Zealand and Britain. Syngman Rhee blamed the failure of the war on the influence of these governments on MacArthur's dismissal. MacArthur, like Syngman Rhee, wanted to bring the Korean peninsula into the free world. Syngman Rhee's remarks led to a storm of protests in Britain. Although South Korea denied the accusation the next day, it has aroused great disgust among the British and Commonwealth public. In addition, the truth about the corruption of the Syngman Rhee regime has been exposed. The British people's support for the Korean War and UN actions has been declining. Even British diplomats and parliamentarians have doubts about the US military policy. Alan Wilson has been accompanying his richest friend to discuss the development of Sabah recently. After the current round of fighting on the peninsula stopped at the end of the year, he had no time to pay attention to what happened on the Korean peninsula. He didn't know about Syngman remarks until Princess Margaret, who followed Pamela Mountbatten, came to Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson took a breath and said in disbelief, "There is such a thing." It was reported in the London newspapers the other day. Princess Margaret said angrily, "The South Korean president is an egomaniac who expects the United States and the Commonwealth countries to help him unify the peninsula with money and lives. That kind of idiot is widely distributed in Asian countries." Alan Wilson was not very surprised. For example, Changong, Wudindim, and Lon Nol, the United States has a special preference for these investors. It is better to say that his vision is problematic. However, when it comes to the issue of Britain's national dignity, Alan Wilson took out his diary in front of his wife and sister-in-law and wrote down Lee Seung-man's name. When Mrs. Changong criticized Britain before, Alan Wilson wanted to find some work for the Slavs in northern Rhodesia. Those Slavs always said that they were willing to prove their reliability through some things. But reliability can't be expressed with words without really helping Britain to clean up those who trample on Britain's dignity. Alan Wilson couldn't believe this kind of reliability. Of course, this was just a show. Alan Wilson knew that it was difficult to enter South Korea and kill a president. It was estimated that he would have to wait until the other party stepped down before he could kill the whole family. He was doing this now just to show his attitude. Pamela Mountbatten came here this time, naturally for bird migration. The climate in London was terrible after entering winter. The whole sky was dim. Mrs. Wilson planned to live in Australia for a while and return to her homeland when spring came. As for Princess Margaret, it was mainly because she insisted on coming here, which was not originally in Pamela Mountbatten's plan. The main reason why London believes that giving up Berlin is that it has discovered that many Berliners are speculating in selling our airlifted materials to the Soviets for huge profits. Pamela Mountbatten talked about the true thoughts of Britain at the moment and did not want to invest in this bottomless pit. "Dear, don't use this Soviet vocabulary, otherwise your reliability will be questioned." Alan Wilson corrected softly, changing the word. "After all, the demand exists, which is part of free trade. But I also think that the United States' insistence on this matter is not conducive to the resolution of the matter. It is better to interrupt the air transport for a few days and let the citizens of West Berlin escape, which will reduce a lot of burden in the future." To be honest, Alan Wilson's mood was very complicated. As far as the Berlin crisis was concerned, he was simply fighting with himself. After this incident, it is estimated that his skills in fighting each other will be directly improved. At first, he made suggestions for Britain, then helped the Soviet Union, and finally worked hard for the free world. A classic example of me against myself. If there was no follower here, Alan Wilson wanted to take Pamela Mountbatten around. He now knows that there is a disagreement between Britain and the United States on which is more important, Europe or the Far East. It can be said that this is the first time since the war that the disagreement has been presented to the world. Actually, I don't recommend having disagreements with the United States on such matters, especially when the United States needs help now. If the United States believes that its national strength can deal with two problems at the same time, our opposition is useless. Alan Wilson hugged his wife's body and whispered, "Otherwise, the United States may think that we are deliberately singing a different tune. And in fact, we don't have the ability to stop the United States. For the current Britain, it is based on defense and completes an orderly contraction. Just watch the United States make trouble." Pamela Mountbatten said angrily, "Americans don't respect Britain. At least not now." Alan Wilson signaled to stay calm. "The key is that Britain cannot rely on American aid. It will wait slowly and there will be opportunities. Normal updates will resume tomorrow." Chapter 649. Feel Good Princess. In fact, both the cabinet and Whitehall know clearly that the independence of British India is just the beginning. The question is whether all the colonies are independent or whether these few important places can be preserved. Among the colonies in Asia, only Malaya is worth investing in. Pamela Mountbatten nodded obediently, and after listening, she asked, Malaya is a colony that must be grasped in our hands. You invited Ali Khan to Sabah to be the Sultan. Is it also to strengthen the power of pro-British forces? There are reasons for this. Alan Wilson nodded and said dishonestly with his hands, I would like to punch the Soviet Union and step on the United States, but now is not that era. I have no choice. Take the Crown Princess Elizabeth, who was in her prime at the time, for example. Later generations called her the old Buddha. The British Empire has also become a realistic projection of the King dynasty in the joke world, but Alan Wilson, who is really in the power center of Britain, can understand that Britain also wants to stop the country's decline. But the problem is that there are really not many ways. When a country is in adversity, its room for maneuver is small, and it may even be embarrassing, that no matter how it makes a decision, it will not have a good result. For example, when Macartney visited China, the demands he put forward were almost identical to those in the Treaty of Nanjing, and Britain also stood up for Nepal. So did Kian Long agree to this or not? In history, Kian Long did not agree, and was considered to be closed to the outside world and unable to see the future development of the world. But if he agreed, Kian Long would be a loss of power and humiliation of the country. In history, without Alan Wilson, the troublemaker, all British colonies would have been lost. Now that he is added, he will not allow the British Empire to return to its peak, and at most will retain a few valuable colonies as a bottom line. At present, most of the nearly 10 million square kilometers of land that Britain still holds in its hands will become independent sooner or later. The original history was very tragic to lose all, and if a few pieces could be retained, it would actually be equally tragic. At present, it is not suitable for Britain to fall out with the United States, especially when it has not figured out how to get rid of its dependence on the United States. The most important thing is not to get angry and challenge the authority of the United States. Alan Wilson did not appreciate the fact that Britain's old habit broke out this time and embarrassed the United States at the United Nations meeting. It may be a bit embarrassing to say it out loud, and Britain should find a way to keep a low profile. The fundamental reason why Britain is doing this now is that it still believes that Britain is a world power and feels quite good about itself. You can't think deeply about this problem. If you think deeply, it's all the established root of my Qing dynasty. Alan Wilson thinks that his Chinese name is really appropriate, and he is definitely a Zongtang. Of course, Zongtang can't handle everything. For example, when challenging the weak point, Alan Wilson has repeatedly failed. Pamela Mountbatten now has a strong desire to have children, especially because the two of them are inseparable because of their careers, which leads to Pamela Mountbatten cherishing the time they spend together. For Alan Wilson, life is power and beauty. Pamela Mountbatten is much simpler. Husband and money are ranked first and last, and she doesn't want to give up any of them. Although Mrs. Wilson is not a beauty that can topple a country, Alan Wilson doesn't care about that kind of material possessions. When there is time, they jog in parallel, and when they are free, they argue and have a verbal dispute. The degree of shamelessness was so great that even Princess Margaret, who showed up for no reason, was dumbfounded. The end-of-year gathering of colonial commissioners was not delayed by the Berlin crisis in Europe and the war in the Far East. The commissioners from various colonies came to Malaya and brought out specific plans for the development of the real estate in the colonies under their jurisdiction. It was of course reasonable for colleagues to gather in Kuala Lumpur, after all, to measure the material resources of the British Empire and win the favor of Malaya. British Malaya is a production base, and the lists brought by the colonial commissioners will determine the industrial development plan of British Malaya in the coming year. In other words, these commissioners came to deliver orders, and of course Alan Wilson also had to show his hospitality. Provide these commissioners with good and high quality services, because the customs of Malaya are quite conservative. There are no projects that are too shocking. But it doesn't matter. Alan Wilson has a good friend in Japan, so he quickly went to Japan to find a bunch of young streetwalkers. After the health check, he came to Kuala Lumpur in airborne mode to cheer up the beloved imperial commissioners. In order to reflect the national characteristics, they must wear kimonos. The imperial commissioners who arrived in Kuala Lumpur, on the one hand, thanked Alan Wilson for his hospitality, and on the other hand, expressed their admiration for Pamela Mountbatten, the richest man in Britain, and their respect for Princess Margaret. It's actually a bit vulgar. Pamela Mountbatten frowned, somewhat displeased with her husband's behavior of summoning so many Japanese women to accompany the imperial commissioners for fun. Some people just like exotic styles, but I think the effect is still very good. Alan Wilson was a little strange. His wife seemed to be very disgusted. Alan Wilson's ears, who didn't care, were directly pinched by two onion-like fingers. Pamela Mountbatten asked in a low voice with a smile on her face, "I wonder if my husband likes exotic styles? He won't raise a few exotic girls in Kuala Lumpur, right? What are you thinking?" Alan Wilson tilted his head and said without changing his expression, "Exotic styles also depend on the time. Nothing is more important to me than the future." "You still don't believe me?" "Of course I believe it." Pamela Mountbatten, who looked unconvinced, affirmed her husband's loyalty without thinking. Alan Wilson was very dissatisfied. What about the conscience and trust between husband and wife? Could it be that today, the wife actually doesn't trust her husband? Alan Wilson swore that his hobby has always been consistent. He likes young, beautiful, and fair-skinned women. This standard will not change. The higher the latitude of the country, the easier it is for him to get favor. It is best to have a blonde hairy girl. Swedish cars are also an option. If the range is expanded a little, European and American cars are not unacceptable. But so far, he has not driven a Japanese car. He just expressed his approval of Yachigo Sakoru, but this can't be counted. He didn't even have a test drive experience. Pamela Mountbatten's suspicion seriously hurt Alan Wilson's feelings. Alan Wilson is not afraid of Pamela Mountbatten's suspicion because Vivienne Leigh has gone to Los Angeles. Although Alan Wilson didn't know that Vivienne Leigh left in a hurry, she got the news from Katharine Hepburn. A young actress, with the paving of the Imperial Gentleman, wants to enter Hollywood. This time, the British treasure went to Los Angeles to verify whether the source of the loss of souls of men of the same status as her husband some time ago was this woman. I just think that it may be inappropriate for you to drag a bunch of imperial commissioners into corruption like this. Pamela Mountbatten said it in a different way. "Of course you have a reason to do this. I have nothing to say." Alan Wilson did not explain too much. As an ordinary person with mediocre qualifications, he has two more useful hobbies. One is to write a diary, and the other is to take pictures. The fundamental purpose of calling for foreign aid from Japan is to leave photos for collection. After all, these are all middle and high-level officials of the British Empire overseas, the backbone of the future Whitehall. Leaving a little handle in hand may be very reassuring. Of course, he can't tell his wife clearly, otherwise Pamela Mountbatten will definitely sigh that the necessary training of MI6 agents has been used by her husband in this regard. Pamela Mountbatten doesn't need to know the inside story of this matter. Alan Wilson is willing to carry the burden for his wife. The beloved woman is only responsible for the good years. Regarding these evidences, if some people become competitors one day in the future, they can also be used to threaten each other. And he can guarantee that, if he goes to these people's territory in Africa, the other party will not deal with him in turn. Because he himself has a strong immunity to black pearls. To be fair, in terms of racial differences, each has its own strengths in the body. White people have great absolute strength, black people have strong explosive power, and yellow people are between the first two in most indicators. Black people have many advantages in their bodies, and they must have good body proportions and long legs. But the skin color alone is enough to make Alan Wilson immune, and he will never fall into the trap in similar occasions. This time, the mutual reservation in communication allowed Princess Margaret to find an opportunity to lecture Alan Wilson, pointing out that Alan Wilson should not treat his wife like this. "Respected princess, how do you, as an unmarried woman, reconcile the relationship between a couple?" Alan Wilson asked with a strong questioning look in his eyes. "Don't you think this is very funny? Pamela and I just have differences in the means of doing things, but I believe she understands that I will not do useless work. I think Pamela's suspicion is very reasonable." Princess Margaret stuttered and whispered, "You are just that kind of person. Maybe you have a bunch of women in Kuala Lumpur. I heard that the laws here do not exclude this. It seems that it was you who tried your best to promote the introduction in the first place." You are just looking for a legal basis for your behavior. That was a means for the rapid population growth of British Malaya. Alan Wilson slapped his head, then regretted it. In fact, this slap should be slapped on your head, so that you can put some rational thinking into your head. You dare. Princess Margaret came up and looked up unconvinced. Because of her height, the respected princess could only look up slightly at this lawless maniac. Me. Alan Wilson was not surprised. His face changed, and he wanted to clear the court, but when he saw the princess in a skirt looking up at him, his Adam's apple moved for no reason, and at the critical moment, he turned around and let out a long breath. Although his body was not big, the big part was not as small as he imagined. Looking at this man blankly, he turned around and took a deep breath. Princess Margaret suddenly reacted and covered her chest. Her chest was beating like a deer. Was everything seen clearly just now? Chapter 650, Surpassing Britain and Catching Up with America. The current atmosphere was a little awkward, and reason told Alan Wilson that the danger should be nipped in the bud. This was the daughter of His Majesty the King and the sister of the future Queen. She was extremely dangerous in terms of her identity. Touching her was like playing with fire, even more dangerous than the dragoon spy that had been defined in his mind, or as dangerous. They were all existences that could cause a fatal blow to his pursuit of progress, and Lust had to decide when to stop. Margaret, although the relationship is distant, I'm your brother-in-law after all. You are now worrying about our relationship as husband and wife. Alan Wilson took a few deep breaths to adjust his mood, and reminded the future sister. If something happened between the two, it would be a royal scandal, which would do harm to both of them. It turned out that Alan Wilson only had a vague feeling, but just now, when they were almost close to each other, and looked at each other, he could already determine from Princess Margaret's eyes, that this sister-in-law had some unhealthy ideas about him. When did this start? Alan Wilson couldn't trace the source, and was confused about it. How could he know that he had once shown his weapon in front of the respected princess a long time ago? I didn't deny that you are my brother-in-law. Princess Margaret's face was flushed, and her voice was a little awkward. She was still in a state of selflessness, and didn't know it. Alan Wilson lowered his head, and looked at Princess Margaret with deep eyes. He said in his heart that it was bad. This was clearly the state where half of his sister-in-laws, but had been received, and was waiting for signature. Some things are like this. When you don't feel it, you think it's okay. Once you find clues, now you look at it again. No matter where it is, it's suspicious. If Alan Wilson didn't have the desire to pursue progress, and didn't plan to show his fists in the officialdom, of course, he didn't care. After all, who can be indifferent to the limited edition luxury car of the British system? Even if it can't be collected as a private collection, it's not too much to get it for free. It's a profit. But the key is that he is an official fan, and an official fan full of progress. This is very embarrassing. This is not an easy decision to make. It can even be said to be a difficult decision. You have to choose between two things. Let the princess understand that the two should look at this matter objectively with the mind of an adult. Alan Wilson started this speech, beating around the bush, to explain how Her Royal Highness should choose her future marriage from the perspectives of the royal family's status, the citizens' perceptions, the Anglican Church's ideas, and the views of politicians from various countries. It's just like I love you. Princess Margaret looked confused and said directly, so what? Let's not talk about anything else. Who can pass the test of His Majesty? And I can't ignore Pamela's thoughts. When Alan Wilson saw the princess's answer, he knew that his guess was indeed correct. He changed his mindset to dispel the other party's idea and decisively admitted the princess's guess. I did have a mistress, although in Pamela's eyes, I'm a diligent imperial civil servant. But when it comes to men's needs, I'm not perfect. But Pamela is an untouchable existence in my heart. I can't give the love that many women need. Alan Wilson showed his rational side and directly told the love brain that he could not provide the love that the princess needed. Of course, having a relationship with the princess is very fulfilling, but it is impossible to ignore the potential crisis. Utilitarianism is the real side that Alan Wilson wants to express. He is a bureaucrat who pursues progress and can also be utilitarian in his sensibility. Did you marry Pamela to pursue progress? Princess Margaret asked in disbelief. Yes, I want to make progress too much. Alan Wilson admitted readily, and at the same time, Pamela will not deny this. There are emotional factors in our marriage, but connections and money are unbreakable moats that protect our sensibility from external factors. There is nothing to deny. In fact, this kind of thing is not new to the Mountbatten family. Pamela Mountbatten's parents are an example. The Mountbattens have never denied that there are strong factors in their union. With such frank parents, Pamela Mountbatten also has some understanding of her feelings and does not think there is anything wrong. But as long as it can extinguish the dangerous thoughts of the princess in love, it is acceptable to expose the utilitarianism appropriately. After this deep talk, Alan Wilson took it for granted that he had dealt with Princess Margaret, just as Chamberlain dealt with Hitler. Her Royal Highness is inexperienced and needs a good guide. As a brother-in-law, Alan Wilson has the responsibility to guide the princess on the right path and prevent some ghosts from polluting the princess's mind. Out of the heart of protecting his wife, this time Alan Wilson felt that his beloved wife did not need to know about this. Because of the matter of using small tricks to win over other overseas commissioners, Pamela Mountbatten soon stopped mentioning it. Mrs. Wilson still has a high degree of trust in her husband. Since her husband said it makes sense to do so, it makes sense. It makes sense. Times have changed. In the past, the more I compete for the market, the more obedient the colonies are. The smoother I compete for the market, the greater my advantage over other empires. The less threat other empires pose to me, the better I can keep my colonies. This cycle is no longer feasible. In the foreseeable future, Britain's current colonies will become smaller and smaller, which requires in-depth exploration of the potential of existing colonies, which is still possible. First of all, it is not necessary to succeed in the real estate boom. The large-scale construction of Calcutta in British India was not successful. But as long as the money is invested and the profits are withdrawn, success or failure is no longer important. If this strategy is not completed, a colony will have to take over an unfinished project independently. If others don't care, the imperial commissioners will care even less. What is certain is that after the real estate boom strategy, the current commissioners, who are the top leaders in the colonies, will usher in a wave of wealth surge, and their voice in the future may increase. However, Alan Wilson is also a member of Whitehall, and is happy to see this consequence. Compared to the ministers who didn't know what to do before, he trusted these colleagues with the same experience more. I didn't expect John to have such a side. Why didn't I find it when I was in British India? Holding dozens of private photos of imperial commissioners, Alan Wilson said to Elisa with admiration, "Commissioner Togo is almost 50 years old, but his physical strength is still so good. He is really old, but his heart is not old. Maybe the black pearls of Africa are so strong that they have trained our respected imperial gentlemen." Elisa's eyes were shining, and she followed her boss's words and said, "If these photos are leaked, it will be a huge upheaval for the cornerstone of the entire civilization and order. No, I will keep them properly." Alan Wilson smiled tacitly and boasted, "I'm a reliable person, but these Japanese women are not old. I want to do something about their age. The age in the file should be changed to a younger age, preferably a minor. Now we have the basis to do this. After all, people are different, and yellow people look younger. Most white people actually look old. Of course, there are exceptions. Even if you look at the Naomi who has a very good figure after marriage, if you look carefully, you can find some people who are still well maintained in their 40s and 50s. It's just a matter of proportion. In fact, the least aged race is black people, but the problem with black people is that they look old when they are young, and they don't look much older when they are old, which makes it more difficult to fake. If Alan Wilson summoned a group of black pearls and said they were minors, no one would believe it. Once it is related to minors, it will be a shocking event for the gentleman in Kuala Lumpur. If it is exposed, it will be a major earthquake in the civil service system, but we should think on the bright side. These people may be loyal fans of Alan Wilson in the future, and they are very reliable. Next year's steel production must reach 10 million tons. The demand and equipment are there. Now we need the Chinese in Sarawak to show their diligence and transform themselves into steel workers to work hard and get rich for the empire and their own future. On Christmas Day, December 25th, Alan Wilson prepared a sumptuous dinner for his wife and the princess, expressing his ambition for development after the new year. In his opinion, with the support of the British Empire's demand and Australian raw materials, the only bottleneck lies in industrial efficiency. If it cannot be achieved, it is a human problem. The only way out for British Malaya is British Africa. In essence, the Industrial Revolution requires raw materials and markets. And it is best to implement a central idea for these raw materials and markets, and pick the soft persimmons. At this stage, it is very difficult for British Malaya to compete with European countries. Fortunately, Britain still has a large number of colonies, otherwise it would definitely not be so easy at the beginning. Japan's development is the result of the United States deliberately opening up its market for technology transfer. Otherwise, Japan would only be in its position before World War II at best, and would not have reached its economic status during the Cold War. 10 million is more than half of the mainland. Isn't it too hasty? Pamela Mountbatten said with some doubt. My dear, I don't doubt your ability, but this year's production is only 4 million tons. I can't imagine such a leap forward. That's easy. I'll start a big steel making campaign. The long-term goal is to surpass Britain and catch up with the United States. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and told his wife that his years of reverse training were definitely not in vain. Pamela Mountbatten could only agree with her husband's confidence and said that she would never let British Malaya lack iron ore supply until the production capacity limit of Sarawak Steel Group. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.